Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I was alone that night. I hadn't planned to be, but sometimes plans change and you just go with your gut. I'd driven up into the mountains to watch the Perseid meteor shower, something I'd done every August for the last 5 years. But this time I decided to push a little further out, away from the usual campsites and fire pits, away from where people light up the darkness with lanterns and Bluetooth speakers. I wanted to be where it was quiet, where the sky still looked like it did 100 years ago. I picked a spot off an old fire road, about a mile past the last trail marker. I parked my truck in a small turnout and hiked about 15 minutes further up, onto a ridge that overlooked the western valley. From there, the sky was endless. I laid back on my sleeping pad, pulled my jacket tighter around my chest, and just watched. At first, nothing. But then, one by one, the meteors started streaking across the sky, fast and bright. I counted over 100 in the first hour. Some flared like they were going to crash into the trees. Others just blinked out before they were halfway down the sky. The silence up there was total, except for the wind in the pines and the occasional sound of gravel shifting under my body as I adjusted. I lost track of time, just lying there staring. At some point I sat up to have some water and checked the time, just past 2 a.m. That's when I saw something strange over the ridge to the south. 2 lights. Not stars, not meteors. Just 2 steady, low, bluish lights moving together, not blinking, not arcing like falling debris. At first, I thought maybe helicopters, but there was no sound. Then maybe drones, but they weren't flickering or changing direction the way drones usually do. They moved with this weird kind of smoothness, like they were on a rail or in a vacuum. No wobble, no dip, just steady, straight-line motion and fast. Too fast for anything I knew. I stayed crouched behind a rock, trying to keep still, just watching those lights. They got closer, and that's when I realized they weren't up high, they were barely above the treetops. As they got close enough to make out, I saw they were these long, matte black hovercrafts. Like bikes almost, but silent, gliding through the air, maybe 6 or 7 feet above the ground. They had riders, 2 of them, each in a bulky gray suit that reminded me of chemical protection gear, hazmat suits maybe, with full helmets. Their faces were covered. No lights on the helmets, no insignia, nothing. They passed overhead and didn't stop. I thought maybe they hadn't seen me. I stayed frozen behind the rock until I couldn't see the lights anymore. Maybe they were just weird military equipment, I thought. Experimental stuff. Still, it didn't explain why they were out here in the middle of nowhere, flying low through the woods in the middle of the night. I started packing up. Just the basics. My flashlight, phone, a water bottle, and my small bag. I left the sleeping pad and food behind. I didn't want to be here anymore. I started heading down the trail as quietly and quickly as I could. 10 minutes down, I heard them again. The same low hum. Not even a hum really, more like the absence of sound being broken in the tiniest way. Then I saw the lights again, back behind me, cresting the ridge. They'd turned around. I dropped my bag and ran. Full sprint. My flashlight bounced around in my hand as I tried not to trip on the loose rocks. The trail here was narrow and followed the side of the slope, with a steep drop on one side. I didn't even care. I just needed to put distance between me and them. I could hear them now, closer than before. Not just the hovercraft, but their suits made this soft rustling sound, like thick plastic shifting with each movement. I looked back once. Mistake. They were maybe 30 feet behind me now, keeping pace easily, even uphill. No shouting, no weapons that I could see. Just those gray suits, faceless, emotionless, chasing me through the dark. I must have been running blind at that point. The trail curved left. I didn't. I went straight. My foot caught the edge of a root, and I flew forward into open air. Everything after that happened in flashes. I saw stars again, bright, spinning ones, as I fell. Then tree branches, sharp, fast, cracking past my arms and face. One thick branch clipped me hard across my back, slowing me just enough. Then I hit the ground. It wasn't flat ground either. I slammed down onto a slope made of old mine tailings. Loose rock and dirt from some long-abandoned digging operation. It shifted under me, scraping and bruising every part of my body as I slid further down. I finally stopped when I hit a small outcropping of dirt and debris at the bottom. I lay there stunned, couldn't breathe for a moment, pain all through my spine, my tailbone especially. I couldn't even move my legs at first. I honestly thought I was paralyzed. But then I saw the bikes again. They hovered over the edge of the cliff, scanning below. I held my breath. One passed right overhead, close enough that I could hear the wind of its movement stir the branches. But they didn't see me, or at least they didn't stop. They kept going east, lights fading through the trees. I didn't move for a long time. I mean hours. I couldn't. Every time I shifted even a little, the pain in my lower back lit up like fire. And I was terrified, because after the first two passed, more came. Not fast this time. Slow, deliberate. 3 more of those silent bikes drifted through the woods, and this time they stopped. The riders dismounted. One by one, they began moving around the area with tools, long, thin devices that lit up at the tips like scanning wands. They dug shallow holes in the dirt, collected samples in small silver containers. They cut bark off trees, scraped moss off rocks. They took their time. No talking. Just the sound of their suits brushing against themselves, and the faint crunch of boots in the brush. I didn't blink. I barely breathed. At one point, one of them walked within 10 feet of where I lay behind a fallen log. My phone was in my pocket, but I turned it off the moment I'd hit the bottom of the slope. I didn't want it buzzing. I didn't want it lighting up. I just wanted to disappear. They worked through the night, moving methodically, always collecting, scanning, logging things. I couldn't see any labels, no identifying marks, no flags, no agencies, nothing that told me who or what they were with. The sun started to rise slowly, enough light to finally see colors again. Pale green leaves, brown earth, gray suits. One of them tapped a screen on their arm. A tone played, a single note. The others stopped what they were doing and returned to the bikes. One by one, they climbed on, hovered for a moment, then turned east and glided away, disappearing through the morning fog. I waited until I couldn't hear anything anymore. Then another hour, just in case. My back still throbbed. I couldn't stand, but I could crawl. Slowly, painfully, I dragged myself up the edge of the tailing pile and into the trees. Took me half a day to get back to where I'd parked. I followed the old creek bed until I hit the fire road again. I stayed off the trail as much as I could. Every noise made me freeze. I didn't even turn my phone back on until I was inside the truck with the doors locked and the engine running. Later, at the ER, they told me I cracked my tailbone and had deep bruising all along my spine and ribs. I didn't tell them what really happened, just that I slipped while hiking at night. I didn't report anything. I didn't post about it. I haven't even been back up there since. I thought maybe I dreamt it, or maybe the pain made me hallucinate, but I still have the shirt I was wearing. It's torn down the back, stained with dirt and tree sap, and there's this odd, smooth burn mark on the sleeve, round, like something brushed me but didn't tear it. I keep it folded in a drawer. Sometimes I take it out just to remind myself it was real, that I wasn't crazy, that there are things out there, people maybe, doing something we don't understand. Maybe military, maybe private, maybe something else. All I know is that I was alone in the dark, in the mountains, watching a beautiful meteor shower, and I ended the night barely alive, hiding under a log from faceless men and silent flying machines. And I never want to be that close to them again. During my senior year of high school, I had the chance to spend a year as a foreign exchange student in southern Japan. It was a chance to experience something completely different, the culture, the language, the people. But what I didn't expect was how deeply the place and the local beliefs would affect me. I lived with a host family in a pretty rural area, surrounded by mountains and dense woods. It was quiet and peaceful most of the time, but the locals had this deep-seated fear of the mountains and forests around us. They called them haunted, but never really talked about what that meant. I never really believed in ghosts, but still, their fear hung in the air, almost like a shadow you could feel if you paid attention. My host family was kind but pretty old-fashioned. They worked hard on their small farm, growing rice and vegetables. Most days, I was left to my own devices. I liked walking in the woods nearby. It was the only way to feel like I was actually living there, not just visiting. The forest had this earthy smell, damp leaves, pine needles, wet soil, and the sound of birds and small animals rustling in the underbrush. But despite how calming it felt, I always noticed how empty it was. There weren't many people around. If you walked far enough, you could lose yourself in silence, with only your own footsteps breaking it. I wasn't the only exchange student in the area. There was another guy from Germany who was staying with a family a few kilometers down the road. His name was Lucas. We hit it off quickly because neither of us really spoke Japanese well, so we relied on English or German to communicate. Lucas was also into hiking and exploring the local nature. We often went out together, wandering through the fields and forests, comparing our stories about our home countries, and just soaking in the peacefulness of the rural life. One afternoon in early autumn, we decided to explore a new trail that wound down a hillside toward a small river. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. The air was cool but still held onto the warmth of the day. The woods were alive with the sounds of crickets starting their evening song and the rustle of wind through the dry leaves. The ground was soft from the earlier rain, and every step we took left a slight imprint. We came to a small clearing, a grove of old trees with thick trunks and branches reaching up like fingers. The light filtering through the leaves created patches of gold on the ground. It was a beautiful spot, and we stopped for a moment to take it in. Then I noticed something moving slowly down the hill, walking straight toward us. An old man was making his way through the grove. He wore traditional farmer's clothes, a loose cotton shirt, faded pants tied at the ankles, and straw sandals. Over his shoulder, he carried a sickle, the kind you use to harvest rice or grass. The clothes looked old-fashioned, like something out of a history book rather than modern rural wear. But in that part of Japan, it wasn't unheard of for older men to dress like that, especially if they still worked on the land. What was strange was how he walked, slow, steady, almost like he was on a mission, but not paying attention to anything else. We greeted him quietly in Japanese, a polite bow with a simple konnichiwa, but he didn't look up. His eyes seemed fixed on the ground ahead, and he didn't acknowledge us in any way. It wasn't that he was rude or ignoring us. It was more like he didn't see or hear us at all. He just kept moving forward, the sickle balanced on his shoulder, his footsteps soft on the earth. Lucas and I exchanged glances. The silence stretched for a few seconds until the man disappeared down the hill and out of sight. We joked quietly about him being a ghost, but deep down, I knew he was probably just a farmer from the next village, lost in his own thoughts or heading somewhere without wanting to be disturbed. Even though we laughed it off, the encounter stayed with me for the rest of the walk. Something about the way he moved, so purposeful yet so disconnected, gave me a strange feeling. It wasn't fear exactly, but an unease, like I had glimpsed something from a different time, a living remnant of the past still walking the land. As the days passed, the story of the old man became a quiet joke between Lucas and me, but I started to notice more about the way the locals behaved around the mountains. My host family never went into the forest alone. When I asked why, they just said, "There are things there." They didn't want to explain more, but the fear in their voices was real. Sometimes, at night, I would hear my host parents whispering about strange sounds in the woods or people disappearing during hikes. It wasn't talk about ghosts or monsters. It was more like a warning to stay away, to respect the forest as something dangerous. One weekend, Lucas and I planned another walk, this time going deeper into the hills. We packed some snacks and water and set off early in the morning. The trail was narrow and steep in parts, covered with fallen leaves that made the ground slippery. The trees grew closer together as we climbed, their trunks twisted and gnarled. The higher we got, the cooler the air became, and the sky seemed distant and pale through the canopy. We stopped often, catching our breath and admiring the view of the valley below, with small villages scattered like dots among the green fields. But despite the beauty, I felt a growing tension. It was as if the forest was watching us, holding its breath. At one point, we came to a small stone shrine tucked between two ancient trees. The shrine was weathered and covered in moss, with faded red paint on the wooden beams. I knelt down and ran my fingers over the rough stone, feeling the history beneath my skin. It was the kind of place locals visited to pray for safety or good harvests. Lucas took a photo, then we continued along the trail. The path twisted and turned, sometimes disappearing under fallen branches or thick undergrowth. We had to be careful with every step, watching for hidden roots or rocks that could trip us. As afternoon came on, the forest grew quieter. The birds stopped singing, and the wind died down. It was like the woods themselves had gone still, waiting. We reached a ridge with a steep drop on one side, looking out over a river winding far below. We decided to rest there for a while, eating sandwiches and drinking water. The sun was starting to set, painting the sky orange and pink. As I sat, I noticed movement down the slope, a figure slowly making its way up the hill toward us. It was the old man again. He wore the same clothes and carried the same sickle, but this time he was moving uphill, his steps slow and steady. I looked at Lucas, and we both felt the same chill. We didn't greet him. We just watched as he came closer, his face weathered and expressionless. When he got near, he stopped a few meters away and looked straight ahead, not at us, not at the view, just straight ahead. There was no emotion in his eyes, no anger, no sadness, no fear. Then, without warning, he turned and walked off into the thicker forest, disappearing behind a stand of bamboo. We stayed there for a long time, neither of us speaking. Eventually, the sun sank below the horizon, and the chill deepened. We knew it was time to head back. The walk down was tense. Every crack of a twig, every rustle in the bushes made us jump. We moved quickly, not stopping until the trees thinned and the houses of the village came back into sight. When we got home, I told my host family about the old man. They didn't seem surprised. My host father just nodded and said, "He has been around a long time. No one knows who he really is, but he always walks those hills." I never found out who the old man was. Maybe he was just a farmer who preferred to keep to himself, or maybe he was a man who had been walking those hills for decades, too set in his ways to notice anything else. But every time I think back to those walks in the woods, I remember that figure, slow, silent, and utterly alone, moving through the trees like a shadow from another time. It wasn't scary in a ghost story way. It was scary because it reminded me how small and fleeting we are against the vastness of the world around us, and how some things just keep going, no matter what. The sun was already dipping low when we arrived at the camp. It was a Christian band camp set way out in the middle of nowhere in Alberta, surrounded by dense woods that stretched as far as the eye could see. The whole place felt vast and a bit isolated. Even though I'd never been to this camp before, I'd heard stories about it. How it was a great place for music, new friends, and a good time. I was excited but a little uneasy, the kind of feeling you get when you walk into a place you don't know, not sure what to expect. We piled out of the vans, our bags slung over our shoulders, eyes wide as we took in the cabins arranged in a circle around a clearing, the thick trees looming behind them. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, the kind of smell that sticks in your clothes and hair long after you leave. Birds chirped quietly, and somewhere far off, a river babbled. It should have been peaceful, but something felt off right away. As we started walking to our cabin, I was carrying a few bags and my flute case, struggling to keep my footing on the uneven path covered in pine needles and twigs. I was one of the last in our group, and just ahead, a few of the girls moved faster, talking and laughing like they owned the place. But as soon as we got close to the cabin, those same girls suddenly darted inside and slammed the door, locking it tight behind them. I knocked, calling out, but no one answered at first. Then one of the girls peeked through a crack and told me, with a half smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, that they had seen someone chasing them earlier. It was probably a prank. These girls weren't exactly the kind to tell the truth if it gave them a chance to mess with someone. Still, a chill ran down my spine. Inside, the cabin was small but cozy, wooden bunks lining the walls, a tiny kitchenette in the corner, and a large table covered with old music sheets and mismatched mugs. The lights were dim, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the hall outside. It was hard to shake the feeling that we weren't alone. That night, as we settled in, the woods around the camp became alive with sounds. Crickets chirped non-stop, and the wind whispered through the trees, but beneath it all was another noise, the constant, distant sound of a chainsaw. It wasn't steady like someone cutting wood, more like a low growl, rising and falling, as if it was moving closer and then retreating. We all said it must be a generator or some kind of machine running late at night, but the camp counselors assured us no generators were on after dark. They laughed it off, saying maybe it was an animal or the wind playing tricks on us. But I knew the sound too well from my hometown. Chainsaws were used for logging or clearing trees, and there shouldn't have been any work going on in the middle of the night. The next couple of days went by with more weird stuff happening. One night, around 11 p.m., we were all trying to fall asleep in the cabins when a steady knocking started coming from one of the cabin walls. It was loud and rhythmic, a dull thud thud thud, like someone was tapping wood with a stick. At first, everyone was too scared to say anything, but then the noise went on for nearly 20 minutes. People started shouting through the walls, telling whoever was doing it to stop, because we were trying to sleep. The knocking didn't stop right away, but it did get quieter and then stopped suddenly. It was probably one of the counselors messing with us, trying to scare us or test our nerves. Still, lying there in the dark, listening to the silence after the knocking stopped, I felt my heart pounding harder than it had all day. But the strangest thing happened a couple of nights later. It was late, maybe close to 9 p.m., when my friend and I decided to walk to the bonfire. We were carrying hot chocolate in paper cups and a handful of cookies. I had a cookie in my mouth, trying not to drop it while holding a flashlight and the drinks. We had no idea where exactly the bonfire was. The camp was big, and the paths weren't well marked. We walked slowly, the beam of the flashlight cutting through the thick darkness, shining on the uneven ground and the trees that seemed to close in around us. Ahead, I spotted a figure moving slowly down one of the paths. Without thinking, I gestured wildly at my friend to hold the hot chocolate. I pulled the cookie from my mouth, wanting to ask the person if they knew where the bonfire was. I called out once, but the figure didn't respond. I tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. The person just kept walking, but then they suddenly turned off the path and slipped behind a tree, so fast it looked like they disappeared. My friend and I exchanged glances filled with that gut feeling, the kind of fear that doesn't need words to be understood. We quickened our pace and kept our eyes on the shadows, finally finding the bonfire, where the rest of the campers were laughing and roasting marshmallows. We never saw that figure again. After that night, I kept hearing those chainsaw sounds whenever I was outside, no matter what time it was. Sometimes it was close, sometimes far away, but it was always there. One afternoon, I decided to explore a little, to see if I could find where the noise was coming from. I walked deeper into the woods, past the cabins and the main campfire clearing. The forest was dense, the sunlight barely reaching the ground through the thick branches. The air was heavy and smelled of damp leaves and pine resin. I found old logging trails, narrow paths that looked like they hadn't been used in years. The ground was soft, covered in fallen needles and broken twigs. I followed the trails for a while, listening for the chainsaw sound, but all I heard was the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. There was no sign of any recent logging or machinery. The trees were old and tall, some with thick trunks covered in moss, others freshly dead with bark peeling away. It was strange that the sound was everywhere, yet nowhere at the same time. Back at camp, I asked the counselors about it again, but they brushed me off. One of them told me stories about how the woods had been used for logging decades ago, and maybe the sound was an echo, a trick of the wind. Another said it could be nearby hunters, but we were told hunting was not allowed on camp property. One night, near the end of camp, I was lying awake, the moonlight casting strange shadows on the cabin walls. Outside, I heard footsteps on the gravel, slow and steady, coming from the direction of the woods. My heart jumped, but when I looked out the window, no one was there. The chainsaw noise started again, louder this time, and for a moment, I thought I could hear voices whispering in the wind. But when I focused, it was just the sound of the trees creaking and the distant hum of the chainsaw. The next morning, I packed my bags, ready to leave. The camp was beautiful in the daylight, birds singing, sunlight filtering through the branches, kids laughing and playing. But the memories of those nights stayed with me, the sense that something unseen was watching from the shadows. I never found out what the chainsaw noise was, or who that figure was on the path. Maybe it was a prank, or someone living off the grid nearby. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks, making sense of the silence and the dark. But some things don't need explanations. Sometimes, the scariest moments are the ones that stay unanswered, leaving you with nothing but the sound of your own heartbeat and the whisper of the woods around you. It was a few years ago when we decided to head up to the old abandoned zoo in Los Angeles. The idea was simple: 7 of us, all looking to get scared shitless. We had heard stories about the place, rumors that it was creepy as hell once the sun went down, and since none of us were exactly the type to back down from a dare, we figured it'd be the perfect challenge. The zoo had been closed for decades, and nature had slowly been swallowing it back, but some parts of it were still recognizable: old cages, rusted fences, crumbling concrete paths. The hike itself was around 2 hours, mostly uphill, snaking through the side of a canyon that was dry but covered in thick brush and trees. It wasn't easy terrain, but nothing too crazy either. We started out in the early evening, just as the sun was dipping low and shadows were stretching long. The air was dry, and the sky was clear. At first, the hike was pretty normal, birds chirping, the occasional rustle of small animals in the bushes. We joked and laughed, trying to shake off any nerves, knowing what we were getting into. We carried flashlights, but most of the trail was still lit by the fading daylight, so we didn't need to use them yet. The trail wasn't wide. It wound tight between rocky outcroppings and thick patches of brush, and the further we went, the narrower it got. Around the halfway mark, the sun had almost disappeared, and the canyon had started to get darker. That's when the little things began to stand out more. We heard faint noises of nocturnal animals scurrying off in the underbrush, rabbits or something similar. Occasionally, the sharp hoot of an owl cut through the silence, echoing off the canyon walls. It was the only real creepy thing so far, but it was still natural and kind of comforting in its own way. No weird sounds, no strange smells, nothing that felt out of place. We kept moving, our flashlight beams bouncing off the trees and rocks, picking out the path ahead. The trail began to get tighter, twisting into the side of the canyon, and we had to walk single file. The closer we got to the zoo, the quieter it became, the night swallowing up even the small animal sounds. It was as if the canyon was holding its breath, waiting. Then we hit the narrowest part of the trail. It was so tight that there was barely enough room for us to walk sideways. The rocky wall pressed against one side of us, and on the other side was a steep drop down into the canyon floor, hidden by darkness. Our flashlights started to flicker, just little stutters in the beams at first, then longer blackouts. We all noticed, but didn't say anything at first. We assumed the batteries were just running low, which wasn't surprising since the lights had been sitting unused for a while. A few of us pulled out our phones to use the screens as backup light. The glow from the phone screens cast strange shadows on the canyon wall, making the narrow passage feel even tighter, like the walls were closing in. I was fourth in line as we moved cautiously through the passage, eyes scanning every inch of the darkness ahead and behind. Then the guy at the front stopped suddenly. He didn't say a word, just froze and stared straight ahead like he'd seen something unbelievable. We all stopped, the group instinctively shrinking closer together. My heart started to pound harder, my breath coming faster. I strained to see what he was looking at. Then, about 2 seconds later, I saw it too. A man was walking toward us, coming through the narrow path just like we were, like it was the most normal thing in the world. He was dressed entirely in white. Not just white clothes, but white all over, his shirt, pants, even his shoes. His hair was white, and he wore a white top hat that looked old-fashioned, like something from a Western movie. But the weirdest part was that his face was covered with some kind of cloth, like a scarf or a mask. The whole thing looked strange and out of place, like he didn't belong there at all. He didn't hesitate or look our way. He just walked right past us, calm and collected, as if he was on a stroll in the park. The narrow path forced us to press our backs flat against the canyon wall, walking sideways to fit through. The man didn't seem to notice or care. He moved smoothly, almost gliding past us. His steps were quiet on the rocky path, no sound of boots or shoes. The way he moved was unnatural but steady, like he was used to walking that tight trail. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My body froze in place, and I felt a cold wave of panic rise up inside me. It was like my brain refused to accept the reality of the moment. I wanted to look away, to pretend it wasn't happening, but I couldn't. The image was burned into my mind, the stark white of his outfit against the dark canyon, his covered face, the way he just passed us like we were nothing. I was close to tears, and I'm not even ashamed to admit it. We had all come here to be scared, but this was different. This was beyond a thrill or a story to tell. This felt like real fear. And it wasn't just fear of a spooky place or the dark. It was fear of something unknown and inexplicable that wasn't meant to be encountered. After he passed, the air felt heavier, thicker, like the canyon was pressing down on us. No one spoke. We just started to back up slowly, eyes darting around for any sign that maybe this was some kind of prank or that someone else was playing a trick. But there was no one else. Just us, the narrow trail, and the weight of what we had just seen. We made the decision then, and there not to go any further. No more pushing forward to explore the zoo or to chase some kind of adrenaline rush. The mood had shifted. What started as a fun, stupid adventure had turned into something dark and uncomfortable. We packed up our flashlights and phones and began the hike back down. The trip back was quiet. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, looking over their shoulders every so often, expecting to see that man in white again, or something else equally strange. The narrow trail that felt claustrophobic going up felt even worse going down, shadows and darkness pressing close, making every sound seem amplified. The crunch of our boots on gravel, the distant hoot of the owl, even the soft scrape of a branch brushing against a jacket. By the time we reached the parking lot where we left our cars, the night was fully dark. The city lights of Los Angeles twinkled far below, but up here, it felt like a different world altogether. We spotted something strange as we approached the car, small orbs of light, moving fast, circling the vehicle in a pattern that made no sense. They looked like floating balls of light, darting around like fireflies, but brighter and colder. We pointed at them, tried to get closer or catch one with our hands, but the moment we focused on them, they vanished into the night like they were never there. No one said much about it, but we all felt it, the unshakable feeling that we had just touched something beyond ordinary reality. No ghosts, no monsters, just something deeply unsettling and out of place. We packed up and left quickly, no one even wanting to stick around to talk about what happened. On the drive home, the silence in the car was heavy. Nobody made jokes or tried to act brave anymore. The whole night had changed something in us. That place, the abandoned zoo, the narrow trail, and the man in white, they left a mark that wouldn't fade. I don't know what we saw that night, and I don't want to know. Whatever it wasn't part of the natural world, but it wasn't supernatural either. It was real enough to scare us and to remind us that some places carry secrets better left alone. I never went back, and I don't plan to. Sometimes, there are things you don't need to understand, and places you don't need to revisit. The zoo was one of them. It was the winter of 198X, and my dad was stationed somewhere in Germany with the US Army. Back then, every decade or so, they ran what was called a winter reforger, a massive military exercise that simulated a big war scenario. The idea was to keep the troops sharp, ready for anything during those cold, unforgiving European winters. Dad always said it was like a huge game of chess, only with real tanks, soldiers, and bullets flying in the distance. Dad and his buddy were tank operators during the exercise, tucked away in a cold armored vehicle that sometimes felt more like a coffin than a war machine. They worked long hours and shifts, pushing through bone-chilling cold and mud that clung to everything. On this particular day, there was a complication. Some issue in their unit meant they needed reinforcements before they could move forward. So they had to stay put, wait out the holdup, and try not to freeze. Waiting for backup meant hours of boredom, which can mess with your head when you're stuck inside a tank that's barely bigger than a closet. Dad said the silence and the cold got to them more than the actual waiting. So to kill time and maybe take their minds off the tension, they decided to step out, stretch their legs, and walk into a nearby town just a few kilometers away. They were hoping to find a bottle of apple corn, a local kind of liquor, something to warm them up and lighten their spirits. The road to the town was quiet, snow-covered, the sky heavy with low clouds. The air bit at their faces, sharp and dry. As they walked, they spotted a young boy riding a bicycle down a side street. The kid looked no older than 10 or 11, bundled up in a coat that was just a little too big, his cheeks flushed from the cold. Dad and his buddy stopped him to ask for directions to the nearest place they could buy apple corn. The boy, shy but steady, pointed them toward the center of town, giving clear directions. They followed the kid's path, the snow crunching under their boots, breath rising in frosty clouds. Soon, they spotted a bar on a corner, a modest building with a faded sign swinging in the cold wind. The windows were frosted, but through the glass, they could see people inside. Not just a few, but a crowd. Men and women clustered around tables, laughing, drinking, talking. The place looked warm, inviting even, which was surprising considering how quiet the town had seemed so far. Dad and his buddy glanced back, thinking about the boy's directions. He hadn't mentioned the bar at all, just pointed the way to the shop where they could buy apple corn. Yet here was this place, clearly a hub of activity, full of life. Maybe the boy just didn't want to mention the bar for some reason. They shrugged it off and decided to go inside. The moment they stepped through the door, the room went dead silent. Every single person froze in place, eyes snapping to them as if they'd suddenly become the center of the universe. Even the waitresses stopped mid-motion, glasses and plates held in midair. Dad said the silence was absolute, heavy, like the sound had been sucked right out of the room. The staring lasted for what felt like forever, 5 seconds, maybe more. But in those seconds, it felt like every eye was drilling into their very souls. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything returned to normal. The crowd resumed their chatter and laughter. Waitresses resumed their service, and the normal noise of the bar filled the air again, as if nothing had happened. Dad couldn't explain the odd timing of it all, or why everyone had stopped just to stare at them. Still, trying to shake off the creeping feeling in the pit of his stomach, Dad and his buddy made their way to the bar to order. They asked for a bottle of apple corn. The bartender, a stocky man with a face that looked like it had been chiseled from stone, didn't hesitate to refuse. No explanation, no reasoning, just a flat refusal to sell them the bottle. Instead, the bartender and the waitresses insisted on giving them shots of apple corn, no charge. Dad said the liquor was strong and bitter, but carried a warm burn that seemed to spread through their bodies quickly, a sudden contrast to the chill outside. After the shots, the bar staff kept pushing for them to stay and eat. Bowls of food appeared, large, communal bowls passed from person to person, everyone taking a handful before handing them along. It was strange, the way everyone shared, how it felt less like a meal and more like a ritual they were trying to include the 2 soldiers in. Dad didn't want to eat. They didn't want to stay. All they wanted was to buy the bottle and head back. But the staff kept insisting, their smiles fixed and eyes unblinking. The food was plain but filling, potatoes, some kind of stew, thick bread. It wasn't unpleasant, but it wasn't comforting either. More like a performance they had to play along with. Eventually, the 2 got tired of the endless hospitality, the strange atmosphere, and the refusal to sell them what they came for. They politely declined more shots, politely refused the food, and made their excuses to leave. The whole time, they couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being part of something they didn't understand. As they stepped outside into the cold air again, the silence of the town was heavier somehow, more profound than before. While wandering, they bumped into the young boy on his bicycle again. Dad asked him about the bar, why no one there would sell them apple corn, why the place had acted so strangely. The boy's face went pale, and his usual steady voice broke into a stammer. He whispered something like, "You went to that place." Then without another word, he pedaled away as fast as his legs could push. Dad and his buddy exchanged looks, a mix of confusion and unease. They decided to go back to the bar, to check if maybe they had been mistaken, if the place had changed, or if something else was going on. When they arrived, the bar was completely different from before. The door was locked, the windows dark and frosted. Peering inside through the glass, the room looked abandoned. Chairs were flipped upside down on tables, dust and cobwebs thick in the corners. The shelves behind the bar, once stocked and gleaming, were now bare. No bottles, no glasses, nothing. They checked the surrounding area to confirm it was the same building. The architecture matched, the signs were the same, and the street corner was identical. It was impossible to mistake. Yet only minutes before, it had been packed with people, full of noise and light. Now it was empty and lifeless, like a building left untouched for years. They tried to rationalize it. Maybe they had wandered into some kind of reenactment, or a bar that opened only for special events. But nothing made sense. The boys' terrified reaction stuck in their minds. It wasn't just the emptiness of the place. It was the feeling of being unwelcome, of having crossed a line they shouldn't have. Shaken, they found another bar farther down the street. This one was smaller, quieter, and much more ordinary. Here, they bought a bottle of apple corn without a problem, and after that, they wasted no time getting out of town. They never forgot that day. Dad said it was the strangest thing he ever witnessed. The whole experience was unsettling in a way that no ghost story or urban legend ever could be. There was nothing supernatural, just something deeply wrong with that bar, the people inside, and the town itself. It left a lasting mark, a reminder that sometimes the weirdest, scariest moments aren't about monsters or ghosts, but about the small, unexplained cracks in reality that make you question everything you thought you knew. When I was 16, I was still a Boy Scout, and like most kids that age, I had already learned how to act innocent when the adults were around and stupid when they weren't. It was the middle of winter, and our troop was on one of those mandatory cold weather weekend outings that are supposed to teach resilience, or teamwork, or whatever the scout leaders like to call freezing your ass off in a cabin in the woods with 30 other teenage boys. The cabin was made of thick logs, with a tall stone chimney and 2 wood stoves on either side that puffed out enough heat to make the inside tolerable if you were standing close to one. But the insulation was garbage, and the bunks were lined up shoulder to shoulder like we were troops in an army barracks. No privacy, no quiet, and definitely not the kind of place a group of guys could sneak off to get high or smoke cigarettes without getting caught. There were about 4 other guys I hung with that trip who were in on the same plan. Older scouts mostly, 17 or almost 18, and one of them was my older brother. We'd packed some pot, a little tobacco, and a couple of those slim gas station cigars that made you feel like a badass, even if they tasted like flavored rubber. The plan was simple. After lights out, we'd wait until the scoutmasters were asleep, sneak out the back door, cut through the clearing, and hike about half a mile into the trees to smoke. We even picked the direction earlier that day, while pretending to go look for firewood. It wasn't a marked trail or anything official, just a rough deer path that wound through a tight patch of pine and oak, dense enough that once you got a few hundred feet in, the campfire lights from the cabin disappeared behind you. We waited until around 9:30. The noise in the cabin had died down by then, just the usual creaking wood, someone snoring, maybe a cough here and there. We each had a flashlight, but we kept the beams low so we wouldn't get spotted. The ground crunched under our boots, snow packed and thick and hard. The wind was soft at first, just brushing against the trees above, making them creak in slow waves like a boat swaying at sea. It was cold. My breath steamed out in front of me, and my fingers hurt even through the gloves. But that was the cost of not getting caught. We moved fast. Quiet. Nobody said much. Just crunch, crunch, crunch through the snow and tree branches. About 10 minutes in, we hit a little rise and found a spot where the trees were thick enough to block the wind. It was a dip in the woods, almost like a shallow bowl, surrounded by gnarled trunks and old evergreens, and the snow there was undisturbed, clean, untouched, deep. We all stopped in a loose circle, and one of the guys pulled out a joint, another had a pack of cigs. No one really made a big deal of it. That was the kind of group we were. We'd done it before. Pass the joint, spark a smoke, stand in the cold, and try to pretend we were older than we were. The wind in the trees above got louder. You could hear it moving from one side of the woods to the other, like something big was walking through the treetops. It wasn't snowing, but it felt like it might. The air had that strange tightness to it, like it was holding its breath. I remember standing there, the dull heat from the joint in my lungs, the tip glowing in the dark, and just listening. Everyone else was focused on their smoke, looking at the ground or into the middle of the circle where our feet had already mashed the snow down. I had that usual buzz in my head, the one you get when you're somewhere you're not supposed to be, doing something you're not supposed to do, and you're trying to enjoy it, but your nerves won't quite let you. That's when it started. Not a sound, not a movement, just that feeling. It's hard to explain, like a tingle behind your ears, or that sense someone is standing just behind your shoulder. You turn to look, but there's no one there. It's nothing obvious, nothing you can point at, but it was sharp, and it wasn't going away. I remember looking up at the trees, dark giants just standing there all around us. Their bare branches swayed and clicked against each other above our heads. The moonlight filtered through the tops just enough to give the snow a slight glow, but beyond that, it was pitch black. My flashlight was still in my pocket. I pulled it out and clicked it on. I swept it around the circle first, half joking in my head that maybe an animal was watching us. A fox or a raccoon or something. Maybe even a deer. The light hit the trunks around us. Big ones. Some of them looked centuries old. Nothing but snow, bark, and shadow. I turned slowly, walking the beam around, one tree at a time. Then I saw him, leaning against a tree maybe 30 or 40 feet away, barely within the range of the light. He wasn't moving. He was standing straight up, his back against the bark, one foot kind of slightly in front of the other, like he'd just leaned back and decided to rest there. Pale. So pale. White beard, white eyebrows, almost looked like he had no color in him at all. He wasn't bundled up for the cold. No big jacket or hat. Just a simple coat, something dark, and pants. His face caught the flashlight like paper. And his eyes, they were wide open, staring directly at us. Or maybe at me. Not moving, not blinking, not a flicker of surprise or expression. I froze. The air inside my lungs seemed to leave in one slow stream. I didn't say anything, just kept the light pointed at him. And one by one, the other guys noticed. I could feel them shift. You could hear the change in the air. Nobody had to say anything. We all saw him. He didn't move, didn't wave, didn't look startled, didn't even flinch when the flashlight hit his face. Just stood there, tilted slightly against the tree, watching us. Eyes open, mouth closed. I remember thinking, this doesn't make sense. We were in the middle of nowhere. No roads nearby, no houses, and we had hiked out deliberately to avoid being seen. The cold was brutal. Nobody would be out here alone. Not like that. Not at night. The others backed up slightly. One of the guys dropped his cigarette into the snow and just stared. My brother stepped closer to me. I could feel the way his body tensed up, like his muscles went stiff all at once. He didn't say anything either. The man didn't take a step. He didn't say a word, didn't smile. He just stood there, staring. It felt like forever. My heart was thudding in my chest so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. Finally, someone turned, just moved quietly back the way we'd come. The rest of us followed, no one speaking, no one looking back. We didn't run. We just walked fast. Fast enough that we were all breathing hard by the time we reached the tree line, then crossed into the clearing near the cabin. The air felt different back at camp, warmer somehow, even with the same cold wind blowing. Inside the cabin, nothing had changed. A few kids still snored. The logs in the wood stove popped quietly. The smell of wet socks and old sleeping bags filled the room. We didn't talk about it. Not that night. Not the next day. We packed up and hiked out like normal that Sunday. It wasn't until years later, just the other week actually, that my brother brought it up again. We were talking on the phone, reminiscing about old scout trips, and he said, "Remember that guy in the woods?" And just like that, all of it came flooding back. The way he said it told me he hadn't forgotten either. None of us had. We never found out who he was. There were no reports in the news about a lost hiker or someone going missing in the area. No arrests, no warnings, no sightings. And when I think about it now, I keep circling back to the same questions. What was he doing there? Why didn't he react? Was he just a hiker who got turned around and froze in place when he saw us? Was he homeless? Maybe suffering from dementia or a mental illness? Or was it worse than that? Was he there for us? Just standing in the dark woods, watching 5 teenage boys light up in the snow. That stare, flat, cold, locked on us like we weren't people but something else. It still bothers me, because if we hadn't seen him, if we'd just laughed louder, if we'd been more stoned or more careless, maybe we wouldn't have noticed. Maybe he would have waited until we were too far gone to hear him coming. Maybe that flashlight beam saved us. Maybe nothing would have happened. But there's something about that stare. It wasn't surprised. It wasn't confused. It was patient, like he'd been waiting, and I still don't know for what. We were on our way to the Grand Canyon, just me and my boyfriend. It had been a long day of driving, and by the time we turned off the main highway and started winding our way through Coconino National Forest, it was already deep into the night, somewhere between midnight and 1 in the morning. The sky was so black it felt like we were driving through a tunnel. The only thing ahead of us the gray band of road lit by our headlights. The forest on either side was thick and dark and silent. That kind of silence that feels full, like it's pressing against the windows, listening. I had the Switch in my lap and was just playing some random game, legs folded under me. My head leaned a little against the window, the hum of the tires and the soft glow from the console screen keeping me in this cozy bubble while my boyfriend focused on the road. He was being careful. There's a kind of respect you have to give to roads like that at night, especially when you're so deep in a forest where there's no sign of civilization for miles. No street lights, no cabins, no ranger stations. Just pine trees, dark sky, and the occasional rustling that could have been anything from a squirrel to something much bigger. We hadn't seen another car in a long time. I couldn't even tell you how long. Maybe an hour? Maybe more. It felt like we were the only people out there, and in a lot of ways, I think we were. I don't know how long I'd been playing when it happened. We were just rolling along steadily, not too fast, just cruising through the forest. Out of nowhere, my boyfriend jerked in his seat and slammed his hand against the steering wheel. "What the fuck?" he shouted. His whole body stiffened, and the sound of his voice shocked me enough that I dropped the Switch into my lap. My eyes jumped from the screen to his face, and I could see his eyes were wide and locked on the road ahead, like he was trying to process something he couldn't explain. I sat up straight, my heart starting to race from how suddenly the vibe had shifted. "What?" I asked. "What's wrong?" He didn't look at me. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "I just saw a woman," he said, still staring forward. "On the side of the road." I felt the breath catch in my chest. "A woman?" He nodded, quickly, like he didn't want to lose sight of something in his head. "Standing just off the shoulder." She was pointing, like directly across the road. Her arm was out, straight, like she wanted us to look. I turned my head, instinctively looking to the direction he'd motioned at, half expecting to see something, or someone still there. I didn't. Just darkness. Trees. More trees. Shadows between trunks that moved slightly when the wind touched them. Everything was silent again. And then, just as I started to wonder if he was seeing things, there was movement. Something massive stepped out of the brush on the opposite side of the road, maybe 20 feet ahead of us. It didn't just step, it kind of unfolded, this huge, heavy presence emerging from the forest like it had been hiding in plain sight. It was a bull elk, the kind you really only ever see in pictures, unless you spend a lot of time in the woods. Towering, its antlers stretched wide like a set of gnarled tree branches, rising out of its head in this way that made it feel not just powerful, but ancient. And behind it, a few others followed, females, smaller but still big enough that hitting any of them would have wrecked the car, and probably us with it. My boyfriend swore under his breath, and in the split second it took for the situation to fully register, he swerved hard to the right, narrowly avoiding the bull. The tires screamed against the pavement, and the car tilted a little before he regained control and slowed us down to a stop just beyond the herd. We both sat there in stunned silence, hearts hammering, the car idling low as the elk slowly made their way across the road behind us, disappearing again into the forest like ghosts. Not ghosts like spooky or supernatural, just the way wild things move when they're undisturbed, like they belong in the dark and you were never supposed to see them. The switch was still in my lap, my fingers resting on it, but completely frozen. My boyfriend let out a long breath and leaned back in his seat, hands still tight on the wheel. "If I hadn't seen her," he said quietly. I nodded, still staring out the window at where the elk had gone. "We would have hit them," I said. "No doubt. And it would have been bad. You don't hit an animal that size and walk away from it, especially not out here where there's no reception and no help for who knows how far." But then the reality started to creep in. I looked back at the spot where he said the woman had been. There was nothing there now, and honestly, it wasn't like I saw her myself. I only saw what she'd apparently pointed at. But the more I thought about it, the more something didn't sit right. This was Coconino National Forest. Not one of those touristy areas with cabins and campsites and people walking around at all hours. This was deep, unmarked forest. No lights, no homes, no pull-offs, nothing. The last building we'd seen had been maybe 30 miles back, probably more. It was the kind of place that felt untouched. And while I guess it's not impossible for someone to be hiking or camping out here, who stands silently in the dark, by the side of a road, and points like that. No flashlight, no tent visible in the trees, no dog, not even a headlamp. And she didn't move, didn't try to flag us down, didn't wave. Just pointed. And somehow my boyfriend saw her in time, and we swerved, and we missed the elk. I kept trying to make sense of it. Maybe she was a camper who heard the elk moving and wanted to warn us. Maybe. But even that seemed off. What camper just waits by the road at that hour with no gear visible? Why not wave? Or call out? Why just point and vanish? We sat there a while longer, waiting for our breathing to return to normal. Eventually, we started moving again, slowly at first, both of us glancing toward the sides of the road like we expected something else to step out. After a few more miles, we came to a sign that marked the edge of a recreational zone, and after that, the trees started to thin out. Eventually, we pulled over at a rest area with a single light buzzing over the bathroom structure. The building looked like it hadn't been cleaned in a while, but at that point, we both needed to stretch and collect ourselves. He got out first and lit a cigarette, walking a few steps away into the open clearing while I just leaned against the car, arms crossed. He didn't say much. Neither of us did. The adrenaline had worn off, but something about the encounter lingered, just beneath the surface. That weird, unsettled feeling you get when you know something happened that doesn't quite fit into a box. We kept driving afterward, still on edge. The rest of the trip went mostly fine, nothing weird after that. We made it to the Grand Canyon. It was stunning, but even days later, I'd find myself staring at the tree line while we hiked, watching for movement that didn't belong, listening, thinking about that moment. It wasn't about the elk anymore. It was about the woman he saw, or said he saw. I trust him. He wasn't making it up. I could tell by the way he reacted. It was real to him. But what I couldn't get past was why she was there. Why she did what she did. Why she wasn't there when we looked again. How she disappeared into a place that had no hiding spots that close to the road. And the way she pointed, it was so deliberate. Like she knew what was coming, where it would come from, and exactly when we'd be there. I kept going over it, kept trying to logic my way around it. Maybe she lived nearby. Maybe she was dropped off by someone. Maybe she was a ranger in plain clothes checking for animals near the road. I thought of every possible explanation. I wanted it to make sense, but it didn't. You don't just stumble across a woman alone on a pitch-black road in the middle of a forest, standing still and pointing to danger you can't see yet. Not without it sticking with you. I think about it a lot, even now. How thin the margin was between seeing her and not seeing her. How easily we could have been just another wreck out there in the forest, hit something too big to survive. No cell signal, no help. I wonder if anyone else has seen her, if anyone else was warned. And if not, why us? We never saw her again. We didn't see any other animals on the road after that either. The drive out of the forest felt a little more distant, like we'd passed through something. Like we'd narrowly missed something we weren't supposed to walk away from. There's no big twist to the story. No ghosts. No glowing eyes in the trees. Just a woman on a road. A herd of elk. A near miss. But something about it still gets under my skin. Because she was real to him. And the elk were definitely real. And maybe that's what makes it even stranger. That it all actually happened. I often go up to Alaska to visit my grandparents, and one of my favorite things to do while I'm there is fly fishing. It's probably my favorite hobby besides music. The quiet of the rivers, the fresh mountain air, the way the fish tug at the line, it all feels perfect to me. But one summer when I was about 14, something happened that stuck with me. Something that changed how I look at those trips forever. That year, like always, my grandfather and I planned a hike to our favorite fishing spot. It's a pretty intense walk, almost 8 hours, carrying everything we need: tents, food, fishing gear. The trail winds through dense forests and rocky hillsides, cutting through wilderness that's mostly untouched. The air smells like pine and damp earth, and the sound of the wind through the trees is always with you. We start early in the morning, the sky just beginning to lighten. About halfway along the trail, something caught my eye. Right in the middle of the path was this strange formation. 2 medium-sized pine trees, broken at the base and leaning against each other at the top, forming a giant letter A. The trees were the kind you see everywhere on the mountainsides, thick, bushy pine with lots of needles. They weren't cut neatly or anything, just snapped off, the broken stumps sticking out like jagged teeth on either side of the trail. My grandfather and I just stared at it for a minute. It wasn't natural, and it didn't seem like the work of the wind or an animal. Someone must have done this, but why? We shrugged it off and passed under it, thinking maybe it was some kind of weird sign left by other hikers or locals trying to mark the trail or just mess around. Nothing else like it on the hike so far, so we kept moving. By the time we reached the campsite, the sky was turning soft pink and orange from the evening light. The camp was nestled in a clearing surrounded by trees, a small creek babbling nearby. But then we noticed more broken trees, exactly like the ones on the trail. These trees were snapped right at the base and leaned against each other in the same shape, spaced irregularly but clearly deliberate. Not 1 or 2, but maybe 6 or 7 of them around the clearing. Both me and my grandfather were confused. He spent more summers up here than I can count, and he said he had never seen anything like this before. It wasn't like usual logging damage or storm damage. These were deliberate, but why? The thought crossed both our minds that maybe some idiots had come up here and were trying to scare people or claim the spot somehow. But it felt off. Too neat, too precise. We tried to ignore it and get set up. We pitched our tents a few feet apart, my single-person tent and his a little bigger one nearby. The evening was quiet after that, the only sounds the crackling fire and the occasional splash from the creek. I was exhausted from the hike and fell asleep pretty quickly. Then, in the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by my grandfather shaking my shoulder. It was dark, but because of the time of year, the night was just a deep blue twilight rather than pitch black. I crawled out of my tent, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and looked around. Then I heard it, a high-pitched scream, sharp and piercing. It sounded like a lynx, which I've heard before up here. But there was something different about this scream, something unnatural. It had a weird echo, almost like it was stretched out and twisted, not the normal cry of an animal. We stayed quiet, listening, hoping it was just a stray animal passing by. But the scream came again and again, echoing through the trees, closer and then fading off. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching us. Morning finally came. We got up early, packed our fishing gear, and headed down to the river. The water was cold and clear, the kind that comes from melting snow up in the mountains. The riverbank was steep on one side, covered with thick brush and a berm of dirt with large rocks sitting on top. We found a good spot there and started fishing. The morning was going well. Both of us caught a lot of grayling. The sun was warm on my back, and the water sparkled like liquid glass. But after about 30 minutes, something broke the calm. From the direction of our camp, we heard a loud racket, like someone was throwing things around, stomping and yelling. And then that scream again, the same high-pitched cry from the night before, rising and falling through the trees. Then a second scream answered it, coming from just behind the berm near us. My grandfather and I froze, turning our heads towards the brush, trying to see what was there. Movement caught my eye, something dark, strange-shaped, popping up and down just over the other side of the berm. It wasn't an animal I recognized. The shape of its head was weird, like a blunt, rounded triangle, almost like Patrick Star from SpongeBob, but darker grayish. We only got glimpses of it, just the upper part of what looked like a forehead and eyes. Before we could process any of it, a huge rock, no joke, bigger than I was at the time, flew over the berm and landed right in front of us with a thunderous crash. It was like someone had thrown it with full force. We didn't wait around to figure out who or what. It was time to run. We bolted, scrambling back towards the camp. When we got there, the scene was chaotic. Our gear was everywhere. Coolers smashed, fishing rods snapped, packs torn open and contents spilled out. The tents were shredded in places. Fabric ripped like some wild animal had clawed at them. There was no doubt something had been there, wrecking our camp while we were away. Then we heard the scream again, that same sharp cry, echoing through the clearing and into the trees beyond. We didn't hesitate. We ran. We ran hard and fast, the cold air burning in my lungs. The sounds followed us, whoops and screams bouncing through the forest behind us, getting closer and then fading out again. My legs burned, my throat was dry, and at one point I puked from the exertion. But there was no stopping. We kept running, the trail twisting and turning beneath our feet, until we came back to that strange shape. The broken trees snapped in half and pushed aside like some angry force had tossed them. That's when it really hit me. This wasn't just some prank or weird natural occurrence. Something had been out there, something big and angry and dangerous. We finally made it back to my grandfather's truck at the trailhead, breathless and shaking. Neither of us said a word for a long time, just sat there staring at the dark forest behind us. Then he started the engine, and we drove away as fast as we could. I've never gone back to that spot. I never want to know what it was that tore through our camp or made those screams in the night. Whatever it wasn't human. It wasn't any animal I know of. It was something wild and terrifying, and I'm just grateful we got out when we did. Now, whenever I think about that trip, the memory sends a cold shiver down my spine. The wilderness up there is beautiful, sure, but it's also full of things you don't want to run into. And that summer, I learned that the mountains can hide dark secrets. Things you don't want to see, things that want to be left alone. I keep fishing, keep coming back to Alaska, but I steer clear of that trail, that camp, and those broken trees. Some places just aren't meant for people like me. When I was 11 years old, my summer was shaping up to be pretty uneventful until my mom told me we were going to visit my aunt, who lived in a small, peaceful city out in the countryside. It wasn't really what I wanted to do, especially since I liked spending my days playing video games and riding my bike around the neighborhood. But she said we were going for my cousin's birthday party, so I didn't argue too much. I guess I was excited to see my cousins again, especially John and Sarah. We always had a good time together, even though they sometimes annoyed me like all cousins do. The city wasn't exactly in the middle of nowhere, but it had that quiet, sleepy feel to it. The houses were small but well kept, the streets were narrow and lined with trees, and there were no big buildings or malls, just a few small shops and cafes. There was a calmness to it that made everything feel slow, like time moved differently there. People waved at each other as they walked by, and everyone seemed to know each other. It felt safe, like nothing bad ever happened there. We arrived in the early afternoon. The sun was out, and it was hotter than I expected. My aunt greeted us with hugs and a big smile, and the smell of something baking hit me as soon as we walked into her house. I remember thinking that even though I wasn't thrilled about the trip, this part didn't seem so bad. My cousin, the birthday boy, was super excited. He was turning 9, and they had set up a pool in the backyard for all the kids to swim in. I spent most of that first day swimming, which would have been more fun if I hadn't stubbornly refused to put on sunscreen. My mom offered, and I rolled my eyes and said no like I always did. I don't know what it was. Maybe I thought it made me look lame. But by the end of the day, my shoulders and face were starting to turn red, and I could already feel that familiar sting when I moved. I didn't say anything, of course. I just tried to act normal, even as the skin on my back started to burn worse than before. That night was the party. They had a bunch of snacks and lights set up in the backyard, and music was playing from a speaker someone brought out. It wasn't wild or anything, just a bunch of family, neighbors, and kids playing games and eating cake. But it was fun. I remember standing near the snack table with a soda in my hand, the sky already dark, stars just beginning to show, when John suggested we go explore a little. He had that look on his face, the one that meant he wanted to do something we probably shouldn't. Sarah came along too. She was a year older than me, and the kind of cousin who always acted like she knew everything. She had her arms crossed like she didn't really want to come, but didn't want to be left behind either. So the three of us slipped out of the backyard, down a narrow alley between two houses, and ended up walking along the edge of the neighborhood. That's when we passed it, the warehouse. It looked completely out of place in that town. Everything else was houses or little shops, but there it was, sitting at the edge of a weedy lot, half hidden behind a broken chain-link fence. The building was wide and low, made of rusted metal panels, with dirty windows and a sagging roof. There were no lights, no signs, no cars parked nearby. Just this dead, silent building that felt wrong somehow, like it didn't belong in a place like this. I remember slowing down as we passed it, just staring at it. There was something about it that made my stomach twist. Maybe it was the way the light from the street lamps didn't quite reach the building, or how the windows looked completely black, even though they should have reflected something. I couldn't explain it. I didn't say anything, but I felt it. John stopped too. He squinted at the building, then turned to look at me. That's when he said it. "Carl, is it just me, or is there something on fire outside?" I looked where he was pointing. My heart jumped into my throat. In the darkness, just beyond the warehouse, I could see a faint orange glow, like a small fire, flickering low and slow. It wasn't big, but it was there. My voice cracked when I answered. "Why, yes, there is." We stood there, just staring, and that's when Sarah gasped. "There's a guy over there. Holy shit, there's a guy over there." I looked again and saw it. A figure, standing near the fire. Just standing there, not moving. I couldn't make out his face, or what he was doing. He wasn't looking at us. At least, I don't think he was. But something about the way he stood, it was like he knew we were there. Like he was waiting. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to run. I didn't think. I just said, "We better start running or we finna become missinda." And then I turned and sprinted. We ran back the way we came, through the alley, past the houses, back into the backyard where the music was still playing and people were laughing and eating cake like nothing had happened. My chest was heaving, my skin felt like it was on fire from the sunburn, and I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. When we finally stopped, catching our breath near the pool, I looked at Sarah and said, "Holy crap, that was scary." She nodded. "Yeah, we should just relax now. After the party, we'll just sleep and go back to our houses the next day." I tried to calm down. I really did. We got some soda, sat by the edge of the pool, and pretended everything was fine. The rest of the night went on like normal. People laughed, the birthday boy opened his presents, and eventually we all went to bed, squeezed into sleeping bags on the floor of my aunt's living room. The next morning, the sun was shining again like nothing had happened. My skin was now officially a mess, bright red and starting to peel. But I didn't complain. After breakfast, we all decided to go to a lake nearby. It was supposed to be a relaxing end to the weekend before everyone went back to their homes. The lake was actually beautiful. Calm, clear water surrounded by trees and tall grass. We didn't swim, just sat by the edge, threw rocks into the water, and talked. I tried to let the quiet wash over me, to forget the warehouse and the man and the fire. It almost worked, but I couldn't shake it. Even as we drove back home that evening, even as I unpacked my bag and lay in my own bed for the first time in a few days, the image of that warehouse stayed with me. The dark windows, the fire, that still, silent figure standing there. A couple of weeks passed. I was back into my regular routine. School hadn't started yet, so I spent most of my time inside, playing games, reading, just killing time. One night, I was scrolling on my phone before bed when I saw the headline. It was local news from the area near my aunt's city. Abandoned warehouse housed fugitive child predator. My heart stopped. I clicked the article. My palms started sweating as I read. Apparently, a man in his 40s had been arrested after police raided an old warehouse on the edge of town. He had been living there secretly for months. The article said he had a history of abuse charges and was suspected in the disappearance of 2 kids from a neighboring county. Inside the warehouse, they found signs that he had been keeping people there: ropes, dirty blankets, chains. The article didn't go into all the details, but it said he was being held without bail, and the investigation was ongoing. I just sat there, staring at my screen. My mouth was dry. I couldn't move. My whole body felt cold, even though it was the middle of summer. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, going over every second of that night. What if we had gone closer? What if he had seen us? What if we hadn't run? That thought still hits me sometimes. How close we came. How easily it could have gone another way. To everyone else, it was just a creepy building. A rundown warehouse in a quiet little city. But for us, for me, it became something I'd never forget. After that, I didn't visit that part of the countryside again. My aunt eventually moved to a different place, and I haven't been back since. I still see John and Sarah sometimes. We talk about it every now and then, but not too often. It's one of those memories that you tuck away, hoping it fades. But it doesn't. It stays with you. And even now, when I pass an old building that looks too quiet, too empty, I feel that same twist in my stomach. That same whisper in the back of my head. Run. I was around 11 or 12 when it happened, but the memory still feels like something that just happened last week. It comes back sometimes when I'm laying in bed at night, or when I'm in a car at night and watching the edge of the road. Even after all these years, I still haven't been able to explain it, and I've never told many people about it because of how crazy it sounds. But I know what I saw. It was summer, late July, I think. I remember the air had that thick, muggy feel to it that made everything smell like leaves and dirt and the exhaust from the car. I was riding in the back seat of my friend Jacob's mom's SUV, one of those bigger models with a bench seat in the back and slightly tinted windows. It was late, definitely after midnight. I think it was around 1 a.m., give or take. Jacob was asleep next to me, head tilted against the window, mouth slightly open. His mom was up front, driving, and some friend of hers, an older lady I didn't know well, was in the passenger seat. I was the only one still awake in the back. We were deep in the woods somewhere in northern New Jersey. I don't remember the exact town. I don't even think I knew at the time. We'd driven for what felt like forever after leaving the highway. The road we were on now was narrow and full of curves, with tall trees lining both sides. There were no streetlights, no houses, no signs of anything really. Just trees and shadows, and the sound of the tires on the road. The high beams were on, cutting through the darkness in front of us, and they were bright enough that I could see the edges of the trees and brush that hugged both shoulders of the road. Every now and then, the light would catch on the pale underbelly of a leaf or a stretch of bark, making the shadows seem even deeper. I was tired but not sleepy. That kind of wired feeling you get when you've stayed up too long and your body's running on fumes, but your brain won't shut off. I remember resting my chin on my folded arms on the back of the front seat, looking straight ahead, trying to keep myself entertained. I didn't have a phone back then, and I didn't bring a book. I think I was just watching the road, letting my mind wander, half listening to the low hum of the front seat conversation that had gone quiet after a while. The only other sound was the crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves when we passed a bend. It must have been around then that I saw something on the right side of the road. At first, it was just a shape, a blur in my peripheral vision. something moving just outside the range of the high beams coming out of the tree line. I remember leaning forward a bit, squinting through the windshield and the side window, trying to get a better look. The car was going about 45 miles per hour. I know because I looked at the speedometer out of boredom. That's when I noticed how weird it was that whatever I was seeing was keeping up with us. It was running, no moving, alongside the car, just beyond the edge of the road. I thought it was a deer at first, but it didn't move like a deer. It didn't move like any animal I knew. It wasn't bounding or galloping. It wasn't loping like a bear or darting like a coyote. It was running on all fours, but the way it did it was off, unnatural. The arms or front legs, whatever they were longer than they should have been, and the back moved in this unsettling rhythm, like it was forcing itself forward, not fluid like an animal built to run. It looked awkward, like someone crawling really fast. I couldn't see it clearly at first. It was just a pale blur, flickering in and out of the trees, but it was definitely there. Every time the car passed a break in the trees, the high beams or even the side light would catch a glimpse of it. And then all of a sudden, it came into full view for maybe half a second. That half second is burned into my mind. I saw it clearly. It was pale. Not white, exactly, but a sickly grayish color, like the skin of something that had never seen sunlight. It looked like a person running on all fours. Its back was arched and its head was low, and the limbs were way too long, especially the arms. The skin looked almost stretched, like there wasn't enough muscle underneath to fill it out. And the way it moved, it didn't look like it was supposed to move that way. It looked like someone trying to imitate the way a dog or a big cat runs, but not getting it right. I remember the way its spine curved unnaturally and how its hands, or whatever they were, touched the ground with this horrible, knuckled gait, like it was dragging its fingers for traction. There was no fur, no clothes, just pale, almost bluish-gray skin that caught the light for a moment before it slipped back into the dark. I blinked, and it was gone. I thought it had turned into the woods, but then, just a second later, it reappeared. This time on the other side of the road. It had jumped, over the road, over the car, and landed in the trees on the left side. I didn't see the jump itself, just the end of it. 1 second it was gone, and then it was there, disappearing into the brush. I remember just staring out the left window, frozen. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't say anything. I don't know why. Maybe I thought I imagined it. Maybe I was afraid that saying it out loud would make it real. Or maybe I just knew that no one would believe me. Jacob was still asleep, his head bouncing gently with the motion of the car. His mom and her friend were still talking softly, unaware of anything. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. The way it ran, the way it looked, the way it jumped. I kept looking out the windows, both sides, trying to catch another glimpse of it, but I never did. The rest of the ride passed without anything else strange happening. Eventually, we pulled into a long gravel driveway, arriving at a cabin or a house tucked into the trees. It was dark and quiet and smelled like moss and damp wood. We only stayed for a short visit. I think they were dropping something off or checking on something. I stayed in the car, pretending to be asleep because I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to be in those woods, even for a minute. Not after what I saw. The ride home was quiet. Jacob stayed asleep. I eventually nodded off too, but even in sleep, my mind kept circling back to that shape, that thing running next to us. That pale skin, those long limbs, that unnatural way of moving. I've thought about it a lot over the years. I've tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a really skinny bear with mange. Maybe a person, but who could run that fast on all fours? And why would they be out there in the middle of the night, in the woods, naked and pale, and moving like that? I've looked into animals that live in that area. Deer, coyotes, even escaped pets. Nothing I've found fits. No animal runs like that. No animal looks like that. And I've never seen anything close to it again. Just that one night. One moment. Some people might say it was just my imagination. That I was tired and in the dark and maybe dreaming with my eyes open. But I know I was awake. I remember checking the speedometer. I remember the chill that ran through me when I saw it. That wasn't a dream. It was real as anything I've ever seen. I never told Jacob, never told his mom, never brought it up again, even to my own parents. I knew they'd either laugh it off or give me that look, the one adults give when they think you're being silly, but don't want to hurt your feelings. But I know what I saw. I'll never forget it. The pale, gray skin, the way it moved, the jump over the car. and how it vanished into the trees like it had never been there. I don't know what it was. I probably never will. But something was out there that night. Something real. Something I wasn't supposed to see. And even now, all these years later, I still think about it. Whenever I'm driving down a dark road, especially through woods, I can't help but glance out the window, watching the tree line. Just in case. Because part of me believes, no, part of me knows, that whatever it was, it's still out there. I was 16 when it happened. Old enough to think I knew better than everyone else, but still young enough to act like I didn't have a clue what the world could really be like. That summer, I was staying with some extended family in a quiet, wooded part of the state, somewhere that didn't even have a gas station for 15 miles in any direction. My cousin's place sat just a few hundred feet from the edge of thick forest that stretched for what felt like forever. It was meant to be a simple few weeks of hiking, swimming in cold lakes, and late nights around a fire. I didn't expect anything weird to happen. It was the second week there when I met two seasonal workers who were around my age. They had come in for summer work, helping out at a small campground nearby. They weren't exactly friends, but we hung out a few times, just enough for them to feel familiar. One of them was taller, lanky, with a mop of dark hair and that restless energy that made you feel like he was always ready to move. The other was quieter, more solid, with a blank expression that gave away nothing. I remember their names, but I won't write them here. Doesn't seem right for a story like this. One evening, after the sun had started to dip and the air took on that cooler, deeper smell of pine and dirt, they asked if I wanted to take a walk through the woods. Said they knew a path that looped back behind the camp and cut through some older parts of the forest. I said sure. I didn't think anything of it. I was 16. I had no fear of woods, especially with two other people there. We walked for a while, maybe half an hour, talking here and there, but mostly just taking in the quiet. It was that kind of silence you get only in deep woods, not dead silence, but living quiet. You could hear the trees shifting in the wind, some birds further away, the occasional crack of a twig. The trail we were on was barely a trail at all, more like the ghost of a path people had used in the past. But the two seasonals seemed to know it well. They said they walked it every summer when they came back for work. I remember the way they looked around, almost like they were checking landmarks, not wanting to miss something. We passed an old wooden post that looked like it had once held a sign, though it was long gone now. There was a fallen log across the path that had been there so long, people just stepped over it instead of moving it. Then we hit this small rise, a gentle hill, and just over it was where everything changed. There, tucked between a small clearing and some crooked pine trees, was a house. It looked old, really old. The kind of old that didn't come from style or design, but from years of neglect. The stairs up to the porch were rotted and broken in spots. The front door leaned in its frame, not fully closed. One of the windows on the side was shattered, glass still hanging from the frame like jagged teeth. The wood on the walls was weathered gray, and a few boards were missing entirely. We all stopped walking at the same time. The taller guy whispered something I didn't catch, just a soft noise under his breath, and then the quieter one took a step back. I remember how he looked at it, his eyes wide, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The taller one's face got tight, his jaw clenched, and then he shook his head and said something about how that house shouldn't be there. They both started talking over each other then, not loud, but fast and clipped. One of them said he'd walked this path every summer, and that house had never been there. Not once. They kept repeating that. Every year, this trail was the same. The trees, the rocks, even the broken log. But never that house. Then one of them, I think it was the quiet one, started to tear up. Just a little bit, but it was real. His voice broke when he said he didn't understand. How the hell does a house just show up in a place like this? No fresh tracks, no signs of construction, nothing. I remember standing there and just not feeling it. Not fear, not curiosity. Nothing. I didn't believe them. I figured they were messing with me. Maybe trying to freak me out because I was the new kid. Or maybe it was some abandoned place they knew about and were using it as a prank. So I said, screw it, let's check it out. They looked at me like I was insane. The taller one shook his head immediately. He wasn't going near it. The other one didn't even respond, just turned and started walking back the way we came. I hesitated for a second, watching them leave, and then I turned back to the house one last time. That's when I saw it. In one of the front windows, the one that was still mostly intact, though streaked with grime and dust, I saw a face. Or I think I did. It was pale, almost too pale. And it was smiling. Not a big grin, not cartoonish, but just enough to show teeth. The head didn't move, the body didn't shift, but it was there, looking right at me. My whole chest went cold. It only lasted a second. I blinked, looked again, and it was gone. Or maybe it had never been there. The light was low. The sun had dipped below the trees, and the whole forest was that dim, gray color that makes everything harder to see. Maybe it was a reflection. Maybe it was nothing. But I didn't wait to find out. I turned and caught up with the other two. We didn't talk much on the way back. No one said anything about the house. They were both walking fast, heads down, like they just wanted to put distance between themselves and whatever we'd seen. When we got back to camp, they split off without a word. I sat by the fire that night, thinking about it. At the time, I still didn't believe it. Not fully. I thought maybe they were playing a long con prank. Maybe I imagined the face because they got in my head. I didn't talk about it to anyone. I figured if I brought it up, they'd say I was crazy, or worse, laugh like it was all a joke, and I fell for it. Years went by. I didn't forget about it, but it turned into more of a weird memory than anything else. One of those things you file away under strange, but probably explainable. Then, 5 years later, I went back. I was 21 by then, back in the same area visiting family. I had a couple cousins who were teenagers at the time, and we decided to go for a hike. I remembered the path, mostly. Enough of it. The broken post was still there. The log over the trail had rotted more, but you could still step over it. The trees hadn't changed much. Everything looked almost exactly the same. I didn't tell them about the house. I just wanted to see if it was still there. We walked up the same rise, and when we got to the top, I stopped. There was nothing there. No house. Not even a foundation. Just dirt, moss, and pine needles. A couple of rocks, and a fallen tree off to the side. Nothing that said anything had ever been built there. The clearing was the same size, the same shape, but it was empty. I walked around, looked for anything that might explain it. Maybe the house had collapsed. Maybe it had been moved. But there were no signs. No scattered boards. No nails. No old bricks or concrete footings. Just forest. I didn't say much on the way back. My cousins joked around, talked about other stuff, but I was somewhere else. My brain kept circling back to what I saw, or thought I saw, that evening 5 years earlier. I replayed it all. The broken stairs, the crooked door, the pale face. Even now, years later, I can't explain it. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters or any of that stuff. I still don't, but I know what I saw. I know how freaked out those two seasonals were. That wasn't a joke to them. They were scared. I could feel it. I don't know if the house was real. Maybe it was some old cabin that finally rotted away and vanished into the woods. Maybe my brain filled in the blanks. Maybe those guys were messing with me harder than I realized. But something happened there. Something I haven't been able to shake. Every time I think back to that day, a chill runs down my back. Not from fear, exactly. More like recognition. Like something was off and I knew it, even if I couldn't say what. I haven't walked that path again. I probably won't. There are other trails, other woods. But that spot, that rise where the clearing opens up, that place doesn't sit right with me. Not because of what I saw, but because of what I can't prove I did. I was in 5th grade when we went on the annual field trip to the Redwoods. Every year, our school took the entire 5th grade class to a campsite somewhere deep in the forest. It was kind of a big deal for us at that age. The trip lasted 4 nights, and we were split into groups, each assigned to cabins and camp leaders, adults who helped keep things organized and safe. Most of the kids were excited about it, and I was too, even though I didn't like being away from home that long. Still, the Redwoods were beautiful. The trees were massive, thicker than cars and taller than anything I'd ever seen in my life. Even during the day, the forest always seemed a little dim because of how tall and dense the trees were. We did all sorts of activities during the trip, learning about wildlife, doing group games, eating around the campfire. I remember how the air always smelled like pine and damp earth. And even though it was chilly at night, it wasn't cold enough to be uncomfortable. Everything was new and exciting. We were told not to bring snacks to our cabins because of raccoons and possibly bears, and that rule was drilled into our heads every night. One of the most memorable events of the trip was the night hike. Everyone talked about it like it was a rite of passage. The night hike happened on the third night, and it always started late, around 11 p.m. That's when the woods would be pitch black, and the hike would feel like something out of a survival show. They gave us these flashlights that barely worked. The light they gave off was so faint that it reminded me of a glow-in-the-dark sticker after it's been in the light for too long. Just a soft greenish glow you could barely see anything with. We were told this was on purpose. It was supposed to help our eyes adjust to the dark, so we could experience the forest as the animals did. Before we set out that night, something happened. I'm still not sure what. All I know is that our group was supposed to start our hike at 11 sharp, but we didn't leave until around 11:15. We were all gathered near the trailhead, just waiting around, and the camp leaders were talking among themselves in hushed voices. They didn't tell us anything, just that there was a delay. Nobody seemed too worried at the time. A few of the kids whispered that someone had gotten hurt or that there was a bear, but nobody knew anything for sure. Eventually, we were told to line up and prepare to start the hike, same as always. We started walking in a single file line, sticking close together, flashlights in hand, but barely using them. The rule was to stay quiet, so we wouldn't disturb any animals. The forest at night was a completely different world. The darkness was thick. The faint beam of my flashlight didn't go far, maybe a couple of feet, and the shadows made everything feel closer than it really was. I could hear my own breathing, the crunch of dried leaves and twigs under boots, and sometimes the sound of an owl in the distance. Occasionally, we'd hear branches snap in the distance, but that was normal. We were told there were deer, raccoons, foxes, maybe even a bobcat or two, but they stayed away from people. We kept walking for a long time. Time felt strange in the woods. 5 minutes felt like 30. I kept glancing behind me to make sure I wasn't falling behind. There were at least 20 of us, maybe more, all moving together, and the camp leaders were at the front and back of the line. We stopped every now and then so the line could catch up. It was so quiet that I could hear someone clearing their throat from 10 people away. About halfway through the hike, something happened that none of us were prepared for. It started with a noise. I don't really know how to describe it even now. It wasn't an animal sound I recognized. It wasn't a growl or a howl or even something mechanical. It was a deep, dragging sound, kind of like something heavy being pulled through wet leaves, but slower, and it had this weird, guttural rhythm to it. It came from off the trail, somewhere deep in the woods, and when it happened, everyone froze. Even the camp leaders stopped walking. No one said anything. We just stood there, barely breathing, flashlights still pointed at the ground in front of us. The air felt different, like it was pressing against my skin. I looked around at the others. Some kids had their mouths open, staring off into the trees, trying to see what it was. The camp leader near the back slowly raised a hand, palm out, signaling for everyone to stay still. Then we heard it again. The same sound, but louder this time. Closer. It was dragging, heavy, wet, but also wrong. Like it was made by something trying to sound like an animal, but not quite getting it right. It ended in this sharp, quick twitch of sound that made my skin crawl. That sound didn't belong in the forest. I knew it. The camp leaders knew it too. They didn't speak, but the mood changed. They were alert, focused. They turned their heads in the direction the sound had come from. I could barely make out anything beyond a few feet of light, but I felt like something was out there, watching us. We stood there for what felt like 10 minutes. The whole group was dead silent. No one dared whisper or even move much. I remember trying to listen for more sounds, anything, but the forest went completely quiet. No owls, no wind, no twigs snapping. Just our breathing. After a while, the lead camp leader slowly turned and started the group walking again. We didn't go faster, but we didn't stop again either. We just kept going, quieter than ever, barely using our flashlights. My heart was pounding the whole time. I kept expecting to hear that sound again, but we didn't. We finished the hike as planned. It took us about 45 more minutes, maybe more. By the time we got back to camp, it was just past midnight. Everyone looked drained, tired and pale, not from exhaustion but from tension. I didn't talk to anyone on the way back to the cabins. I just walked inside, lay on my bunk, and stared at the ceiling for a while before I finally fell asleep. The next morning was strange. We were supposed to stay another night. That had always been the plan. But after breakfast, we were told to pack our bags. No reason was given, just that we were leaving early. The camp leaders and teachers didn't explain much. Some of them looked tense, others just tired, but none of them gave any clear answers. Some kids asked questions, but were told to focus on packing. We loaded into the buses by early afternoon and were on our way home by 2 p.m. That was it. The trip was over. At school, no one talked about it much. Some kids joked about the hike. Others said they didn't hear anything weird. But I knew what I heard, and I remembered the way the camp leaders reacted. That wasn't just some raccoon making noises. It wasn't a deer stepping on a branch. It was something else. For a while, I tried to make sense of it. I thought about what animals made sounds like that. I even looked some up when I got home. Bear growls, cougar screams, elk calls. Nothing came close to that dragging, distorted sound. It felt too slow, too wet, like something was crawling and breathing at the same time. Sometimes I wondered if it was an injured animal, but even that didn't explain why the forest had gone completely silent after. It didn't explain the reaction of the camp leaders either. I kept thinking about the incident they mentioned before the hike. Maybe someone else had heard or seen something earlier that night. Maybe whatever made that sound had been around for longer than we realized. And that's why we left early. That's the only explanation that makes sense to me. It's been years since that trip, and I still think about it sometimes. The redwoods are supposed to be peaceful, quiet, full of life. And they were most of the time. But that night, they felt different. I've gone camping since then, in other places, but I've never done a night hike again. Not like that. I still don't know what it was. I don't have any answers. I just know that it wasn't human. And whatever it was close. Too close. In 2014, I was driving late at night on Highway 81 in southwest Oklahoma. It was about 2 a.m., and I hadn't seen a single other car for at least 30 minutes. The road stretched out like a black ribbon, cutting through flat, empty land with nothing but fields and the occasional fence post for miles. I was between Chickasha and Rush Springs, basically in the middle of nowhere. The night was quiet except for the hum of my tires on the asphalt and the occasional chirp of crickets. The sky was clear, the stars dimmed by the distant glow of some town far away. I remember the road felt endless, and the darkness seemed to press in closer the further I went. The highway was one of those long stretches where your eyes start playing tricks on you, where the lines on the road blur and the shadows seem to twitch just beyond your headlights. As I crested a small rise in the road, something caught my eye. Up ahead, on the right side of the road, I saw the unmistakable outline of a car, but it was upside down, half submerged in a ditch. My heart skipped. I slammed on the brakes so hard my tires screeched, and the car lurched forward, coming to a sudden stop just short of the wreck. I grabbed my phone out of the cup holder, but before I even got a chance to call, I noticed a figure lying just outside the car. At first glance, it looked like a man was sleeping on his side in the grass and dirt by the edge of the ditch. But something was wrong. Something about the way he was there, completely still limp, didn't look right. I jumped out and ran over to him. The cool night air hit me hard, and the silence was thick, broken only by the sound of my own footsteps crunching on the gravel. When I reached the man, I put my hand on his shoulder, and he slumped over onto his back like a rag doll. That's when I saw it. His head was smashed flat on the left side, blood caked and dried, soaking into the dirt. His abdomen was open, the insides exposed, and the smell hit me before I fully realized what I was looking at. It was the sick, sharp stench of whiskey mixed with something far worse. The man was dead, completely dead. No pulse, no movement. I took a shaky breath and fumbled for my phone again, dialing 911. I gave them an approximate location, the stretch of road, the landmarks near the crash, and told them what I'd found. The dispatcher told me the nearest help was about 25 minutes away, and that I needed to stay at the scene until emergency personnel arrived. I hung up, feeling the weight of the silence settle back and around me. I was alone, out here, in the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma. The only company was a dead man, a smashed car, and the dark, empty night. I didn't know what to do. My hands were trembling, the cold night air crawling under my skin like ants. I looked around, trying to find something to steady myself on, but the ditch was just a ditch, the road just a stretch of asphalt, and the fields just black shapes in the dark. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I took the dead man's hand, cold and stiff in mine, and I said the Lord's Prayer. My voice was barely a whisper, breaking and trembling. After that, I found a shirt that was hanging out of the car door and gently covered his face with it. I wanted to give him some dignity, even though it felt meaningless against what had happened. And then I heard it. The coyotes started howling. At first, it was just a low, distant noise, a far-off chorus of eerie yips and yowls. But then it grew louder, closer, more urgent. It was a sound I'd never heard before, or at least never really paid attention to, a mix of shrill screeches and haunting cries, like children hurt and scared in the dark. The noises seemed to circle around me, weaving through the empty fields and trees like invisible predators. For the next 15 minutes, I sat in the car, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles went white. The coyotes moved just outside my headlights, slipping between shadows and making the night feel alive with menace. I could hear them crossing the road, their howls echoing off the empty fields, the sound like 1,000 little claws scratching at the edges of my mind. I was faced with a decision. Do I stay in the car and let whatever was out there come up and tear at the body? Or do I get out and try to protect it somehow? I didn't know if I was braver or just more foolish, but I chose to get out. I went to the trunk, fumbled around in the dark until I found the tire iron. It was heavy and cold in my hands. I walked back over to where the man lay, every step making my heart beat faster, every rustle of grass sounding like an alarm. I stood there, gripping the tire iron, feeling like I was about to fight something I couldn't see but knew was there. The darkness felt like a living thing, a predator waiting just beyond the circle of light my car cast on the road. The howling grew louder again, circling closer and closer. I realized then I wasn't in control. The primal part of me, the part that wants to survive at all costs, kicked in. I felt a strange mix of fear and rage bubbling up inside me, the kind of raw, animal fury that comes when you're facing something dangerous and unknown. I waited, gripping the tire iron like a weapon, ready to fight like a wild animal if I had to. Then, out of nowhere, headlights appeared in the distance. My heart leapt. Finally, help was coming. The car pulled over beside me, a beat-up Pontiac Grand Am, filled with a group of rough-looking guys. They were wired, wild-eyed, like they'd been up all night on something. They looked me over, saw the dead man, and then the wreck. Without a word, they pulled out several handguns and a couple of flashlights, their faces alight with a strange kind of excitement, ready to shoot whatever was lurking out in the dark. The noise of their guns firing into the night made me jump. It was almost as unsettling as the coyotes themselves. These men were dangerous, just a different kind of danger. After a few tense minutes, the sound of a siren in the distance caught our attention. The guys shouted, jumped in their car, and sped off as quickly as they had appeared. The siren grew louder, and soon a state trooper arrived, followed by 2 deputy sheriffs and 3 city cops from a small town called Ninica. Finally, an ambulance pulled up, lights flashing but silent in the heavy night air. They looked over the body, took their time, and then officially pronounced the man dead. The cops swarmed me with questions, asking every detail they could think of, searching my car for drugs even though I've been clean for 7 years. They found nothing. After what felt like forever, they thanked me for staying and told me I could go. I got back into my car, the night suddenly feeling even darker and colder than before. As I pulled back onto the highway, the loneliness hit me like a wave. I was back on that endless stretch of road, the same darkness stretching out ahead of me, but everything had changed. I wasn't just a man driving through the night anymore. I was someone who had faced death, who had been alone with a dead body and the wild animals circling close enough to hear their breaths. I felt like I'd been in a fight, like something raw and real had been exposed beneath the thin layers of everyday life. The truth is, our civilized behavior, the way we talk, the rules we follow, it's just a thin veneer. Underneath, we're still animals. We still want to survive. When the night closes in, when you're alone with nothing but your own fear, that part of you takes over. It's brutal, it's raw, and it doesn't care about laws or prayers. Driving down that pitch-black road, with nothing but the hum of my engine and the memory of that man lying in the ditch, I knew I'd never forget what it felt like to be truly alone, and to realize just how thin the line between order and chaos really is. I remember that evening clearly, the way the sun was sinking low over the horizon as me and my 2 mates started making our way down to the beach. We'd been talking about this little spot for weeks, some hidden rocky stretch along the coast we'd heard about, perfect for watching the sunset and maybe snapping some photos. Both of my mates were into photography, always lugging around their cameras, lenses, tripods, the whole setup. I'm more of the outdoorsy type, but I enjoy tagging along, especially when there's a good view at the end. The trail down to the beach was steep and narrow, winding between thick bushes and clumps of gorse. The air was salty and crisp, carrying that unmistakable smell of the sea mixed with damp earth and moss. We'd gone down this path once or twice before, but this time we took our time, soaking it all in, chatting about school life and the usual stuff. We laughed a lot, the way friends do when the sun's warm on your back and the ocean is just ahead. Before we really started the descent, we saw a sign nailed to a tree. It was weather-beaten and fading, but still readable. It warned us not to proceed down onto the rocks below, said it was steep and slippery, and that the tide could come in fast, trapping anyone who didn't watch their step. It was pretty clear about how dangerous it could be if you didn't take it seriously. We read it twice, joked a little about how it was trying to keep thrill-seekers away, but the warning stuck with us. We promised to be careful. By the time we reached the small clearing at the edge of the beach, the sun was dipping just below the horizon. The sky was painted with oranges and pinks, the kind of colors that look almost unreal, but somehow make you forget everything else for a moment. The waves rolled in quietly, and a few seabirds circled lazily overhead. My mates set up their cameras on their tripods and started taking shots. They were adjusting angles, fiddling with settings, trying to capture the last golden light just right. I sat back on a rock, kicking at a bit of driftwood, watching them work. It was peaceful. The only sounds were the soft crash of the waves and the occasional call of a bird. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone coming down the path from the opposite direction. At first, I thought it might be a ranger or someone official. The way the figure moved, wearing a bright yellow high-visibility shirt. That kind of shirt always makes me think of people working around the coast, maybe doing some maintenance or safety checks. The fact that someone was out here this late felt a bit strange, but also reassuring in a way. But as the person got closer, something felt off. The shirt wasn't just plain yellow. It was covered in strange symbols and markings, like someone had scribbled on it with a permanent marker. The lines were jagged and messy, almost like graffiti. His face was rough, unshaven, and his eyes had this wild, unfocused look. It was the kind of look that makes you want to keep your distance. The way he moved didn't feel natural, slow, deliberate, like he was pacing himself, but also watching us with too much attention. He stopped about a few feet away, and I could see him clearly now. His hair was greasy and tangled, his hands were dirt-streaked, and he had this nervous energy that made the hairs on my neck stand up. Neither me nor my mates said anything. We weren't sure what to do. The last thing we wanted was to make him angry or upset. Without asking or announcing himself, he sat down nearby, right on the rocks. It was weird, like he just appeared and decided to join us. For a long time, none of us spoke. We just sat there, the waves rolling in behind us, the fading light making everything feel slower and more quiet. The air between us felt heavy, tense in a way I hadn't expected. He finally broke the silence, his voice low and a little shaky. He asked if we had seen any caves around here. We hadn't. None of us had. But we didn't say that out loud. We just kept quiet, waiting to see what he'd do next. He didn't say much after that, just sat there, staring out at the ocean. Sometimes he'd glance back at us, eyes wild and restless. The minutes crawled by, and I could feel my heart pounding louder in my chest. I kept wondering if we should get up and leave, but none of us wanted to be the first to move. After what felt like half an hour, he suddenly spoke again. This time, he asked how we were doing. We answered, keeping our voices steady, saying we were good. He said he was feeling better now. Then, without another word, he stood up and walked back the way he had come. No goodbye, no explanation, just gone. We stayed there for a moment, still watching the spot where he disappeared into the bushes. The sunset was gone now, the sky shifting to a deep blue with a few stars beginning to show. We gathered our things quietly and headed back up the trail, the warning sign about the tide echoing in my mind. As we climbed higher, the path grew darker, the bushes pressing in closer. The air felt colder now, and the strange encounter left a weight in my stomach I couldn't shake. When we finally reached the car, we didn't say much. None of us knew what to make of it, but the feeling of relief was almost overwhelming. That night, I kept thinking about that man, his shirt covered in those weird symbols, the look in his eyes, and the way he just appeared and vanished without a trace. I still wonder what he was doing out there, why he asked about caves, and what might have happened if we hadn't stayed quiet and calm. The beach was beautiful, but that night it also felt like a place where something could go very wrong, very fast. The hike down wasn't the kind you could just rush. The path was narrow and rocky, with loose stones scattered underfoot. We had to watch each step carefully. One wrong move, and you could easily twist an ankle or slip. The bushes on either side were thick and tangled, branches scraping our arms as we brushed past. There were patches of damp moss, and the ground smelled strongly of salt and seaweed, even though the beach was still out of sight. I remember my mates joking as they unpacked their gear, the sound of camera clicks mixing with the rhythm of the waves. One of them was trying to get a shot of the sun as it disappeared behind the cliffs, moving quickly from one angle to another, crouching low, standing tall. The other was adjusting the tripod legs on uneven rocks, cursing softly as the legs wouldn't lock in place. We'd brought some snacks and a couple of bottles of water, but the cool ocean breeze had worked up our appetite, so we shared a few chips while sitting on the rocks. We talked about the usual stuff, school, girls, upcoming holidays, but something about that place made everything feel a little more serious. Maybe it was the quiet or the way the light was fading, but none of us could quite shake the feeling that we were far away from everything that felt safe and familiar. That's when we saw him. At first, the bright yellow shirt caught my eye against the dark green of the bushes. Someone should not be wandering here at this hour, I thought. The area wasn't exactly a popular evening spot, especially with the warning signs still fresh in my mind. The closer he got, the more uncomfortable I felt. His eyes were the worst part, glassy and darting, like he was seeing something no one else could. His face had an uneven twitch, a little grimace that made me want to look away. I noticed the markings on his shirt as he passed. Some sort of crude symbols, circles, lines, jagged shapes, all drawn in thick black marker. He didn't say anything at first, just stopped near us and looked around like he was lost. I could feel the tension building, like the air between us was tightening. My mates were quiet too. Neither of us knew what to say or do. Then he asked about caves. It was a strange question, the kind you don't expect from a stranger in the middle of nowhere. None of us had seen any caves, but something about the way he asked made me hesitate. There was a desperation in his voice that didn't sound normal. It was like he was searching for something, or maybe running from something. He sat down right there on the rocks, not waiting for an invitation. For a while, we just watched the waves crash and broke the silence with nothing but the soft rush of water. I tried to tell myself he wasn't dangerous. Maybe he was just a lost hiker or someone having a hard time. But every so often, he'd look at us with that wild gaze, and I felt a cold knot in my stomach. Time passed slowly. The light grew dimmer, and the temperature dropped. My mates huddled closer, whispering quietly, their fingers tightening on their camera straps. I tried to keep calm, telling myself to stay steady, to not give him any reason to lash out. When he finally stood and walked away, it felt like a release. I watched him disappear into the trees, feeling the weight on my chest lift just a little. We didn't talk much on the way back up. The night was silent except for the crunch of our boots on the trail and the distant murmur of the ocean. Back in the car, the windows fogged from our breath, and I caught my mates glancing at each other, eyes wide with the same unspoken question. Who was that guy? What was he doing out there? I've thought about that night a lot since then. The way someone can seem normal at first, but hide something broken inside. The way a place can look peaceful and beautiful, but still hold danger just beneath the surface. And the sign, the warning, made more sense the closer I thought about it. Sometimes, it's not just the tide or the rocks you have to worry about. Sometimes, it's the people you don't expect to meet. When I was younger, my family owned a camp out in the deep outskirts of Powers, Michigan. It was nothing fancy, just a hand-built log cabin, rough and rustic, sitting far away from any town or neighborhood. There was no indoor plumbing, no electricity, nothing modern inside. The cabin was mainly used for hunting trips. My dad loved the solitude and the quietness out there, surrounded by trees and wildlife. One year, he decided we should spend our spring break there instead of going anywhere else. I remember feeling excited and nervous at the same time because I wasn't used to being that far away from everything. The drive out to the cabin was long and bumpy, winding through thick forests and dirt roads that sometimes felt like they'd never end. When we finally got there, the air smelled sharp and fresh, pine needles, damp earth, and something wild I couldn't quite name. The cabin itself was bigger than I expected, with thick logs stacked carefully to form the walls, a stone chimney on one side, and a small porch that creaked underfoot. The windows were old and smudged, and the roof had a few patches from past winters. Inside, the cabin was dim, lit only by what little sunlight sneaked through the cracks in the walls and windows. There was a wood stove for heating and cooking, but no lights or outlets. The upstairs loft was what I remember most vividly. It was an open space that stretched over the main living area, with a low slanted ceiling and rough wooden beams. Scattered around the loft were 4 or 5 beds, old metal frames with worn-out mattresses and scratchy blankets. It felt cramped, like a big wooden attic made for sleeping and not much else. My dad claimed it was perfect for a family to stay close during cold nights. My sister and he took the beds on one side of the loft, and I was set up on the other side alone. I remember the smell of musty blankets and pine wood filling the room, mixed with the faint scent of burning wood from the stove downstairs. The first couple of nights were tough to get used to. There was no background noise like city traffic or street lights, only the sounds of the forest. At night, the wind whispered through the trees, and sometimes I could hear distant calls of owls or the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. The silence felt heavy and thick, almost like it was pressing down on you. My sister and dad both snored loudly, which made it hard to fall asleep. They both have loud, deep snores that shook the floorboards a little, and it was impossible for me to block it out, no matter how tired I was. I pulled out my old iPod Nano. Yeah, this was back in 2008, and started playing games to pass the time. The glow of the tiny screen was comforting in the dark, and it helped me focus on something other than the quiet and the strange feeling of being so isolated. Then, on the second night, just as I was starting to feel sleepy, something happened that I still can't explain. I was lying on my bed, staring up at the ceiling, the faint sound of my dad and sister snoring somewhere behind me. The loft was dark except for the faint light coming through the skylight window built into the slant of the roof. Suddenly, I heard this loud buzzing sound. It wasn't like any insect or electrical hum I'd ever heard. It was low and deep, but also vibrating in a way that made the whole cabin seem to shake. The sound was so loud and intense that it made my skin crawl. I looked up, expecting to see something like a plane or a helicopter passing over the cabin. But instead, what I saw was something completely different. Through the skylight, the glass was covered in a weird, shimmering display of colors. It looked like a rainbow, but it wasn't soft or gentle. It was harsh, flashing, like the kind of explosion of light you might see in a transformer or electrical device breaking down. The colors shifted rapidly, flashing bright purples, greens, yellows, and blues, blending together in a chaotic swirl. The entire pane was covered, and the colors seemed to pulse, moving closer, almost like the light was pressing against the glass from the outside. My heart started pounding hard. The weird buzzing was getting louder, and the vibrations in the walls felt stronger. I panicked. I wasn't sure if it was some kind of strange electrical storm, or maybe a rare atmospheric event. It didn't feel natural, and I was scared that whatever it was might break through the glass or cause the cabin to catch fire. I grabbed a pillow and threw it at my dad's bed to wake him up. As soon as the pillow hit him and he stirred, the strange glowing colors vanished, and the buzzing stopped completely. The skylight was clear again, just the normal night sky with stars twinkling faintly in the distance. It was the middle of nowhere. We didn't have electricity turned on, and the generator was off for the night. There was no reason for any electrical light show outside, no neighbors or town nearby that could explain it. The only thing out there was the forest, dark and quiet again. I lay awake for hours, staring at the now silent skylight, trying to understand what I had just seen. The buzz, the colors, the way it covered the glass so completely. It didn't make sense. The next day, I kept looking up at the skylight, trying to find some clue, a crack in the glass, or a reflection from something outside, but everything looked normal. Dad and my sister laughed it off when I mentioned it. Maybe it was just my imagination, they said, or some weird trick of the light. But I knew it wasn't. I'd never seen anything like it, and it had been so vivid, so real. The nights that followed were quiet, no more buzzing or strange lights. I tried to convince myself that maybe it was some kind of electrical phenomenon caused by the atmosphere, or maybe some kind of natural event I didn't understand. But deep down, I knew something odd had happened. Over the years, I've tried to figure it out. I've asked locals, read about rare atmospheric events, and thought about everything from auroras to weird electrical discharges. Powers, Michigan, is far from the north where auroras are common, and the weather that night didn't hint at storms or anything unusual. Nothing else in that area could have caused such a vivid, buzzing light show right on my skylight. Even now, I sometimes think about that night when I'm alone, far away from city lights and noise. The way the cabin walls vibrated, the impossible colors pressing against the glass, and the sudden silence when I woke my dad, all of it stays with me. It was like the forest was trying to show me something, or maybe some strange force was passing by that no one else saw. I've never had another experience like it, and I doubt I ever will. But that night taught me something, how small and fragile we are out there, surrounded by nature and forces we don't fully understand. And how sometimes, even in the quietest places, there can be moments of pure, unexplained wonder or fear that stay with you forever. I remember that night like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. I was visiting rural Kansas with a group of friends. I wasn't from there, far from it, and they wanted to show me what the area was like. They came from a tiny town, one of those places so small that the surrounding towns were even smaller, barely on any maps at all. They were used to long nights just driving around, looking for ways to kill time. It was one of those nights. We were cruising down a highway that felt endless, passing signs with town names that I had never heard before and probably wouldn't ever hear again. The road was straight and dark, with nothing but fields stretching out on both sides. I couldn't see much except the pale glow of the headlights cutting through the night. The air smelled like dirt and dry grass, and every now and then a breeze would ruffle the tall weeds alongside the road, making that soft whispering sound that always seems louder at night. They told me about this abandoned house they'd found some time ago, a place they liked to explore, even though it gave them the creeps. Naturally, I wanted to see it. I guess it was the excitement of being with people who knew the area, mixed with the adrenaline of exploring something unknown, something off the beaten path. The highway eventually led us to a dirt road. It wasn't marked on any map or sign. The road was narrow, uneven, and full of potholes, with trees and overgrown brush crowding both sides. We slowed down and turned onto it, the headlights barely penetrating the shadows that the thick trees cast. After a few minutes, the road ended in a ditch where they parked the car. We got out, and the cold night air hit me immediately. It was quiet except for the occasional distant sound of a crow or an owl. The house wasn't far from the road, maybe 100 yards or so, hidden just beyond a cluster of old trees and shrubs. As we walked towards it, I could see the shape of the house emerge from the darkness. It was small, probably built sometime in the early 1900s, with peeling white paint, broken windows, and a sagging porch. The roof looked like it had been patched up here and there with random bits of wood and metal. The front door was hanging off one hinge, swaying slightly in the breeze. We all had our phones out, using their flashlight apps to light the way. I held mine tightly, my fingers gripping it like a lifeline. The beams of light bounced off the cracked windows and cast long, eerie shadows on the house. I felt a nervous energy bubbling in my chest. I don't know if it was the isolation or just the idea of being inside an abandoned place at night, but my stomach twisted with a mix of curiosity and unease. When we stepped onto the porch, the old wood creaked under our feet. I tried to ignore the noise, but every step made me jump a little. We pushed the door open, and the air inside was thick with dust and a smell that I can only describe as stale, old wood mixed with mold. It was dark, except for our phone lights cutting through the gloom. The living room was empty except for a few broken pieces of furniture covered in grime and spider webs. The wallpaper was faded and peeling, revealing the cracked plaster underneath. There were no curtains on the windows, so the glass was exposed and grimy. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves, and looked around. The silence felt heavy, almost suffocating. One of the guys said they had gone into the basement during the day once. He described it as cold and dark, the kind of place where you wouldn't want to spend much time. He teased the group, asking if we were brave enough to go down into the basement in the dark. I immediately shook my head in my mind. Not me. The idea of a basement in an old, abandoned house was enough to make my skin crawl. The only other girl in the group seemed to feel the same because we both hung back, watching as the guys gathered at the foot of the stairs leading down. The stairwell was narrow and steep, disappearing into pitch-black darkness. They hadn't even reached the bottom when suddenly, from somewhere deep within the house, we heard it. A knocking sound. It was sharp and rhythmic, echoing off the walls and floorboards. The noise wasn't slow or random. It was deliberate, almost like someone or something was trying to get out or make itself known. At first, I thought maybe it was one of the guys messing around, trying to scare us. But the knocking didn't stop or change. It came from below, down in the basement. It was so loud and close that I swear I felt it through the soles of my shoes. Then the panic started. The guys at the bottom of the stairs froze for a second, unsure what to do, and then suddenly they all screamed. The knocking stopped as fast as it had started, but the tension was too much. Everyone sprinted back out of the house, almost tripping over themselves on the way out. I was breathless by the time I got to the porch, my heart pounding in my chest like it wanted to break free. We rushed back to the car, slamming the doors behind us. The engine roared to life, and we peeled out of the ditch, the tires throwing dirt and gravel everywhere. I looked back at the house as we drove away, the faint outlines still visible under the moonlight, feeling like the house was watching us leave. The guy who had been closest to the side of the house where the knocking started said it felt like the sound had come from right under his feet. Like something was trapped down there, trying to get out or maybe trying to warn us. He wasn't joking, and I could tell by the way he looked at me that he was genuinely spooked. No one had any real explanation for what we heard. Maybe squatters living in the basement, banging on the walls to get our attention. Maybe it was some kind of animal trapped underground. Or maybe it was just the house settling. But whatever it was enough to make me never want to go back inside an abandoned building again. I think the worst part was that no one ever said a word about what the knocking might have been. It was like we all agreed silently not to talk about it. Like speaking the words aloud would somehow make it real again. We never went back to that house, and the whole experience stayed with me longer than I expected. That night in that old, broken-down house in rural Kansas taught me something I didn't really want to learn. Some places are best left alone. Not because they're haunted by ghosts or fairy tales, but because sometimes the things that lurk in the shadows are real. Real enough to shake you to your core and remind you that even when you think you're safe, you're never really in control. Since then, I avoid abandoned places. Not because I'm scared of spirits or monsters, but because the unknown can be terrifying enough on its own. And no matter how many friends you have, or how brave you think you are, sometimes the safest thing to do is just to walk away. Living about 30 miles outside of town, on 100 acres, has always meant living with nature right outside the door. The house is tucked back about half a mile from the main road, surrounded by thick woods, open fields, and a lot of quiet. My wife, the kids, and I have been out here for a while now. When we first moved in, my wife insisted on having every possible security measure we could install. I'm used to rural life, hog squeals in the night, coyotes howling, the sounds of deer moving through the brush, but she wanted the works. A gate with an electric lock, a driveway doorbell sensor that alerts us when someone comes through the gate, cameras mounted at the gate and on the house, a full alarm system, and even 2 new puppies trained to alert us of anything unusual. I'm used to the sounds of the wild out here. Coyotes howl like something out of a horror movie sometimes, hogs grunt and squeal deep in the woods, and deer can be heard snorting or huffing through the cold air. The quiet here isn't really quiet. It's full of the life that exists miles from any neighbors. That's the price you pay for living far out, and honestly, I like it that way. But there was one night, a night I won't forget, that made me question all of it. It was around 2 a.m., dead cold winter night, the kind of cold that makes the air snap like tiny glass shards when you breathe it in. The kind of night where the silence makes every small noise feel enormous. Suddenly, I heard a loud shatter, like glass breaking. It was sharp, immediate, and it cut through the quiet like a knife. Instantly, the alarm siren inside the house started blaring, piercing, loud, and terrifying. The main keypad for the alarm is right inside our bedroom, so I was instantly alert. I glanced at the keypad and saw the glass break sensor on my son's bedroom window had tripped. That's when the cold lump of fear settled deep in my gut. I grabbed the shotgun we keep ready, not for intruders necessarily, but rattlesnakes mostly, and I sprinted down the hallway toward my son's room. I was yelling for my wife to grab our youngest son from his crib, just in case we needed to evacuate quickly. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst through my chest. Every second felt stretched out, heavy with tension. When I reached the door, I heard my oldest son screaming. The sound of his voice shattered the numbness and sent adrenaline flooding through my veins. My hands were shaking so badly I struggled just to turn the doorknob. It took a few seconds that felt like minutes to twist it and pull the door open. I threw it open and let out a loud, guttural yell, something meant to intimidate, to scare off anyone who might be there. But the room was empty except for my son clinging to the crib rails, terrified. The floor was littered with broken glass shards, glittering dangerously in the moonlight streaming through the broken window. The cold winter air was rushing in through the hole, making the curtains flutter and my son's breath visible in the frosty air. I shut the door behind me, holding my son tightly against my chest. His small body trembled as I wrapped my arms around him, trying to calm him down. Then I started checking, fast but thorough, his closet, the bathroom, the corners of the room. Every place an intruder might hide or use for cover. The house felt too quiet. No footsteps, no sounds except for the alarm and my son's shaky breathing. I yelled again for my wife, using our code system. We have a way of communicating if one of us knows there's an intruder but doesn't want to alert them. She responded shortly, telling me she was still alone and okay. That was a relief but didn't ease the tension inside me. I handed my son to my wife and told her to keep him safe with the shotgun while I grabbed my rifle and flashlight to do a thorough check. I moved through the house slowly, sweeping the flashlight over every shadowed corner, every window, every door. Then I locked the deadbolt on the front door with the auto-lock system. I went outside to the back side of the house, where the broken window was, my heart still racing but my mind trying to reason with what happened. I told myself it had to be a deer. Maybe a reflection scared it, or it saw its own image and freaked out, slamming into the window hard enough to shatter it. That made the most sense. I walked around the entire house, shining the flashlight across the yard, through the woods at the edge of the property, checking for footprints or anything unusual. I found nothing. No sign of anyone, no tracks, no footprints, no disturbed dirt or broken branches. I checked the cameras the next day and couldn't find anything near the house at the time of the alarm. Nothing moved past the gate. Nothing approached the house. Nothing unusual except for the broken window. The cameras covered almost every angle, but there was a small blind spot right at that particular window. After that night, I couldn't sleep for a while. Every little sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed like someone watching us. It took weeks before I could let my son sleep in his own room again. We put one of the puppies to sleep beside his bed every night for company and protection. I installed more cameras, motion-sensing floodlights on every corner of the house, and double-checked every lock and sensor. Still, I never stopped wondering if it was really just a deer. What if someone had broken the window, triggered the alarm, and then ran when the siren went off? That thought was worse than any coyote howl or hog squeal in the dead of night. Living this far out means accepting the unknown, but that night showed me how close that unknown can get. Even with every safety measure, even with every precaution, the feeling of someone or something breaching your sanctuary can turn your blood cold. It reminds you that no matter how prepared you think you are, there's always a blind spot somewhere. The cold winter air still burns my lungs when I think back to that night. The shattering sound, the piercing alarm, my son's screams, it all lingers in my mind like a shadow I can't shake. But the thing I keep coming back to is the silence that followed. The silence outside, the silence of not knowing. Because the cameras showed nothing, the ground showed nothing, the house showed nothing. The only evidence was the broken glass, the cold air rushing through the window, and a family shaken but safe inside. That's the reality of living far out. You have to live with the quiet, the wild, and sometimes the fear that something got too close without leaving a trace. And when the alarm finally stops ringing, the only thing left is waiting, watching, and hoping it never happens again. It was one of those cold autumn evenings when the air feels sharp and the woods are full of quiet tension. I was out hunting with a group of guys. All of us spread out across the island we'd hunted on for the past 10 years. We knew these woods better than anyone else. Every trail, every ridge, every clearing. The sun had just set, casting the last orange glow across the sky, and soon the darkness crept in fast. We'd been in the trees all day, waiting for deer to show, but now it was time to call it quits. The night was cold and still, and something about it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I was sitting up in my tree stand, one of the old ones nailed to a big oak that overlooked a small clearing. Around 100 yards away, I could just make out the other guys in their own stands, some closer to the thicker parts of the forest, others near the edge of the open field. We kept our radios on, but mostly quiet, not wanting to scare anything. I was about to climb down when I heard it, a small snap of a twig somewhere just off to my left, near the base of the tree. I froze. The sound was so sharp in the still air it cut right through the silence like a blade. At first, I told myself it was a deer moving through the underbrush, probably stepping on a dead branch. But something didn't feel right. I didn't want to scare it off by moving or making a sound, so I stayed still, breathing slow and steady, trying to listen. A few minutes passed. The woods around me were quiet again, except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard a howl, a sound so loud and so raw it tore through the night and made my skin crawl. It was blood-curdling, echoing through the trees like something out of a nightmare. The noise was deep and long, carrying a kind of pain and fury that didn't belong to any animal I'd ever heard before. I knew the island well. We'd been hunting there every fall for a decade, and I'd never heard a wolf here. This area wasn't known for wolves at all. Sure, there were coyotes around, but their howls were sharp and high-pitched, nothing like what I was hearing now. This howl was different, bigger, darker, more chilling. My phone buzzed violently in my pocket. I pulled it out and saw messages flooding in from the other guys. They had all heard it too. Everyone was asking if I was okay, if I'd heard it, if it was close. I typed back quickly. Yes, it was right under my tree, or at least it sounded that close. The howl was so loud I could feel it in my chest, like the sound waves were pounding inside me. After what felt like an eternity, the woods went quiet again. No more sounds, no rustling, nothing but the normal night noises of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. I waited, heart racing, trying to convince myself it was just some animal passing through, maybe a stray dog or something that got lost. But that howl didn't match anything I'd heard before, and it definitely didn't belong here. The night grew colder. My fingers were stiff and numb from gripping the tree, and my legs had gone to sleep from sitting so still. I thought about climbing down and making my way back to the group. I didn't want to stay up there alone any longer, not after that howl. After about 30 minutes of silence, I forced myself to move. I grabbed the small knife I always kept strapped to my belt for emergencies, just in case, and carefully began climbing down the tree. Every movement was slow and deliberate. I didn't want to make noise or attract whatever was out there. Once on the ground, I stayed low and moved quickly but quietly through the brush. The moon was barely visible through the thick canopy above, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. My heart was pounding, and my eyes darted everywhere, looking for any sign of movement. But the woods were still, too still. I reached the edge of the clearing and could see the other guys gathering in a small group near their trucks. Relief washed over me as I headed toward the familiar shapes. We all exchanged looks, but didn't say much. No one wanted to talk about the howl out loud. It was like acknowledging it would make it more real. We packed up and left the island quickly that night. The usual sounds of the woods, the rustling leaves, the chirping bugs, seemed dull and muted as if the whole place was holding its breath. The drive back was silent except for the hum of the truck engine and the occasional crunch of gravel under the tires. In the days that followed, we all tried to figure out what we had heard. Some joked it might have been a lost dog or a coyote trying to imitate a wolf. Others thought maybe it was a wild animal from a nearby island, blown over by the wind. But no one had a good answer. The island had never had wolves. No one had reported anything unusual before or since. I went back to the island a few weeks later, during the day, trying to see if I could find any tracks or signs. I walked the same area around my tree stand, looking for footprints or broken branches, anything. But the ground was dry and hard, no fresh prints, no scent. Nothing that would explain that howl. Every now and then, when the wind shifts just right and the woods get quiet, I still get goosebumps thinking about that night. The sound was too big, too angry, too raw for anything normal. I'm not a superstitious guy, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever it wasn't just a coyote or a lost dog. It's been years now, and we still haven't figured out where that howl came from or what exactly made it. I don't think I ever will. But one thing's for sure, I don't want to be alone in those woods after dark ever again. That night started out like any other hike my friend and I had been on. We were just two teenagers, a couple of friends who liked to explore the woods near where we lived. The day had been long, full of the usual climbing over fallen logs, ducking under low branches, and pushing through patches of thorny brush. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest around us began to lose its warmth and light. Shadows stretched out between the trees, and the chill in the air grew sharper. We both knew it was time to head back home, but the trail twisted and turned through thick woods, and the fading light made everything feel heavier, somehow quieter. We moved slowly now, watching the dark shapes around us. The sound of our footsteps on the dry leaves seemed loud, maybe even too loud in that quiet. My friend was a few steps ahead of me, his breathing steady, but I could feel my heart beat a little faster with every step. The woods had a way of doing that when the light disappeared, like they were waiting for something, or maybe watching. It's hard to explain. Then, just as we rounded a bend near a big fallen tree lying across the path, I saw it. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks. There was something standing there, motionless, on the other side of the log. A figure, wearing a long, hooded cloak that hung down almost to the ground. The cloak was dark, blending with the shadows. I couldn't see a face or any part of the body clearly, just the shape. It looked human, but there was something wrong about the way it stood so still, like it was waiting or watching. I froze. My friend slowed and stopped too. We both stared, unsure what to do. The figure shifted, moving silently without a sound. It didn't run or even hurry. It simply turned and walked slowly toward a nearby tree. It stopped, then knelt down right next to it, still hidden under the hood. We couldn't see its face or figure out what it was doing, but we both felt the weight of its presence, like it was aware of us even as it stayed still. The air felt thick, heavy with something I couldn't name. We exchanged a quick glance, a silent agreement to keep moving, to pretend we hadn't seen anything strange. Our voices caught in our throats, so we didn't speak. Without looking back, we picked up our pace and moved past the fallen tree, trying not to let the figure in the cloak crawl into our heads. But the feeling stuck with us, like it was following, just watching from the dark. We kept walking, the crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot louder in the silence. The trail narrowed, lined with dense trees and bushes that blocked any view beyond a few feet. I felt my skin prickling, my senses sharpened in a way that happens when you know you're not alone. Then suddenly I saw it again. Further down the path, near another bend, the same figure was there. Same cloak, same stillness. It wasn't moving now, just standing like a statue, blocking the way forward. My friend and I both stopped dead in our tracks. We exchanged a look, half excitement, half fear. And for reasons I can't fully explain now, we decided to find out what it was. We were stupid kids, I know that. But maybe it was curiosity, or maybe the thrill of the unknown that pulled us forward. We moved quietly, trying to get closer without being seen. The figure didn't move at first, but then suddenly it started moving, fast. Not running, but charging down the path straight toward us. I shouted a warning, and my friend screamed. The figure stopped just short of us, then turned sharply and disappeared into the woods. The sudden movement sent a shock through my body, adrenaline rushing like electricity. I looked at my friend, who was just as shaken, but instead of running, I grabbed a thick stick from the ground, a long branch shaped almost like a spear. My grip tightened around it, the rough bark digging into my palms. Something inside me told me to keep going, to follow whatever this was. I ran after it, pushing through the underbrush, branches scraping my arms and face. The moon was high enough now to light up the woods in pale silver, casting long shadows between the trees. I kept moving, careful not to trip on roots or rocks hidden in the dirt. After a few minutes, I caught sight of the figure again. It was crouched low beside a tree, and just as I was about to move closer, another figure appeared beside it, another person, or something that looked like one. Then, as I watched in disbelief, a third showed up. All were cloaked, all hooded, and all just as still and quiet as the first. My breath caught in my throat. I realized then that these things weren't just in front of me, they were all around me. From the corner of my eye, I caught movement to the side, just beyond the trees. I could hear soft footsteps, the crunch of leaves, and it was clear I was being surrounded. Fear exploded inside me. My legs shook, my heart hammered like it wanted to break free from my chest. I didn't stay to find out what they wanted. I turned and ran, breaking through the bushes, my breath ragged and loud in my ears. I didn't look back. I ran back the way I'd come, back toward where I had left my friend. But when I got there, he wasn't where I expected. I called out for him, my voice cracking with worry. He answered, his voice a little distant but clear, telling me I needed to see what he had found. I followed his voice, pushing deeper into the woods until we came out into a clearing. And that's when it hit me. This place wasn't dark or shadowed like the rest of the woods. It was bright. bright in a way that didn't make sense. The clearing glowed with hundreds of tiny balls of light, floating gently in the air. They weren't flickering like fireflies, and they didn't look like any kind of insect. They were pure white, steady and soft, like little orbs of glowing mist drifting through the night air. They moved slowly, drifting around the clearing like they belonged there. We just stood there, frozen, staring at the lights. Neither of us said a word. The weirdness of it, the beauty and strangeness all mixed together, made us feel small and quiet in a way we hadn't before. It was like something completely natural had somehow become something unexplainable. Without thinking, we turned and ran back toward the trail and then home, the strange glowing lights fading behind us as we left the clearing. That night, even after we got home, I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were different now. That place, that glowing clearing, it wasn't just a part of the forest. It was something else, something no one I know would believe. We never talked about it much after that. Not because we didn't want to, but because we knew no one would understand. And even though the cloaked figures never came back, and the lights never appeared again, I still think about that night sometimes, wondering what exactly we saw in those woods, and whether it was watching us back. It wasn't ghosts or fairy magic. It wasn't some story from a book or a movie. It was real, just something we weren't meant to find. And maybe, some things are better left alone. I remember that day in Oahu, Hawaii like it was yesterday, even though it was years ago now. It was my first time in Hawaii, and my boyfriend's too. We were both excited to explore as much as we could. We had heard about the Nuanupali area. The hike there was supposed to be stunning, with lush green forests and breathtaking views of the cliffs. We'd also heard people sometimes see chameleons in the trees, which we thought was pretty cool. So we packed our day packs, grabbed some water, my GoPro, and set out in the early afternoon. The hike started off easy enough. The path was damp from recent rain, and the air was thick with humidity. The forest was alive, tall trees with broad leaves that caught the light, patches of bamboo swaying gently in the breeze, and the rich smell of wet earth and foliage all around. Birds called out, insects buzzed, and small frogs croaked somewhere unseen. I remember feeling a kind of peacefulness, like the forest was wrapping around us like a quiet, green blanket. It was beautiful, almost otherworldly. We moved slowly, stopping now and then to take pictures and admire the view. The trail wound its way deeper into the forest, the path getting steeper and narrower. There was mud beneath our boots from the earlier rains, and I had to watch each step carefully to avoid slipping. We were both careful, but the hike was still invigorating. The kind of hike where you feel alive and small at the same time, surrounded by towering trees and the sound of nature. After a while, we reached the edge of the mountain, close to the cliff. The view was incredible, deep valleys stretching out, the ocean shimmering far in the distance, and the clouds floating low. We decided to split up at that point. We figured it would be fun to explore separately for a little bit since the area was so wide, and we both wanted to find different things to capture with the GoPro. We promised to meet back at the cliff edge in 30 minutes. I took a narrow path that twisted through bamboo groves and thick brush, heading further along the cliff's edge. The mud was slicker here, and the steep slope of the mountain on one side made it a little nerve-wracking. I reminded myself to be careful, but I felt confident. The sounds of the forest surrounded me. Leaves rustling, the distant call of birds, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. About 20 minutes into hiking alone, something changed. I heard the sound of running. Not just footsteps, but someone moving quickly through the brush nearby. My heart jumped a little. I stopped and looked around, trying to see who or what it could be. But the forest was thick. There was no one in sight. The sound stopped suddenly, replaced by silence. I waited a moment, straining to hear anything else, but there was nothing. I tried to brush it off as maybe a hiker or a runner somewhere else on the trail. People did come to these parts, after all, and some were more adventurous. I sat down on a mossy rock to catch my breath, and pulled out my GoPro to check the settings, and make sure it was ready for photos. The forest was quiet again. I liked the stillness. It made me feel connected to everything around me. But then the running started again. This time, it was louder and closer. I heard the snapping of leaves and the crack of twigs under quick feet. It wasn't just one person. It sounded like multiple people running through the forest. I froze, my heart pounding. I couldn't see anyone, but the sound moved fast and close, as if they were right beside me, or maybe just behind the trees a few feet away. I tried to remind myself how dangerous it would be to run so fast on the muddy, steep forest floor so close to a cliff edge. It didn't make sense. Who would run like that here? And then the noise stopped again. Complete silence. No movement. No footsteps. Nothing. That's when the feeling hit me, a heavy, uncomfortable sensation that I was being watched. I scanned the forest, eyes darting back and forth between the dark trunks and thick leaves. I felt eyes on me. Not just one pair, but many, as if a crowd of people were hiding just beyond my vision. I could feel their gaze boring into me from all directions. It was a cold feeling that crept up my spine and settled deep in my chest. I stood up quickly, my skin prickling with unease. I didn't want to stay there anymore. The forest that had felt so calm and peaceful only moments ago now seemed oppressive, even dangerous. I started walking back toward the meeting spot where I was supposed to meet my boyfriend. My steps were quicker now, but I tried to stay quiet and steady, careful not to slip on the wet mud. My mind kept returning to the sounds, the running, the sudden silence, the feeling of being watched. I couldn't explain it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe hikers running behind me on the trail, or local runners training in the forest, or animals moving quickly. But none of those explanations quite fit. The forest was too thick, the ground too steep and slippery for running without making a noise or being seen. And who would choose to run right next to a dangerous cliff edge like this? When I finally reached the meeting point, my boyfriend was already there, looking around for me. I told him what I'd heard, and he looked concerned, but also skeptical. We decided to pack up and head back to the trailhead together. Neither of us wanted to stay in that area any longer. That night, back at our hotel, I couldn't shake the experience. I sat with my laptop and started Googling Nuanupali running sounds forest and Nuanupali hikers hearing footsteps, no one there. What I found gave me chills. Multiple people had reported the same thing, hearing the sounds of people running through the forest, but never seeing anyone. It seemed to be a common experience in that area. I read more and more reports. Many said these sounds were believed to be linked to a battle that took place there in the late 1700s. According to local history, soldiers had fought fiercely on the mountain ridge and had been pushed off the cliff to their deaths. Some believed the running sounds were echoes of those soldiers' final moments, still trapped in the forest, repeating their desperate flight. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or spirits. I don't buy into supernatural explanations or fairy tales. But reading those stories made me feel something deeper, something real and heavy. It was like the land itself remembered what happened there. Like the earth held onto the memory of that battle and the men who had died there. I kept thinking about how it didn't feel like ghosts or spirits. It felt like the forest was alive with memory. Maybe it was the way the wind moved through the trees, or the way sound traveled through the dense vegetation. Maybe it was just a trick of nature, but it was powerful and unsettling. I wondered about the soldiers themselves. They were real people who had fought and died in that place centuries ago. Maybe the ground still held the energy of their fear and panic. Maybe the forest kept replaying the sound of their desperate running. That hike changed something for me. It made me respect the history beneath my feet and the stories a place can hold. It made me realize that some places carry their past in ways we can't always explain or see. The next day, I went back to the trailhead with my boyfriend, and we hiked down carefully, feeling the weight of the mountain behind us. I never heard those running sounds again, but I still think about them. I think about how the forest can hold on to moments long gone, and how sometimes, if you listen carefully, you can hear the echoes of history beneath the leaves. That day, the Nuanupali taught me that some places are alive not just with plants and animals, but with memories too. And those memories can be as vivid and real as the world we see. I've hiked many places since then, but I've never felt that same feeling of being watched, of hearing footsteps that don't belong to anyone alive. It's a reminder that the past is never really gone. It's still here, just beneath the surface, waiting for someone to notice. It was a warm June afternoon, the kind of day when the sun hangs high in the sky, beating down with a steady heat that makes the woods shimmer with that dry, hazy glow. The air smelled of pine and earth, mixed with the faint, lingering hint of smoke from a brush fire that had swept through this part of the forest a few years back. The fire had left behind a patch of dead and fallen trees, branches twisted and blackened in places, broken and brittle. It was the perfect spot to gather kindling, which was exactly what my dad had sent me out there for. I had my phone in one hand, using it to text back and forth as I walked, not really paying much attention to my surroundings. The forest floor was a mosaic of brown leaves, dry twigs, and patches of grass pushing through the dirt. Birds chirped somewhere far above in the canopy, their songs light and indifferent to the quiet tension I hadn't yet felt. My footsteps were soft but steady, crunching over the brittle debris. I was halfway through the area Dad told me about, scanning for branches thick enough to break, but dry enough to catch fire. I stopped for a moment, holding up my phone to send a quick message. Even though I was standing still, the forest didn't go silent. The leaves underfoot crunched again, slow and deliberate. It wasn't the usual shuffle of a squirrel or the quick scurry of a rabbit. This sound was heavier, steadier, something big. I froze, eyes wide, every muscle tensing like a coiled spring. My heart slammed in my chest. It took me a full breath to raise my head slowly. Less than 15 feet away, just barely visible through the haze of dry branches and sunlit leaves, stood a massive black bear. His fur was deep and shiny, almost blending into the shadows of the forest, but still catching the light in certain places. His nose twitched, nostrils flaring as he sniffed the air between us. His eyes, small but sharp, locked on me, unblinking and steady. For a moment, neither of us moved. I couldn't believe how close he was. He was enormous, muscle rippling under thick fur, with a size that made me realize I was just a tiny, fragile thing in comparison. This was no young bear. This was a fully grown male, and the timing was bad. It was mating season, which made bears more unpredictable and aggressive. I knew enough to be terrified. The sun beat down on us both. I could feel the heat radiating off his body, smell the faint musk of the forest clinging to his fur, mixed with the unmistakable wildness of a bear who owned this patch of woods. I didn't breathe. My fingers went numb. My heart hammered in my ears. Time slowed. The bear snorted once, a sharp, low sound that seemed to shake the air. His gaze never wavered. Then, without any hurry, he turned and walked off, his heavy paws making little sound on the dry ground. I didn't move until the sound of his steps faded into the quiet rustle of the forest. The moment he left, adrenaline hit me like a freight train. I dropped the kindling I'd been holding and broke into a sprint, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my ribs. My legs pumped fast, carrying me through the trees and dead brush with everything I had. The world blurred around me, the dry branches snapping underfoot, the hot sun beating down on my back, the thudding of my breath. When I burst out of the trees and into the open yard near our house, I couldn't stop moving. I gasped for air, sweat stinging my eyes, chest heaving. Dad was standing on the porch, hands on his hips, looking skeptical. He raised an eyebrow when he saw me barreling towards him like I'd just escaped something horrible. I tried to catch my breath long enough to explain, but words were hard to come by. I just blurted out, "Dad, big bear, real bear, right there," between heavy breaths. He looked at me like I was crazy, like I was just messing around. I could see the disbelief in his eyes. He finally said he'd check it out for himself, probably to put my fears to rest. I followed him back into the woods, keeping my eyes peeled. We moved slowly, stepping over fallen branches and dry leaves, careful not to make a sound. After a few minutes, Dad suddenly stopped and lifted his foot, cursing quietly. He had stepped right into a fresh pile of bear poop, steaming and unmistakable. I couldn't help but smirk, the tension from earlier breaking into a sort of relief and amusement. That's payback for not believing me, I thought to myself. We didn't find the bear again that day. The woods were silent except for the usual sounds of birds and insects, but the weight of what I'd seen lingered. Knowing how close I'd been to something so powerful and wild stuck with me long after the sun set and the forest grew dark. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying the moment over and over. The way the bear looked at me, so calm, so sure, so completely unafraid. It wasn't like in movies where animals run away or roar menacingly. This bear had just been curious, cautious, maybe a little annoyed, but also completely indifferent to my presence. I thought about how fragile humans really are in the face of nature. How easy it would have been for things to go differently if the bear had decided to be aggressive or if I'd panicked. But I hadn't screamed or run at first. I stayed still, quiet. Maybe that's what saved me. From then on, I never took the forest for granted again. I always kept my eyes and ears open, and my phone in my pocket instead of my face. I learned that respect wasn't just about fear. It was about understanding the wild on its own terms. And whenever I think about that day, I remember that bear. Not as a monster, but as a reminder of how close we live to things beyond our control, how wild the world really is just beyond the edge of the trees. I was 13 that summer, camping with a few friends near Okanagan Falls in British Columbia. It was my birthday, and we decided to spend the weekend outside, celebrating with a small trip away from home. The area was beautiful, rolling hills, thick forests, and a clear, cold lake where we had been swimming that afternoon. I remember the sunlight shining on the water, the way it made the whole lake sparkle like glass under a flawless blue sky. We had spent hours laughing and swimming, the water cool against our skin, and when we finally got out, we wrapped ourselves in towels and started walking back toward our campground. The path we took followed the river that fed the lake, a winding trail through tall grass and wildflowers, with the sound of water rushing beside us. It was late afternoon, the sun dipping low but still warm enough to keep us comfortable. The river was wide, and not far upstream there was a dam. It was an older concrete structure with a set of turbines built into it, made to control the flow of the water. We had all heard the story about the two brothers who drowned there a few years earlier. It was on the news near our hometown, just 40 minutes away, and it had stuck with me more than I expected. The boys had been caught by the turbines, unable to break free, and the whole town had mourned their loss. The dam had been marked clearly with signs warning people to stay away. Large yellow boards with skull and crossbones, bold letters spelling out danger. We didn't plan on getting close to the dam, but the path we were taking ran along the river's edge, maybe a couple hundred meters downstream from it. As we walked, the air was fresh but carried a faint chill, even though it was summer. I remember the smell of pine trees mixing with wet earth and the occasional distant bird call, making the whole place feel peaceful yet a little wild. The three of us, me and two friends, walked in a loose line, the tallest one leading and me in the middle. We were chatting quietly about the day and the plans for the evening. The sun was low now, casting long shadows across the ground, turning the grass a golden green and making the river glitter like molten silver. The water moved fast in places, rushing over rocks and swirling in calm eddies. Then suddenly I stopped. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something strange, something that didn't make sense. It was right there on the river. I blinked, unsure at first if my eyes were playing tricks on me. But no, there it was again, clear and unmistakable. A figure, walking on the surface of the water. It wasn't a shadow or a reflection. It was bright, almost glowing white, and so sharply outlined against the dark water that it looked unreal. I froze, heart pounding in my chest, and pointed without saying a word. My two friends noticed and stopped too. The figure was a boy, maybe 10 or 11 years old. He was round-faced, a little portly, and his clothes looked like they belonged to a kid. Shorts and a t-shirt, I think, but everything was glowing so brightly that it was hard to tell. His skin and hair looked pale and clean, almost like he was lit from inside by a soft white light. He was walking slowly, carefully, straight across the river, moving about 10 meters along the water's surface. One of my friends looked over and gasped softly. She said she saw him too. The other friend, who was more timid, covered her face and whispered she was too scared to look. I didn't say anything. I just watched. The boy moved steadily, as if the water was solid beneath his feet. His head was down slightly, like he was concentrating, but there was no fear or urgency in his movements. It was as if this was the most normal thing in the world for him, walking on water like it was a sidewalk. After a few minutes, the figure started to fade. The glowing whiteness dimmed, the sharp edges softened, and slowly, he disappeared altogether. The water was empty again, moving in its normal way, with no sign that anything unusual had been there. We stood there silently for a long moment, trying to process what we'd just seen. None of us said a word. Eventually, the sun dipped below the trees, and the shadows deepened. The peaceful evening was quiet, but there was a strange weight in the air that hadn't been there before. We kept walking back toward our campsite, but none of us felt like talking anymore. The rest of the night passed in a blur. We sat by the campfire, trying to distract ourselves with jokes and stories, but I kept glancing toward the river in the dark, half expecting to see the boy again. But he never came back. Even now, years later, I still think about that moment. I don't believe in ghosts or magic, and I'm not one for wild imaginations or scary stories. But what I saw that day was as real as the river itself. I don't know what it was, a trick of light or my mind, maybe. But the clarity of that glowing figure, the way he moved so naturally on water, has stayed with me. It was a reminder of something I can't explain, something that quietly exists beneath the surface of the everyday world. Sometimes, when I'm near a river or lake, I wonder if I'll see him again. If he's still there, walking on water, just beyond what most people notice. But maybe some things are meant to be seen only once. When I was 10 years old, I went on a hike with my best friend, his mom, and his little brother, who was about 5 at the time. It was just a normal day for us, kids with a little adventure in the woods behind our neighborhood. We didn't know much about the area. It was just some thick forest, trees packed close together, and a narrow dirt path that twisted and turned as it climbed gently up the hill. We thought it was a great place to explore, run around, and maybe find some cool rocks or bugs. What none of us knew then was that this part of the woods had a deep history, one we wouldn't understand until much later. The land was an old indigenous burial ground, but that was something we only found out about years after that day. The morning started warm, with sunlight pouring through the tree branches and casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. We packed sandwiches, some juice boxes, and water bottles in backpacks, ready for a simple day in nature. My friend's mom was careful and kind, always watching us kids, but letting us feel like we had some freedom. We set off excited, talking about the stuff we'd find. I remember the sound of twigs crunching under our shoes and the occasional bird call high above. As we hiked, the forest got thicker and the trail got narrower. The trees grew taller, older, their trunks wide and rough. Moss hung like curtains from the branches, and here and there, fallen leaves piled thick on the ground. The farther we went, the quieter the forest felt. It wasn't the usual chirping and rustling I expected. It was more like a heavy silence, as if the woods were holding their breath. We didn't talk about it much then, but now I think maybe even the adults felt it, the weight of something unseen. It's hard to explain, but the place had a stillness that didn't belong to just a quiet forest. We kept walking, though, eager to explore. My friend's little brother was full of energy, running ahead and then turning back to show us some pine cones or a strangely shaped rock. Time passed, and the sun began to dip lower. Shadows stretched long and dark. The temperature dropped quickly, faster than I would have expected for early fall. The wind picked up a bit, cool and sharp against our skin. We stopped on a small rise where the trail leveled out, a clearing with a giant tree standing alone. This tree was something else, tall and thick, its branches reaching out wide and low, like giant arms. The bark was cracked and rough, and it looked ancient, like it had been there 100 years or more. I remember how its branches swayed slightly in the wind, the leaves whispering softly. We all took off our jackets and set them down on a flat rock nearby. My friend's mom pulled out some water and handed it around while we rested. The air smelled colder now, almost damp. I was shivering a little, not just from the cold, but from something I couldn't put into words. We sat quietly, the mood shifting. The forest no longer felt like a playground. Then it happened. His little brother suddenly started screaming. It wasn't just a normal cry or yell. It was full of terror and pain, a high-pitched, desperate scream that cut through the stillness like a knife. We all jumped up, startled and worried. I remember my heart pounding hard in my chest. The boy was staring fixedly at the big old tree, eyes wide and face twisted with fear. We rushed over to him, trying to see what had scared him so badly. But all we could see was the tree, strong and steady in the fading light. No animals, no people, nothing but the thick branches and rough bark. The little boy was shaking and crying, almost unable to speak. His mom pulled him close, wrapping her arms around him, trying to calm him down. After a few minutes, through tears and hiccups, he began to explain what he saw. He said there was a man, a shadowy figure, hanging from one of the branches. A rope was tied around his neck, and the man was swinging slowly back and forth in the cold wind. The boy said he could feel the man's pain, like it was his own. His voice was soft, scared, but somehow steady. It was the kind of thing you don't expect a 5-year-old to say with such clarity. We all looked carefully, scanning the tree and the surrounding area. But there was nothing there. No rope, no man, no shadow. Just the empty branches swaying gently in the cool breeze. I remember looking at my friend's mom and feeling a chill that wasn't from the dropping temperature. We stayed there a little longer, but the boy wouldn't look away from the tree. His fear didn't ease, and neither did mine. We decided it was time to head back before it got too dark. The sun was almost gone, and the woods were closing in with shadows that looked like they could reach out and grab you. The walk back was silent. My friend's mom held her little boy's hand tightly, and my friend and I stayed close, glancing nervously around at the dark shapes of the trees. The cold was creeping into my bones now, but it wasn't just the weather. There was a weight in the air, a heaviness that felt almost like grief. We reached the edge of the forest just as the last light faded. When we got home, his mom told us more about the area, how long ago it had been a burial ground, a sacred place for the indigenous people who had lived there. It was never meant to be disturbed, and some believed that the spirits of those who were buried there still lingered. I don't know what the boy saw that day. I don't believe it was anything supernatural or a ghost story, but I do believe he saw something real, something tied to the history of that place, to the pain and suffering that had happened there long before we ever set foot in those woods. Kids sometimes seem to notice things adults miss, or maybe they can feel things in ways we can't explain. That day stayed with me for years. Whenever I think about it, I remember the cold, the silence, and the way the boy's face looked when he screamed. It wasn't just fear. It was something deeper, something connected to that ancient tree and the land beneath it. I never went back to that part of the woods. Neither did my friend or his family. We all felt it was better to leave that place alone, to respect what we didn't fully understand. And I still believe that some places carry their stories quietly, waiting for someone to listen. I worked as a live-in caretaker for Marie for about a year and a half. She was 94 years old, and her mind was slipping away little by little, piece by piece, like leaves falling from a tree in the dead of autumn. Alzheimer's had taken its toll on her, and she was no longer the woman who had lived a full life decades before. When Marie moved into her daughter's home, deep in the woods of nowhere, Washington, I was brought in to help manage her care and keep her safe. The house was isolated. Surrounded by thick evergreens, the nearest neighbor was miles away. Snow would pile up in winter, thick and heavy, muffling all sound and covering the narrow dirt road that led there like a white blanket. The silence of those woods wasn't peaceful. It was a heavy, waiting kind of quiet that settled deep in your chest and made your skin crawl after dark. Marie's daughter, a kind woman who lived in the house her whole life, had insisted on bringing her mother in. The house had been in their family for years, passed down through generations. Now it felt like a prison and a sanctuary at the same time. Marie was prone to saying strange things, but I'd worked with dementia patients before, so I never took her words literally. She talked often about her sister, who had passed many years ago, her mother, and her husband. She'd say they were in the house, or sometimes outside, watching, waiting, talking to her. Sometimes she'd smile, other times her face would grow dark and fearful. I learned quickly not to argue or dismiss her. In her mind, those people were still present, still part of her life. What unsettled me more was her fear of the woods. She told me repeatedly that the woods were dangerous. She said there were animals out there, wild animals that could tear a person apart, and that if I went outside, I could get lost and never find my way back. She warned me to always stay inside where it was safe. She was terrified of the trees, the shadows they cast, the darkness that spread between them. I thought it was just another symptom of her illness, the confusion and fear creeping in as her mind faded. At first, things were manageable. I'd help her with meals, get her dressed, make sure she took her medications. I tried to keep her routine simple and consistent. But after about 6 or 7 months, something started to change. It began with her nighttime wandering. She would get up in the middle of the night, sometimes pacing, sometimes just standing in the hallway. Sundowning, as it's called, is common in Alzheimer's patients. Confusion, agitation, sometimes hallucinations that flare up after dark. I wasn't alarmed. I'd gently guide her back to bed, reassure her with soft words, sometimes sit with her until she settled again. But then she started going to a particular window. There was a large window in the living room that faced the woods. I noticed her standing there in the dark, looking out with a faint smile, giggling quietly. When I asked her what she was doing, she'd say, "My mother's out there." Or sometimes, "They're all out there." It was strange, but I chalked it up to her confusion. She wasn't hurting herself or anyone else. One bitter winter night, I was woken suddenly by the loud blaring of the house alarm. The shrill noise cut through the stillness like a knife. I stumbled out of bed, heart pounding, and saw Marie's daughter already awake and moving quickly through the hallway. We checked every door and window. All were locked and intact. No sign of forced entry. But Marie was gone. Panic rose in my throat as I called her name, calling louder and louder until my voice cracked. The snow outside was deep and untouched. No footprints, no broken branches or disturbed snow. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. I ran out into the freezing cold, my breath clouding in front of me, calling her name again and again. The trees loomed around the edge of the clearing, their branches heavy with snow, casting long shadows in the moonlight. The forest seemed alive and watchful, waiting silently. I searched for what felt like hours. The cold bit into my skin. I shouted her name, my voice hoarse and trembling. There were no signs of her anywhere in the woods. No tracks, no movement, no sounds but the occasional creak of branches in the wind. When I finally started to head back toward the house, exhausted and shivering, I caught sight of her. She was standing outside the very window she always went to. There was no sign of any footsteps leading to or from her. The snow was smooth and untouched all around her. She was just standing there, giggling quietly, eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. Her face was peaceful, almost joyful, but she didn't seem to realize she was outside, in the freezing cold. I went to her and gently touched her arm, but she didn't respond. She kept giggling, the sound light and eerie in the quiet night. I took her hand and led her back inside. She seemed unaware of the cold or how far she'd been. She simply continued to giggle, as if she were with some invisible company. After that night, the visits to the window became more frequent, but the giggling faded. It turned into shouting, screaming even. She would yell at whoever was outside, calling names I didn't recognize, words that made no sense. Sometimes she'd bang on the glass, tears streaming down her face. I tried to comfort her, but it was like she was fighting with something only she could see. The daughter and I talked about calling in more help, maybe moving Marie to a memory care facility, but she wanted to keep her mother at home as long as possible. So I stayed, watching over Marie, trying to keep her safe. Then one day, just as suddenly as it started, the window visit stopped. No more giggling, no more shouting. She stayed in her room or in her chair by the fire. The restless nights were less frequent. But something had changed in her eyes, a sadness, a fear that I couldn't reach. One of the last clear things she ever said to me was a warning. Her voice was quiet but firm, trembling with a mix of fear and desperation. "Don't let them take me into those woods," she said. I didn't understand then what she meant. I wanted to ask, to know who they were. But she drifted away after that, words slipping from her like sand through fingers. She passed quietly a few months later, and the house felt empty and cold afterward. The woods around the house never felt safe to me. The darkness there wasn't just night. It was something else, something that pressed in and swallowed sound and hope. I never found out why she was so afraid of the woods, or what she thought was out there. But the way she stood at that window, giggling in the night, the way she disappeared without a trace, those things stayed with me. Sometimes, in the dead of winter, when the wind howls through the trees and the snow falls heavy and silent, I can almost hear her laughter carried on the breeze. And I wonder if the woods really were waiting for her all along. I spent 2.5 weeks backpacking through Olympic National Park, mostly on established trails, but also some off-trail bushwhacking to explore less traveled parts of the forest. I went in with the usual preparation: maps, compass, plenty of food and water, and my trusty flashlight. It was a solo trip, something I did often to clear my head and disconnect from the chaos of everyday life. The park was stunning, with dense evergreens, thick undergrowth, and the occasional clearing that opened up to views of distant mountains or rushing streams. The weirdness started about a week into the trip. I say about because the memory is blurry now, and the timetable is all messed up in my mind. But I remember the day before the strange things began well enough. I'd been bushwhacking, following a faint game trail I'd spotted from above. The trail got wider as I went on, and by midday the next day, I found myself standing in front of an old, abandoned cabin. It was a peculiar find in such a remote part of the park. The cabin looked like it had been there for decades, maybe even a century. The roof was covered in thick moss and patches of lichen. The wood was dark and weather-beaten, and the windows were cracked and cloudy with grime. The entire structure leaned slightly, but it still held together. Around the cabin, the forest floor was littered with fallen branches, pine needles, and scattered bits of old, rusted metal. There was no chimney, and no obvious signs that anyone had been there in recent years. The sky had started to darken, thick clouds rolling in from the west. I could tell the weather was going to turn, and I figured the cabin might provide some shelter while I waited it out. I stepped inside carefully, feeling the crunch of broken glass and dry leaves underfoot. Inside, the cabin smelled like damp stone, rotting wood, and a mustiness that reminded me of basements or crawl spaces I'd seen in old houses. The floorboards creaked under my boots, and dust motes floated in the weak light filtering through the grimy windows. The air was cool and stale. The inside was surprisingly large. I'd expected a cramped, one-room shack, but there were two separate rooms divided by a rough wooden wall. The first room was empty except for some old, broken furniture, a sagging wooden chair, and a small table covered in dirt and debris. The second room was darker and had a strange door that caught my attention. It wasn't a normal door like the others. It was heavy, made of thick wood reinforced with iron bands, and it led downwards, not into another room. Behind the door was a long, gently sloping stone tunnel. The walls were rough, made of uneven rock, and the floor was damp and slick with moss. I flipped on my flashlight and started down. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing the tunnel stretching out far beyond what I would expect from a cellar. I walked slowly, the silence around me pressing in so thick it felt like a physical weight. After a while, maybe 100 yards, I stopped. The light from my flashlight faded into blackness ahead. There was no sound, no dripping water, no echoes, just an oppressive quiet that made my ears ring. I felt a sudden dizziness, like the air was too thin or stale, and the walls seemed to close in around me. The claustrophobia was overwhelming. My breath felt shallow, and my heart pounded in my chest. I didn't linger. I turned and hurried back up the tunnel, back through the cabin, and out into the forest. But here's where things get strange. I know I couldn't have been in the cabin more than an hour, maybe 45 minutes tops. But when I stepped outside, the sky was different. It was morning. I remember standing there, blinking in the cold light of dawn, confused and disoriented. I hadn't slept or lost consciousness. I didn't drink any alcohol or take any medication that could have caused hallucinations or blackouts. And I wasn't injured. My watch had stopped working earlier in the day due to the cold, so I had no way to check the time. But I'm certain it was morning now, maybe 8 or 9 a.m. I thought maybe I'd gotten turned around, but the sun's position, the direction of the trees, and the trail leading away from the cabin confirmed I was still where I started. It was like time had passed without me noticing, or maybe the tunnel had stretched out longer than physically possible and I'd walked through some kind of time bubble. I know that sounds crazy, but it's the only explanation that makes sense to me. After gathering myself, I packed up quickly and followed the trail back the way I'd come. I was eager to put as much distance between myself and that cabin as possible. I was shaken, not terrified exactly, but deeply unsettled. Something about that tunnel felt wrong, like it wasn't meant for people. The rest of the trip was uneventful, but I never forgot that morning. I kept wondering if I'd fallen asleep in the cabin and dreamed the whole thing, but the dirt and leaves on my clothes, the scratch on my arm from a broken board, and the lingering smell of rot on my jacket told me it was real. I never went back, and I made sure to avoid that area entirely. When I finally got out of the park and back to civilization, I tried to find records of that cabin. Local ranger stations, historical maps, even old logging records. Nothing matched the place I found. It was like the cabin had slipped through time, forgotten by everyone except me. Looking back, I'm grateful I got out when I did. That place had a way of messing with your sense of time and space. I don't know if it's something geological, some weird underground fault or cave system that affected my perception, or maybe something else entirely. All I know is I'll never forget those quiet moss-covered walls, the cold stone tunnel that stretched endlessly into darkness, and the strange, heavy silence that followed me out. I spent the rest of my life telling myself it was just a trick of the mind, a combination of exhaustion, low oxygen, and the isolation of the deep forest. But every time I close my eyes, I see that tunnel, and I hear the silence pressing down on me like a weight I can't shake. I lived and worked in the southern coastal town of Albany in Western Australia for several years. My job required me to travel to various rural communities scattered around the region. The kind of work I did meant I spent a lot of time on the road, often driving along long stretches of highway with nothing but open paddocks and flat land on either side. Most of the time, it was routine driving, stopping, meeting people, and then moving on again. But one trip, something happened that I still think about nearly every day, even though it was over 25 years ago. It's a memory that never quite leaves me, like an itch you can't scratch. It was an ordinary afternoon, around 1 p.m. The sky was overcast. There was no sun glaring in my eyes, no deep shadows on the road, just a dull, steady light that made everything look muted. I was driving home along Albany Highway after finishing up a series of meetings and checks in some of the small rural communities. The highway stretches for miles there, a long, flat ribbon of asphalt cutting through endless paddocks and farmland. No hills, no twists, just a straight road that could get monotonous after a while. I remember the road well that day. The highway was quiet, typical for a weekday afternoon. There were a few other vehicles here and there, mostly farmers and locals driving their trucks or utes, the old pickup trucks that are so common in those parts. The fields on either side were flat and wide, full of dry grass and patches of dirt where the farmers worked their land. The fences along the side were low and old, leaning in places. You could see for miles in every direction, and the road stretched out straight ahead, straight behind. As I drove, I came up behind a farmer driving an old Uda. The Uda was a battered, rusty thing, clearly well used. The paint was faded from years of sun, and the back was loaded with tools and equipment. I remember thinking how typical it was to see that old truck out on the highway, the kind of vehicle that looked like it had been around forever and would keep going for years more. The farmer was driving steadily, maybe doing about 90 to 100 kilometers per hour. I was doing around 110, pushing the speed a little to get home faster. I stayed behind the Uda for a while, not in any rush. The road was long and straight, and I could see for a long distance ahead. Eventually, I decided to overtake. I checked my mirrors carefully, signaled, and moved out into the passing lane. As I pulled alongside the Uda, I glanced over to the farmer in the driver's seat, a man probably in his 50s or 60s, wearing a hat to shield from the sun. He glanced over at me with a nod as I passed. Nothing unusual about that. Then I pulled back into the lane in front of him. I slowed down slightly to keep a safe distance. As I did, I checked my rearview mirror out of habit, as any driver would, to see the farmer's Uda right behind me, making sure it was safe to merge back. But when I looked into the mirror, something wasn't right. There was no vehicle behind me at all. The road behind was completely empty. I blinked, thinking maybe I wasn't seeing clearly, or maybe the angle was wrong. But no, the road was empty. There was no sign of the Uda anywhere behind me. No dust cloud, no glint of metal, no outline of the truck in the distance. I watched for a few seconds, still confused. I thought maybe the farmer had pulled off the road somehow, or turned down a side road. But there were no side roads there, not for kilometers. The land was all fenced paddocks, flat and open, with no hidden turns or side streets. I was baffled. The highway was straight, with flat land stretching in every direction, and I was driving at about 110 kilometers per hour. The Uda must have been going 90 or more. There was no way he could have slowed down, let alone turned off anywhere without me noticing. I had just passed him. I had seen him clearly. And now nothing. The road behind me was completely empty. The whole thing felt like a trick. I kept watching the mirror as I drove, half expecting the Uda to reappear, but it never did. It was as if the farmer and his old Uda had vanished into thin air in the middle of a busy highway on a regular afternoon. The sky stayed dull and overcast, the road stretched straight and flat, and the paddocks on each side stayed empty, but no sign of that truck anywhere. I kept driving, heart pounding a little. It was a strange feeling, an odd kind of silence in my mind. I didn't know what to think. I didn't stop or turn around, because the road was long and I wanted to get home. But the image stayed in my head, the sudden emptiness behind me, the missing truck that should have been there seconds before. I can't explain what happened. I've tried to figure it out many times. Maybe the farmer turned off a hidden dirt track so quickly I didn't see it. But I know the area well. There is no such hidden turn for miles. Maybe the truck had broken down and disappeared off the road in some way. But again, the land is flat, and the fences line the edges. There was nowhere for it to go without me noticing. I even wondered if I had imagined it. Maybe I'd been so tired I thought I saw the truck and just passed something else. But no, I distinctly remember seeing the driver, the battered old Uda, the tools in the back. And the feeling of confusion when it disappeared was sharp and real. Since that day, every time I drive down a long, empty stretch of road, I check my mirrors carefully. I look for other vehicles, for any signs of something unusual. And sometimes, when I'm alone on the road, I feel that strange sense of emptiness again, like something I can't explain is just beyond the edge of sight. I've told a few people about it over the years, but mostly I keep it to myself. It's one of those experiences that sounds strange or unbelievable when you say it out loud. But it's true. It happened. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. There's no spooky story here, no supernatural twist. Just a strange moment on a quiet country road in broad daylight that doesn't make sense no matter how much I think about it. A moment that reminds me that sometimes the world can do things we can't explain, even in the most ordinary places. That afternoon on Albany Highway left a mark on me. It's been over 2 decades now, but I still remember that sudden, empty space behind me. The place where the Uda should have been, but wasn't. It's like a riddle with no answer, a blank spot in a day that otherwise looked so normal. And maybe that's what scares me the most. Not the idea of ghosts or monsters, but that some things happen in the world that just don't have a clear explanation, no matter how much we want one. When my buddy and I decided to hike the Grand Canyon right after graduating high school, we were nothing if not foolishly confident. At 18, you think you're invincible, like the whole world is just waiting for you to conquer it. We didn't pick an easy trail. No, we wanted something brutal, something that would test us. So, naturally, we went for the Tanner Trail. It had a reputation, a high difficulty rating that made us proud just for attempting it. We figured, how hard can it be? It's just a hike. We started early on a late June morning, the sun already relentless even before it rose high. The air was dry, almost dusty, and the vastness of the canyon swallowed every sound except for the crunch of our boots on loose rock and the occasional distant caw of a raven. We had our packs loaded with water, some protein bars, and camping gear, but truthfully, we underestimated how much we'd need. The canyon was unforgiving. Temperatures near the rim were already hot, but down at the bottom, it was a different kind of heat, like standing inside a giant oven. The trail was steep, winding down through layers of red and orange rock, each step more tiring than the last. Our legs burned, sweat pouring down our faces and backs. We took every chance to catch our breath, drink what little water we had left, and shield our eyes from the sun beating down on the exposed cliffs. About halfway down, the landscape started to change. Instead of the sheer rocky walls, we found ourselves walking alongside a dry creek bed. Tanner Creek, I think. It was cracked and baked by the sun, with jagged boulders scattered here and there, some smooth from years of water flow, others sharp and unpredictable. We hadn't seen a single other person the entire way. No hikers, no tourists, no sounds of civilization. Just the raw canyon, endless and empty. We were both exhausted, moving slower with every step, but driven by the goal of reaching the Colorado River. The thought of finally dipping our hands in the water kept us going. As we rounded a cluster of large boulders near the river, we spotted him. He was standing right where the dry creek met the river, looking out at the rapids. I remember how strange it was to see someone there. He didn't look like a tourist or a typical hiker. He was a Native American man, probably in his late 20s or early 30s. Long black hair, worn denim shirt tucked neatly into faded jeans. He had a calm presence, like he belonged there, part of the landscape rather than an intruder in it. I thought he looked a lot like Lou Diamond Phillips in that old movie Young Guns, if you can picture that. What was really odd, though, was what he was doing. He wasn't just standing there staring. He was tossing a racquetball into the churning water at the foot of the creek. The ball would float downstream about 8 or 10 feet, hit a rock, then bounce right back to him. He caught it and threw it again, over and over, like he was playing some strange game with the river itself. My buddy and I just looked at each other, tired and confused. We had no idea what to make of this guy or his little trick. But honestly, we just wanted to find a place to camp. So, without saying much, we greeted him quietly and started walking upstream to look for a flat spot. He nodded back and walked downstream toward the river, disappearing around a bend. We never saw him again. That night, lying on our sleeping pads under a sky heavy with stars, I couldn't shake the image of that man and the ball. I kept wondering, How did he know exactly how to throw that ball so it would bounce back like that? Was it some kind of skill passed down? Something about reading the water's flow that none of us would ever understand? It felt almost like he was communicating with the river, speaking a language we couldn't hear. Sleep didn't come easy. The heat inside the canyon was relentless, the quiet around us almost too quiet. Every little noise, rocks shifting, a distant bird call, felt amplified. I felt exposed, like the canyon wasn't just a place of natural beauty, but something ancient and watching. The next morning, we packed up and started our climb out. The sun was already baking the rock, and the air shimmered with heat waves. Our muscles ached in ways they hadn't the day before, but there was a kind of relief in the climb. When we reached the rim, sweat-soaked and dirt-covered, I looked back down the canyon one last time. The river was just a thin blue line in the distance, but I could still picture that man standing by the water, tossing his ball, completely at ease in a place that had nearly broken us. It took me years before I thought about that moment again, and even longer before I admitted to myself how much it unsettled me. Not because of anything spooky or supernatural. No ghosts or monsters. Just the way that man seemed to know the canyon in a way I never would. The way he moved with the river, how the ball came back to him like magic, but was really just skill and patience. That trip taught me a lot about the Grand Canyon. Not just how brutal it can be to your body, but how small you are compared to it. How much there is you don't know, and maybe never will. I don't think I'll ever hike Tanner Trail again. Partly because of the heat, the difficulty, and partly because of that moment at the river. It's a memory that sticks with me. Not scary because of what happened, but because of what it made me realize. Sometimes, nature doesn't need to be haunted to feel immense. Sometimes, it's enough that you're just a visitor passing through, watching someone who belongs there, doing something you'll never understand. That night, I was fast asleep, completely out cold, completely unaware of what was unfolding just a few doors down, only a short walk away from where I lay in bed. My sister was the one who lived through it, the one who carried the weight of those hours in her memory. I wasn't there, not really, just a half-conscious bystander once she told me the story later. But even now, years after, the whole thing still lingers. How close it came to something far worse. It started late, later than usual. My sister had been out with her boyfriend, who lived just 3 houses down from ours. They weren't far from home at all, just the kind of neighborhood where everyone knows everyone, and doors were usually unlocked, cars left in the driveway, and kids out playing until dusk. Quiet and safe, or so we thought. When she got back, the night was cold, the air crisp and still. The kind of night where sounds carry and shadows stretch long across the pavement. As she walked up to our house, she noticed the garage door was open. That immediately struck her as odd because my dad was always careful about closing it. Sure, he could be forgetful, but the garage door? That was different. It was the sort of thing you just didn't leave open overnight in our neighborhood. She figured maybe he forgot, or maybe he'd stepped out for something. But it wasn't just the garage door that caught her attention. The door from the garage into the house was slightly open too, just cracked a bit. The thing was, that door was special. It had a spring-loaded hinge, so it always slammed shut behind you automatically. It never stayed open on its own. The way she saw it cracked open was wrong. It shouldn't have been that way. Her heart started pounding. Every instinct told her something was wrong. Without a second thought, she turned around and ran back toward her boyfriend's house, just 3 doors down. The cold night air felt sharp in her lungs as she ran, her breath coming out in quick bursts. She was sure someone was inside, that they were robbing the house, maybe worse. The idea of someone inside while we were all asleep made her stomach twist. When she got to her boyfriend's house, he immediately grabbed his baseball bat. I don't know why they didn't call the police right away. Maybe it was the adrenaline, the fear mixing with teenage stubbornness, or the thought of confronting the intruder before things got worse. Whatever it was, he headed toward the house with that bat in hand, determined to protect us. I can't imagine the fear he must have felt, walking toward that half-open door in the dark, knowing there could be someone waiting for him. He was almost at the house when a man stepped out of the garage. The stranger saw him and took off, sprinting between the 2 houses, heading for the yard. The fences that separated our backyards were tall and not easy to climb, but this man didn't hesitate. He jumped over the fences fast, moving like he'd done this before, like he knew exactly where he was going. On the other side was the wooded ravine behind our neighborhood, a place thick with trees and brush, a perfect hiding spot. My sister and her boyfriend called my parents immediately. They woke up in a panic and called the police. The officers came quickly, but found no sign of the man. He was already gone, vanished into the night, leaving only footprints and questions behind. When the police investigated the house, they found the door from the garage into the house had been pried open. The man hadn't broken a window or forced the main doors. He used my sister's shoe as a tool to jimmy the door open. They found marks on the lock and scratches around the edges, the telltale signs of a quiet but determined entry. Inside, nothing was missing. No valuables stolen, no obvious damage. The man seemed to have only snooped around, maybe looked through drawers, maybe watched the house and the people inside. Me and my parents were asleep the whole time, completely unaware that someone was inside our home. The idea that someone had been there, sneaking through our house while we slept, made me shiver when my sister told me the story the next day. How close they had come to being caught, or worse. How quickly things could have turned violent. And all I had was the half-remembered sound of police sirens and the quiet footsteps of officers searching the yard in the early hours. For a long time, no one knew who the man was. The police kept looking but had no solid leads. It felt like a ghost, someone who slipped through the cracks, leaving no trace but the fear that stayed behind. Years later, something changed. News came out about a man arrested for murder, a man who had been living just a neighborhood over from us. A successful army pilot, someone who had worked close to our prime minister. But behind that respectable exterior was a darker truth. This man had started with break-ins in our part of town, quiet, careful, no stealing, just snooping. Just like the night in our garage. It was a shock when they found out what he had done later, how his crimes had escalated, culminating in murder. I couldn't help but think about that night, how close we'd come to meeting him face to face. If my sister had come home just 15 minutes earlier, what might have happened? If he had been caught in the act, would it have ended differently? Or would the danger have been even greater? Looking back, it was a harsh reminder that danger can hide anywhere, even in the most familiar places. That sometimes the people we trust or never expect to be threats are the ones who can slip past our defenses. Our home, the place we thought was safe, had been violated in the quietest way, leaving a scar that no one could see but those who lived through it. We never forgot that night. We never forgot the feeling of the garage door left open, the ajar door that should have been shut tight, or the rush of fear when a stranger ran through our yard in the dead of night. And every time I passed that house, I remember how close we came to losing everything and how fragile safety can be. It was a late afternoon in Northern California, somewhere near Big Sur, and the sky was overcast, heavy with low gray clouds that muted the sunlight, giving everything a dim, washed-out look. My cousin and I had been at a small, quiet campground nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by tall, old trees that seemed to stretch forever in every direction. The campground wasn't one of those big, well-kept places with lots of amenities. It was more secluded, more rugged. The kind of place where cell phones didn't work, and the only sounds you heard were the wind moving through the branches, the occasional bird call, or the crunch of dry leaves under your boots. We had been there for a couple of days, just the two of us camping, hiking, and enjoying the quiet. We were both in our late teens at the time, curious and full of energy, and decided to take a walk down one of the narrow trails that led out from the main campground. The trail was little more than a dirt path, barely wide enough for one person to walk comfortably, lined thickly on both sides by dense forest, mostly towering pines and Douglas firs, with occasional patches of madrona trees and underbrush tangled with ferns and wild blackberry bushes. The air was cool and damp, carrying the rich, earthy smell of wet pine needles and moss. The ground beneath our feet was soft with years of fallen leaves and needles, the kind of soil that muffled our footsteps and made it feel like the forest was swallowing us in. We followed the path for a while, our conversation fading as the quietness of the woods settled over us. Eventually, the trail curved slightly and opened into a clearing. This wasn't a wide-open meadow with wildflowers and tall grass. Instead, it was more like a patch of land where the trees had been cut or cleared long ago. The ground was rough and uneven, scattered with twigs, leaves, and patches of dirt. It felt oddly out of place, like a scar in the otherwise dense forest. In the center of this clearing stood an old corral, something I'd never seen before up close. The corral was made from weathered logs, thick and rough-hewn, arranged in a circle about 5 feet high. The logs were gray and cracked from age, some covered in moss and lichen, starting to decay. The whole thing looked like it had been there for decades, maybe longer. The wood creaked faintly as a light breeze passed through. The corral's circular shape gave it a strange, deliberate feel, as if it was built for a specific, serious purpose long forgotten. There was no gate or entrance that I could see from the ground, only the solid ring of logs. My cousin and I decided to climb onto the edge of the corral, pulling ourselves up and sitting on the top logs. The wood was rough under our hands and feet, but sturdy enough to hold our weight. From our vantage point, we could see more clearly inside the circle. In the middle, there was a small shelter constructed from twigs and small branches, shaped into a sort of rectangle about 3 feet high with a roof and 3 solid sides. It looked like a crude hut, but it was deep and dark inside, so dark that we couldn't see what was within. Something about it caught my attention. Near the entrance of the shelter, just outside the opening, there was scat, animal feces. It looked fresh, dark, and moist. There were 2 other piles a couple of feet away, near the base of the logs forming the corral. That didn't seem right. Whatever had left those must have been spending time inside or near the shelter. The sight of the scat suddenly made the air feel heavier. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was a wild animal's den. Maybe a coyote or a bobcat had made a home there. But there was something off about it. The corral structure, the shelter inside, the lack of an obvious entrance. It didn't seem like a place made for a wild animal. At least, not one I was familiar with. The shelter was too carefully built, too intentional. I suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over me. The kind of feeling you get deep in your gut when something just feels wrong, and you don't even want to know why. The forest seemed to press in closer around us, the trees whispering quietly, shadows thickening as the light faded. It was as if the air itself had changed. My cousin, who had been quietly looking around, shifted nervously beside me. I didn't want to turn around, but I was convinced we were being watched. That strange sensation of eyes following us, something just out of sight, waiting, tightened its grip. My heart hammered in my chest. The woods were silent except for the soft rustling of leaves, but it felt like the silence was alive, heavy, filled with unseen things. I didn't say anything out loud. I didn't want to, but inside I was screaming. The feeling was so strong I could barely breathe. The corral, the shelter, the fresh scat, it all suddenly made sense in the worst way. Whatever had built that shelter wasn't just an animal, and it wasn't friendly. Without thinking, I grabbed my cousin's arm and said quietly, "We need to go right now." No questions, no hesitation. We scrambled down from the corral and started back the way we came. The trail seemed darker now, narrower, as if the forest was closing in on us. Every step felt heavier. I didn't dare look behind us, but the sensation of being followed didn't go away. I don't remember much of the walk back to the campground. The fear was like a fog in my mind. I remember the cold sweat on my back, the way my hands shook, the ache in my legs from running more than I realized. Somehow, we made it back before dark. At the campground, the normal sounds of birds and campfire smoke felt like a fragile shield against whatever we'd just left behind. I didn't speak much for the rest of the trip. The image of that corral, the shelter, and the piles of scat haunted me. I never told anyone what we found. Years later, the memory is still sharp, vivid, and unsettling. I can picture the rotten logs, the shadowed shelter, the fresh scat. The feeling of dread, the sense of being watched, the cold grip of fear that almost froze me in place. I've thought a lot about what it might have been. A trap, some kind of hiding place, a shelter built by a person living off the grid, maybe someone who didn't want to be found. The location was remote enough, and the shelter well hidden. Whoever or whatever it was had clearly been there recently. Whatever the truth, it left a mark on me. That day taught me how quickly a quiet walk in the woods can turn into something else. Something dangerous. Something you don't want to find. I never went back to that clearing, and I never wandered off the trails alone again. The forest can hold a lot of secrets, and some of them are better left undiscovered. The night I woke up feeling something was deeply wrong in the woods of Portola Valley is still burned into my memory like a bad scar. I had spent weeks camping out there over the years, maybe 3 or 4 weeks total if you add all the nights up. The spot I always chose was near a small, winding stream that ran quietly but steadily, a gentle soundtrack that usually soothed me to sleep. The air was fresh, cool, and full of the sounds of life. Little birds chirping softly before dawn, the constant rustle of leaves in the wind, the occasional crack of a twig underfoot from some small animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer moving through the brush. Crickets would hum a low buzz as night fell. It was peaceful, the kind of peace you don't get in the city. That night, though, none of that was there. I remember waking up in the dark, heart pounding, drenched in sweat. I had just had the most terrifying nightmare I've ever had in my life. In the dream, a figure stood just beyond the edge of the firelight at our campsite. It wasn't human, or at least it didn't look human. It was just a black, grayish shadow, completely without features. No eyes, no face, no shape you could really call a body, just an outline of dark that seemed to absorb the light around it. It stood perfectly still, as if watching us, waiting. There was no movement at all, no breathing, no sound from it. But the weight of its presence pressed down on me so heavily it felt like I couldn't breathe. I jolted awake, gasping, the nightmare still fresh like a heavy fog clouding my mind. I looked around the tent in the pitch blackness, and everything felt wrong. The usual background noise was missing. Usually, at least, I would hear the stream flowing nearby, the soft rustling of the trees, maybe an occasional bird or cricket calling in the distance. But that night, there was nothing. No wind, no water, no life. It was dead silent. The kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of every little sound in a place you thought you knew. I reached over and nudged my so awake. I tried to explain what I had just seen in the nightmare, though the words felt clumsy and inadequate to describe how scared I was. I remember his groggy face blinking up at me in the dark, a little confused but instantly alert. That's when I noticed the air around us was thick and heavy. It wasn't just hot or cold. It was this strange, sticky heat, like the atmosphere itself was weighted down with something I couldn't identify. It pressed against my skin, and I felt like I was being watched, not by an animal, but something else. The silence wasn't just the absence of sound. It felt like a vacuum had been sucked out of the night. The creek, which should have been gurgling close enough to hear clearly, was completely still. The trees and bushes around the camp didn't move. No gentle breeze stirred the branches. The night was unnervingly still. I could see the faint outlines of the trees against the sky, but they didn't look right. They seemed darker, more oppressive. I had a feeling I've never had before in the woods. A gut instinct that said, we need to leave. Now, it was urgent and raw, not like any ordinary worry or fear. It was something deeper, almost primal. My so thankfully listened. He told me later that he noticed the silence too. He said it felt like the woods were holding their breath, waiting. We didn't waste time packing. I grabbed our gear, pulling the sleeping bags and tent poles together, while he quietly gathered the rest of our things. We moved quickly but carefully, not wanting to attract any unwanted attention, though I wasn't sure what from. The feeling of oppression didn't ease. It got worse with every minute. I was shaking by the time the tent was down and strapped tight. We loaded everything into the car and started driving out. The darkness was thick around us, almost like it had a texture. The trees lining the road were dark shapes looming in the headlights, their branches bare of movement. The air smelled strange, stale, like a storm about to hit, but without the usual humidity or scent of rain. It was wrong. The strangest part came as we started heading down the hill toward the main road out of the forest. Our car wouldn't go faster than about 15 or 25 miles per hour. We tried everything, pressing the accelerator harder, shifting gears, checking for mechanical problems, but nothing worked. It was like the car was resisting us, holding us back. My so kept glancing at me nervously. I just kept repeating, "We have to get out now," my voice trembling, though I wasn't sure if I was trying to convince him or myself. The whole drive felt like a trap closing around us. The weight of the night, the silence, the car's sluggishness, it was suffocating. I kept looking at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that shadowy figure from my dream lurking behind us, but the road was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being followed or watched. After what felt like forever crawling down the hill, we finally hit the main road leading back to town. The moment we left the dense trees behind and the familiar sounds of civilization started to creep back, distant cars, a faint breeze, crickets chirping, the car suddenly felt normal. The engine responded like it always did. The oppressive heat lifted off my chest, and the silence was replaced by the usual noise of the night. We drove the last few miles back in silence. Neither of us said much. We were both too shaken. The feeling of that night stayed with me for days after. like the woods had shifted in some way, like I had glimpsed something dark and unknowable just beyond the edge of my reality. Even now, when I think back on it, I can still feel that sticky, angry weight pressing down on me. I have no explanation for what it was or why it happened. There was nothing paranormal or ghostly about it, no fancy stories or legends to explain it away. It was just an intense, overwhelming feeling of wrongness in a place I had always felt safe. The woods of Portola Valley are beautiful and peaceful most of the time, but that night, they held a darkness I couldn't name, and I never want to feel that way again. It was just past 10 at night when we decided to go for that late hike. The kind of idea that seems fun at the time, especially after a few beers. Me and my friend had done this spot before, this particular trail that wound through the woods near the lake. We'd been there during the day plenty of times, but never this late. The air was already cold, the kind of cold that sneaks in under your skin, and the sky was just black, no moon, no stars, just a heavy dark blanket. We stumbled a bit at first, trying to find the trailhead, our phones barely lighting the ground enough to not trip on a root or rock. The trail was narrow, packed dirt, and a layer of dry leaves covering most of it, muffling our footsteps but making it uneven and tricky to walk on. Every so often, the crunch of our boots on twigs echoed a little too loudly, making me jump each time. We kept telling ourselves it was nothing, just the woods settling or animals moving around. About 30 minutes into the hike, we reached that old wooden bridge that crossed a small creek feeding into the lake. The bridge wasn't anything fancy, just some planks nailed down, worn and creaky. We stopped there, leaning against the rail, pulling out cigarettes. The smoke mixed with the cold night air, making little clouds that disappeared fast. I remember the smell of damp wood and pine needles, and the distant sound of water trickling under the bridge. As I sat on the edge of the bridge, feet dangling close to the creek below, a sharp snap broke the silence. It wasn't subtle. It sounded like a thick branch breaking under weight. It was close, just off the trail, maybe 10 or 15 feet into the trees. I froze. It definitely wasn't a squirrel or a small animal, too loud and heavy. The woods fell silent again right after, but my heart started racing. I wanted to keep still, to listen, but my body tensed up, and I told myself we should just keep going. We didn't say it out loud, but there was this unspoken fear between us now, like something was watching, waiting. The trail ahead was mostly dark, with only the weak beam of our phone lights cutting through the blackness. Every step felt louder than it should, leaves and dry twigs crunching sharply underfoot. I told my friend to keep her voice down, even though we were barely talking. It was useless. Our steps sounded like thunder in the quiet woods. Then came the sounds from the lake. For heavy splashes, distinct and deliberate. Not little pebbles, but like large rocks being thrown in, one after another, landing with a splash that echoed over the water. It was too regular, too heavy to be animals jumping in. Something about the timing and weight unsettled me deeply. We didn't stop to figure out what it was. We started moving faster, almost a jog at some points, trying to get back to the trailhead, away from the lake and whatever had been near the bridge. My breath was short and my chest tight. The cold wasn't biting anymore. All I could feel was that raw panic building inside. The alcohol wasn't helping. It blurred my vision slightly, made my legs wobble, but it also made me hyper-aware. Every shadow seemed like it was moving just out of the corner of my eye. The trees stood like silent giants, their branches creaking softly in the night wind, but I kept imagining something much heavier, stalking behind us. We didn't look back. Not once. The fear of what might be there was worse than the unknown. Our phones' flashlights shook in our hands, flickering as the batteries weakened. The path twisted and turned, and every step seemed to drag out longer, even though we were trying to move fast. Somewhere along the way, my stomach gave out. I didn't make it far before the nausea hit hard, and I vomited onto the leaves and dirt. The taste of smoke, alcohol, and fear mixed in my mouth. I wiped my mouth with the back of my sleeve, trying to steady my breathing. We finally reached the trail exit, the faint glow of streetlights bleeding through the trees ahead. The normal world felt like a different place entirely, almost surreal after the suffocating darkness of the woods. We didn't speak much as we walked to the car. The silence between us was heavy, loaded with questions and what-ifs that neither of us dared voice. We never went back to that trail at night, never even talked about the noises or what might have caused them. It was like that night stayed with us, a quiet warning to stay away from the dark woods after dark. We never found out what made those noises, the heavy snap near the bridge, the force splashes on the lake, and maybe that's better. Sometimes, the unknown is scarier than any explanation. That night still feels like a weird haze, even years later. We were camping out in Alabama, not too far from Montgomery, just a small group of us wanting to get away from the usual noise and city lights. The sky was clear, stars scattered all over, and the air was cool but not cold. We set up our tents in a little clearing surrounded by tall pines and oaks, the ground soft with fallen leaves and pine needles. There wasn't much wind, just a gentle breeze that made the branches whisper softly above us. After dinner, we sat around the campfire, the flames crackling and popping, throwing flickering shadows on our faces. The smell of burnt wood mixed with the fresh pine scent was calming, and we were all relaxed. Someone had brought a guitar, so there was a little music, but mostly we just talked quietly, sharing stories and jokes, enjoying the kind of peaceful silence that only nature can give you at night. Then, out of nowhere, one of us noticed something strange above us in the sky. At first, it was just a small pinpoint of light, but it was hovering, not moving like a star or a plane normally would. We all stopped talking, trying to make sense of it. The light was steady, not blinking, and didn't seem to change shape. It looked like some kind of aircraft, but unlike anything we'd seen before. We were close enough to Montgomery that the idea of a helicopter wasn't far-fetched, but the silence was the first thing that threw us off. Normally, helicopters or planes make noise, loud enough to hear over the forest and the fire. This thing didn't make a sound at all. No engine roar, no rotor blades chopping through the air, nothing. The only thing we felt was a faint, cool breeze moving down from it, like a gentle downdraft. No one was drunk or high. We were all clear-headed and sober, so there was no chance we were imagining it. We kept watching it silently for a while, trying to understand what we were seeing. It hung over us, just above the tree line, but it wasn't moving much. Maybe swaying slightly with the breeze, but it stayed roughly in the same spot. My cousin, who always had a bit of a technical curiosity, pulled out his phone and called his dad. His dad worked for the Air Force, and we figured if anyone could explain this, it would be him. The call was brief, and my cousin whispered the details while we stayed quiet, eyes glued to the glowing shape in the sky. After a few minutes, my cousin's dad got back to us. He said he was up at the control tower checking radars. According to him, there was a blip on the radar where we said the aircraft was hovering, but no one had any flight information about it. No records of any civilian or military aircraft being up there at that time. That made everything even stranger. We watched as the aircraft began to move slowly, drifting across the clearing and then over the tree line. Still no sound. The downdraft was there, light but noticeable. We could just barely see its lights through the trees as it moved away from us. It wasn't fast or aggressive, just calm and deliberate, almost like it was watching us or studying the area. Then my cousin's dad called us back. He said the Air Force was launching 2 fighter jets to investigate. We kept an eye on the sky, waiting for the jets, wondering if they'd see the same thing we did. After a few minutes, we heard the sharp roar of jet engines slicing through the quiet night, and the jets flew overhead a couple of times. Their lights were bright, and we could hear them clearly. But by then, the strange aircraft was gone, vanished into the darkness, disappeared from sight and radar. When we got home, my uncle, the one who worked at the tower, told us that by the time the jets were in flight, the blip on the radar had completely disappeared. There was no trace left of whatever it was. No one could explain what we saw. No official report, no explanation, just a mysterious, silent aircraft that hovered over a campsite in the middle of Alabama for a little while and then vanished without a trace. The whole thing stuck with me. It was real enough that night, clear as day in my memory, but it didn't fit into any of the normal explanations. It wasn't a drone, not the usual military choppers, and definitely not any plane we knew. It was like something out of a science fiction movie, but it happened in the quiet woods near Montgomery, on an ordinary camping trip. Looking back, I think about the precision it had, the way it moved slowly and carefully, with no sound but a gentle breeze. It didn't seem hostile or threatening, just present, watching us maybe, and then it left as quietly as it came, like it was never really there at all. That night, the forest felt different. The calm and quiet were broken by something unknown, something we couldn't explain or catch. Even now, I wonder what it was, why it showed up there, and if anyone else saw it too. But no matter how many questions I have, the only real answer is that sometimes things happen that just don't make sense, and all you can do is watch and wait. I had been on that ship for weeks, a big square-rigged sailing ship crossing the South Atlantic, from South Africa all the way to Brazil. Semester at sea, they called it, but sometimes it felt more like a prison. Weeks locked in tight quarters, the same galley food, the same routine. When we pulled into Porto, Brazil, just before sunset, I was desperate to get off the ship even for a few hours. The air felt heavy with salt and diesel, and my legs itched to walk on solid ground. We finished docking and unloading in the dark, probably close to 10 p.m. The city's lights flickered faintly on the horizon, but down by the docks, everything was quieter than I expected. I had 2 hours before my midnight watch, and my only thought was to find some new food, something that didn't come from the galley. I found a guy from the crew who felt the same way, and we slipped out the main gate. The ship's huge bulk faded behind us, and the night swallowed us up. We stepped into a neighborhood I wouldn't have thought to explore in the daytime, a rundown barrio. Narrow alleys crisscrossed between small houses packed tight together. The walls were all topped with jagged shards of broken glass, embedded in the cement like grim trophies. Bars covered every window, catching the yellow glow of the few streetlights. The streets were empty, the silence pressing. No sounds except our footsteps echoing in the labyrinth. It was the kind of place where you felt eyes watching even though you saw no one. The dim floodlights flickered, the occasional hum of electricity buzzing in the warm air. We followed the winding paths without much direction, mostly just walking, hoping to stumble upon some place open late. Then around a bend we found it, a small clearing lit up by harsh fluorescent light, stark and cold against the darkness around it. A little takeout window carved into a building, with plastic lawn chairs and benches arranged like an afterthought. We knocked, unsure if anyone was awake. The window slid open slowly, a man rubbing sleep from his eyes. He looked surprised but smiled when he saw us, like we were something rare and valuable in this forgotten corner of the city. We felt a little guilty waking him, but hunger pushed us on. He didn't speak English, and our Portuguese was patchy at best. No words passed between us, just gestures, pointing, nodding, the universal language of hunger. He motioned toward a line in the kitchen, a rough counter with bits of bread, meat, and vegetables laid out under a yellowing light. I made a sweeping motion, asking for everything, the works. It took a while. The guy had to light the stove, get the kitchen ready. We were running out of time before I had to be back, but he insisted we stay and eat. We waited, the silence around us thick, but oddly comforting in the fluorescent glow. Finally, he handed us plastic bags, small and thin like office trash bags, each holding a sandwich roll half hidden in a creamy, thick cheese sauce. The sauce was unlike anything I'd ever tasted, between mayonnaise and melted cheese, rich and sticky, clinging to every bite. We tore into the sandwiches, savoring the flavors in the quiet night. After paying with two $20 bills, American cash, which he had like treasure, he handed us some Brazilian reals back, a small piece of this strange place to carry with us. We stood, fingers sticky and smeared with sauce, and made our way back through the empty streets. The plastic bags squished in our hands, sauce smeared on our faces and clothes despite our efforts to clean up. The barrio swallowed us again as we hurried back to the ship. The fluorescent light, the strange food, the quiet streets. It all felt like a secret moment frozen in time. We reached the gate with just minutes to spare, slipping back aboard the ship as the city behind us faded once more into shadows. Even now, the memory of that strange sandwich, floating in its cheesy bath, the taste both foreign and familiar, stays with me. In the middle of a ghost town in Porto, Brazil, under the weight of weeks at sea, that little window of light and food was a rare comfort. I hunt a lot. It's something I've done since I was a kid, something that's part of who I am. My father owns a big piece of land out in South Texas. Hundreds of acres of thick brush, mesquite trees, and open fields that roll out under wide, empty skies. It's the kind of place where you can disappear for days and still not see another soul. I love going out there alone, especially in the off-season, just to get away from everything. There's a peace to it, a quiet that you don't find anywhere else. One weekend in mid-November, the air was crisp and cold. Not freezing, but cold enough that you could see your breath when you exhaled. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones after a while. I decided to spend the night out on the property in one of my deer blinds, a small, camouflaged shack I built myself a few years back. It's nothing fancy, but it keeps you hidden and sheltered from the wind. My plan was to get there in the late afternoon, set up, and stay put until morning, hoping to catch a buck moving through at dusk or dawn. I left camp around 3 in the afternoon. The sun was already dropping low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dry brush. The ground was hard and cracked in places, dusty and brown, with patches of thorny shrubs and scrubby grass. Usually, on my walk out to the blind, I'd see some wildlife. Rabbits darting through the bushes, quail flushing up with a sudden burst of wings, or even a lone hawk circling lazily overhead. But this time, nothing. Not a single bird. No movement. Just silence. It struck me as odd, but I chalked it up to the cold and the time of year. The walk was about 2 miles from the cabin where I was staying. I moved at a steady pace, my boots crunching on the dry dirt and scattered twigs. The blind sits near the edge of a low ridge overlooking a small clearing where deer like to feed at dawn and dusk. It's a good spot, good visibility, and usually pretty quiet except for the sounds of nature. I'd been out there plenty of times before. When I got to the blind, I started unloading my gear. Rifle, ammo, snacks, water, and the little bottle of doe urine I carried for luring bucks. I found a flat spot inside the blind, laid out my gear, and got everything ready. The air smelled faintly of cedar and earth, and the sun was just starting to slip behind the horizon. I was feeling good about the spot, even if I hadn't seen any animals on the way. I opened the bottle of doe urine, planning to splash a bit around the blind to attract a buck. The moment I unscrewed the cap, I heard it, movement on the ridge behind me. It wasn't subtle. Leaves rustling, something heavy stepping through the brush, maybe 30 or 40 yards back. I froze and looked out through the small window slits, eyes sharp in the fading light, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was there. But all I saw was darkness and swaying branches. Then, without warning, a loud thud hit the side of the blind. It shook the whole structure, rattling the windows. My heart jumped, adrenaline pumping hard. For a split second, I thought maybe a deer had slipped and fallen right against the blind. But the noise was too loud, too solid. I waited, breath held, ears straining to catch any more sounds. I opened the door cautiously. The air hit me cold and sharp. Just outside, lying on the ground, was a huge rock, maybe 30 pounds or more, and the side of the blind had a nice dent where it had struck. No tracks around it that I could see, no sign of anything moving nearby. My first thought was that someone had thrown the rock at me. It was the only thing that made sense. I was alone out here, miles from anywhere, but it wasn't unheard of for people to wander onto my dad's property. Hikers, hunters, or sometimes someone looking to cause trouble. I grabbed my rifle off the rack, loaded it quickly, and muttered a curse under my breath. I don't even know if I said it out loud, but fuck, this was my reaction. I threw open the blind door and dropped down to the ground, a 6 or 7 foot leap. My boots hit the dirt hard, and I broke into a run without looking back. My heart was pounding like a drum in my chest as I sprinted toward the trail that led back to camp. I didn't stop to check on the rock or try to see what was behind me. All I could think about was getting out of there. I kept running until I was sure no one was following me. The sun had dipped below the horizon by then, and the cold was biting harder. I reached the truck out by the main camp, my breath ragged, muscles burning from the sudden sprint. When I got in and locked the doors, I finally started to calm down. That night, I didn't hear a single coyote howl or yip, which was strange for South Texas. Usually, the whole place sounds alive after dark, with coyotes calling to each other across the empty fields and wooded ridges. I sat there in the truck, the engine humming low, staring out at the dark woods around the camp. The silence was almost worse than the noise. I told myself it was just someone messing around, a prank maybe, or a hunter who didn't want to get caught. But part of me was uneasy. There's something about being out there alone at night that messes with your head. I stayed inside the truck for the rest of the night, the heater blasting, waiting for the first light. I didn't try to go back to the blind or hunt again. When morning came, I packed up my gear and left. I didn't say much about it to anyone. I've gone back a few times over the years, but never for a whole night, and never without other people around. The place still feels like it's holding on to something from that night. The wild hogs have become a problem lately, tearing up the ground and making the trails messy. I avoid going out there as much as I used to, but sometimes I think about it. That cold November evening, the empty ridge, the rock crashing into the blind, it's burned into my memory. I don't know what was out there with me that night. I never saw a person, but someone or something didn't want me there. And that's enough reason for me to keep my distance. Hunting is supposed to be about patience, skill, and respect for the land and the animals. But that night, it was about fear, pure raw fear, and the instinct to get out alive. I love camping. The more remote the spot, the better. There's something about being out there, away from the noise, the lights, and the crowds that feels right to me. It's peaceful, even if it's raw and wild. The kind of peace you only find when you're deep in nature, with nothing but trees, stars, and the occasional sound of animals moving through the dark. One weekend, I decided to head out to northwest Alabama. I found a spot near a small river, but I didn't want to camp right by the water. Too noisy, and I wanted to be up on a hill where I could have a good view and a dry place to sleep. I walked until I found a level patch under a huge oak tree. The ground was covered in thick, dry leaves that muffled my steps as I set up my tent. The air smelled clean, mixed with the scent of pine needles and damp earth from the nearby river. The tent I brought was small, just enough for me. I like it that way, simple and easy to set up. I chose a spot so the tent flap faced away from the river, toward the woods. After pitching the tent and securing the stakes in the ground, I made myself a sandwich from the food I packed. I didn't want to do much cooking since it was late afternoon, and I knew I'd be tired after a long day of hiking and setting up camp. After eating, I settled down near the small fire pit I had built about 10 feet from the tent. The fire was just a few logs burning low, throwing gentle, flickering light around the clearing. The hill was quiet except for the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze and the distant sound of water flowing. I leaned back against the tree trunk and looked up at the sky, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. The stars were brilliant and bright, clearer than I'd seen in a long time. No city lights to blur the view, just millions of points of light sparkling in the night. I thought about how small we really are, just tiny specks under that vast sky. It was humbling and beautiful. After a while, I went into the tent and zipped it up. The tent was small, and since I'm not tall, it fit me just right. My head was pressed against the fabric on one side, and my feet barely touched the other. The fire was dying down slowly, turning into glowing embers and ashes. I was calm, relaxed, ready for sleep. But then, in the middle of the night, I woke up to something biting my head. It wasn't a gentle nibble or a playful bite. It was sharp teeth scraping against my scalp, trying to clamp down. I could feel the pressure through the thin tent fabric, the sting of those teeth raking my skin. My heart slammed in my chest. At first, I froze, but then instinct took over. I'm not the type to freeze in the face of danger. My reaction is the opposite. I get aggressive. I go all out, no hesitation. So I let out the deepest, most guttural growl I've ever made. A sound I didn't even know I could make, like some wild animal waking up inside me. That sound must have shocked whatever was attacking, because it didn't stick around. It tore off through the leaves so fast that I swear I could hear the leaves crunching under its speed. It left marks in the soft layer of dead leaves on the ground like skid marks, showing just how quickly it fled. My pulse was racing, adrenaline flooding through me. I didn't even stop to think about what it might have been, a raccoon, a fox, maybe even a stray dog or something worse. What I did know was that I was lucky it left when it did, because all I had to defend myself was a small kitchen knife I'd packed for cutting food, not for any kind of fight. I sat up, the quiet night suddenly feeling a lot less safe. I grabbed some of the nearby firewood and tossed it on the dying fire. The dry logs caught flame quickly, the flames licking higher and brighter than before, sending sparks swirling into the air. The warmth was comforting, but more importantly, the light pushed back the shadows where that thing might be hiding. I stayed up the rest of the night, reading from a small flashlight and a book I'd brought. I didn't want to go back to sleep until dawn, not after what had happened. Every sound made me jump, the crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of an animal. I sat perfectly still, alert, watching the fire as it burned down to embers again and again. The night was long and cold, and I could feel the chill in my bones despite the fire. The sky slowly brightened as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, turning the black sky to deep blue, then pale pink and orange. The woods around me started waking up, with birds calling and insects buzzing. The quiet fear that had gripped me all night began to fade with the coming light. I took down the fire, scattering the ashes so it wouldn't be obvious I'd been there, and packed up my tent carefully. I kept my knife in hand, eyes scanning the surrounding woods for any sign of movement, but the forest was calm now, just as it had been when I arrived. On the hike back to my car, the sun was fully up, and the world seemed completely normal again. The river gurgled as usual, the leaves shimmered in the morning breeze, and the birds chirped without a hint of the night's terror. Looking back, I'm still not sure what that thing was. It might have been a fox or a stray dog, something curious or desperate enough to investigate a tent. But whatever it was wild, and it reminded me that no matter how much I love the outdoors, nature has its own rules. You're never as alone as you think, and sometimes the things you don't see can be the scariest. Since that night, I've never camped without making sure the fire is big enough to last through the dark hours, and that I have something better than a kitchen knife close at hand. I've learned to respect the woods in a way I hadn't before, not just for their beauty, but for their unpredictability. And even though that night was scary, it didn't stop me from going back out there. In fact, it made me more careful, more aware, and even more in love with the wild places I seek. Because out there, on that hill under the huge oak tree with the stars shining bright above me, I felt truly alive, even in the darkest moments. I've been bushwalking in the Blue Mountains all my life. Ever since I was a kid, my dad would take me out there. We'd spend hours exploring the trails, wading through ferns, climbing over rocks, and sometimes just sitting in silence, soaking it all in. The smell of wet earth, the distant calls of kookaburras, the rustling leaves in the wind, it all felt like home. Over the years, I got confident enough to go on shorter walks by myself. I'd carry a couple of knives for protection and my satellite phone for emergencies. I never felt unsafe, really, because the bush has its own rhythm, and I knew how to listen. About 5 years ago, I thought it was time to push myself a little further. I wanted to do an overnight walk by myself. I thought it would be peaceful, refreshing, a perfect way to reconnect with the bush on my own terms. I picked a route I knew reasonably well, not too long, with some good spots to camp. The first day went fine. I set off early, backpack loaded with everything I needed: tent, sleeping bag, food, water, and the essentials. The sun was warm, the sky was clear, and the trail was alive with birdsong. I passed 3 or 4 small groups of hikers going the other way, exchanging quick smiles and hellos. It was comforting, in a way, a reminder I wasn't entirely alone. As the afternoon faded, I found a small clearing to set up camp. I chose a spot about 30 meters off the track, tucked away behind some thick trees and ferns so it wouldn't be visible from the trail. I used my knife to cut back the ferns, making a small flat patch just big enough for my one-person tent. The ground was soft but firm, covered with dry leaves and pine needles. It smelled fresh and earthy. I set up my tent quickly, unpacked my food, and settled down with a small stove to cook some dinner. As dusk turned into evening, the usual sounds of the bush surrounded me. Cicadas buzzing faintly, the rustle of possums moving through the trees, the distant call of a whipped bird. It was the kind of natural soundtrack I'd come to love over the years. But then I heard something strange. It was a bounding sound, like footsteps running fast, but not quite footsteps. It passed right near my camp, maybe 10 meters away, but it was over so quickly. Too fast. And it didn't sound like a person running. The steps were too few and too heavy. It was more like something springing or bounding through the bushes, maybe landing heavily with each stride. But the bush here is thick with low bushes, ferns, fallen branches, and rough ground. You can't just sprint straight through it without tripping or slowing down. The noise wasn't the usual rustling of animals or falling branches. I froze. My heart started pounding hard. I listened closely. Nothing else followed. No cracking of sticks behind it, no footsteps catching up. It felt wrong, like something was off. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a kangaroo or a large wallaby bounding away, or some animal startled by me. Maybe it was just my imagination. I didn't want to think about it too much. I climbed into my tent, zipped it up, and tried to fall asleep. But I couldn't stop feeling watched. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I packed up, ate breakfast, and hit the trail again. The sun was just rising through the trees, casting long shadows. The air was cool and fresh. I felt a little better now that the daylight was back. For the first half hour, I was alone on the trail. Then I passed a couple of hikers going the other way, who smiled and asked if I was okay. I told them I was fine, just enjoying the walk. They moved on, and I was alone again. About half an hour after that, I heard it, the sharp crack of a stick breaking. It came from behind me, off to the left, deeper into the bush and away from the track. I stopped walking and slowly turned my head to look. What I saw froze me solid. There was something standing there in the shadows, not far into the trees. It was tall, far taller than any person I'd ever seen out here, easily 9 feet or more. Its skin was dark, maybe a gray-brown, and it looked smooth, without any fur or hair. The shape was humanoid, but very wrong. The arms and legs were ridiculously long and thin, like someone had stretched out a human frame. Its head was enormous and oval-shaped, with huge black eyes that seemed to absorb the light. I couldn't see a mouth or nose. The whole thing was impossibly still and watching me. I felt tears welling up in my eyes, even though I was trying to stay calm. I couldn't move. My legs felt frozen, my heart pounding so loud I could almost see it beating in the veins of my vision. The fear was like nothing I'd ever experienced, a deep, paralyzing dread that climbed up my spine and gripped every nerve. I don't know how long we stared at each other. Seconds, maybe a minute, but it felt like forever. Then, something inside me snapped. I exploded into motion, bolting down the trail without looking back. My legs pumped as fast as they could go, breath ragged and tears streaming down my face. I didn't stop running until I caught up to a group of people walking ahead. I couldn't speak properly, just gasping for air and shaking. They immediately asked if I was okay, and I asked if I could walk with them. I couldn't be alone again. We moved together the rest of the way out. After that, I didn't touch the bush for 6 months. I was terrified. The idea of being out there alone was unbearable. Eventually, I started going on short walks with friends again, but never solo. I still love the bush, the smell, the sounds, the freedom, but I know some things out there aren't meant to be seen. I can't explain what that thing was. It wasn't an animal I recognize, and it didn't look like any person. It felt alien, like something not of this world. Now, if I go out at all, I make sure I'm never alone. The bush is beautiful and wild, but it holds its secrets tight, and some of those secrets are better left alone. I was 17, and it was one of those late summer evenings that felt like it would never end. The sky was still tinged with a faint orange glow as my boyfriend and I made our way through the dense woods. He told me about these caves he knew, tucked away somewhere deep in the forest, places few people ever found. I was curious and excited, partly because I trusted him, and partly because it was a chance to get out of town, away from the noise and distractions. We'd spent the afternoon hiking, joking and exploring, following his confident lead through rough trails and over fallen trees. The forest was thick, full of the earthy smells of pine needles, damp moss, and rich soil. Birds and squirrels moved in the underbrush around us, the occasional crow calling out in the distance. But as we pushed deeper, the sun started to dip faster than I expected. We hadn't kept the best track of time, and when I finally glanced at my watch, it was already after 6. We had planned to reach the caves before dark, but the path had gotten confusing. We must have taken a wrong turn somewhere, because the familiar landmarks he was sure about weren't anywhere in sight. The forest seemed to close in on us, shadows growing longer and thicker with every step. It was clear now that we were lost. The sun was just a thin strip behind the horizon when we finally admitted it. We had no idea exactly where we were. The weight of the packs on our backs suddenly felt heavier, and the cold started settling in the air. We'd been walking for hours, following faint trails that twisted and turned in unpredictable ways, and now the forest was an almost impenetrable wall of darkness around us. The last rays of daylight were slipping away, and we still hadn't found the caves. Neither of us said much. We kept walking until we came across a small clearing, just big enough to set up a campfire and rest. The ground was soft with pine needles, and there was a slight rise that gave us a little shelter from the wind. We dropped our packs and set about making a fire, gathering dry twigs and small branches. The smell of burning would soon fill in the air. The warmth was welcome, and the flames cracked and popped, chasing back the chill of the approaching night. The clearing was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. The darkness beyond the firelight looked endless and mysterious, but we felt safe for the moment. The woods were peaceful here, the kind of quiet that makes you listen closely to every tiny noise. We settled in, sitting close to each other, relieved to finally stop moving. We decided to make the most of the moment. No distractions, no interruptions. It was one of those rare chances where it was just us, alone in the wild, completely disconnected from everything else. We kissed and touched, the heat from the fire mixing with the warmth between us. The feeling was intimate and urgent, like the forest itself was watching and holding its breath with us. The world outside the clearing didn't seem to exist. But just as things were getting close, something shifted. My boyfriend suddenly sat up straight, his eyes wide, his body tense. He was listening, really listening, in a way that made me stop and pay attention. At first, I heard nothing but the usual forest sounds. The crackle of the fire, the wind whispering through the branches. Then, faintly, off in the distance, there was a noise that didn't belong. It was a steady, growing commotion. The kind you'd expect if a rabbit or some small animal was running through the brush, rustling leaves and snapping twigs. But the noise kept coming. It wasn't fading away or moving past us. Instead, it got closer. Branches cracking and leaves crunching underfoot. At first, we told ourselves it was probably just an animal chasing something. It made sense. Forests have their wildlife, and the sounds of movement are part of the night. Still, the noise didn't slow down or veer off. It was deliberate. It was getting closer. Then, without warning, my boyfriend jumped to his feet, grabbed my hand, and said something I'll never forget. "That's someone running." His voice was low but urgent, like the switch inside his brain flipped from calm to panic in an instant. I felt it too, that deep primal feeling that told me this wasn't just an animal or a coincidence. We didn't hesitate. We dropped everything, the packs, the fire, the blankets. We bolted out of the clearing, our feet pounding the earth beneath us, branches whipping past our faces. My lungs burned as I gasped for air, but adrenaline pushed me forward. We didn't stop to look back. The sound behind us was relentless. It was footsteps, fast, heavy, purposeful. I knew instinctively that whoever was behind us wasn't going to stop unless we did. We ran through the dark woods, stumbling over roots and rocks, the underbrush tearing at our clothes. I could feel my boyfriend's grip on my hand tighten with every step. It was like he was the only thing keeping me from falling apart. After what felt like forever, we finally broke through the trees onto a gravel road. The moon had risen, casting pale light over the rough stones and the occasional distant house. The quiet hum of civilization was faint but real, a sound of safety. We slowed, gasping and clutching our sides. But even then, we could still hear the noise behind us, the breaking of branches and the heavy breathing. The footsteps hadn't stopped. Whoever was chasing us was still coming. We looked around, trying to get our bearings. I spotted a mailbox with a faded street name, and we pieced together where we were based on the landmarks we knew from earlier that day. It was clear now that the caves were far behind us, and we had wandered much further off the beaten path than we'd realized. We started walking again, this time toward the faint glow of streetlights and the safety of the houses. We didn't speak, but our eyes scanned the dark woods on either side of the road. The fear was still there, tight and raw, but the sounds had finally started to fade. It took hours to get back to where my boyfriend's car was parked. We were exhausted, dirty, and shaken to our cores. Neither of us could sleep that night. The next day, my boyfriend went back with a couple of his friends to find the campsite. The fire was still there, cold and gray with ash. Some of the stuff from his pack was piled neatly next to the fire, things like food wrappers and a half-used bottle of water. But his extra boots and some of his gear were gone. My pack was nowhere to be seen at all. It had vanished completely. It was unsettling to think about. What had happened to our things? And more importantly, who or what had been running after us in the woods that night? The whole experience left a deep impression on me, a reminder that sometimes nature isn't just about quiet beauty. It can be something much darker and more dangerous, especially when you least expect it. Even now, years later, I can still hear those footsteps in the back of my mind, echoing through the forest, chasing us until the very edge of the road. I'd been camping in the middle of nowhere for a couple of days by myself. The kind of place where there's no cell signal, no other campers for miles, just trees and the sound of the wind. I picked the spot carefully, near a small lake tucked into a hollow between two ridges. The water was calm, the kind that looks like glass even when the wind picks up. The first night had been quiet, just the usual sounds of crickets and the occasional splash of a fish. I hadn't seen any other people or any sign of them, which was exactly what I wanted. No distractions. Just me, the lake, the trees, and the fire I built each night. On the third evening, I decided to make something warm and filling. I had some jerky with me, not the fancy kind, just regular beef jerky, and I figured I'd make a little stew. I boiled water in my pot over the fire, threw in some dried vegetables, spices I brought, and then cut up some jerky and added it in. It wasn't gourmet by any means, but it was comforting, and I felt good eating something warm instead of just snacking on cold food. The smell was rich and smoky, and the jerky soaked up the broth, softening just a little. After eating, I had some leftovers, not much, but enough that I didn't want to carry it around all night. I walked down to the lake's edge, the ground damp and soft under my boots, and dumped the pot's remains in the water. I figured it'd be better than leaving scraps around the campsite. Plus, the water would carry it away, and the fish or other critters might get a little treat. I knew this would probably attract animals. That's just how it goes out here. Usually it's raccoons or squirrels, small, curious things. I've camped plenty of times, and they always make some noise, but never get too close. I was relaxed as I zipped up my tent and got into my sleeping bag. At first, I heard the usual noises. Raccoons chattering, scrambling through the brush, maybe even squirrels rustling in the dead leaves. Their sounds came closer and closer, small paws tapping, claws scraping bark, sniffing around for any scraps they could find. It was almost comforting in a way, knowing there was life around me, that the forest was awake even when I was trying to sleep. Then, after maybe 15 minutes, something changed. Suddenly, the raccoons scattered like their tails were on fire. Their chittering turned into frantic rustling, sharp little cries, and the sound of dozens of feet pounding through leaves and twigs in every direction. They disappeared fast, vanishing into the dark woods. I sat up in my sleeping bag, heart suddenly racing. The air was colder now, or maybe I just noticed it because my body tensed. Then I heard something else, quieter, slower, heavier, but still close. It wasn't pounding feet like the raccoons had made. It was the soft, deliberate sound of leaves rustling, branches snapping underfoot, but only just. The sound moved cautiously, almost like it was sneaking around the edge of the campsite. And then I heard it, the howl, a long, low, mournful howl, so close I could have sworn the creature was right outside my tent. The sound made my skin crawl. I'd heard wolves before, at a distance, but never this close. The howl carried through the night air, bouncing off the trees and water. It wasn't a single howl either. There were others answering it from farther away, but the closest one was right there. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there and listened. The sound was so loud in the quiet night it filled my head. After a few minutes, the howling stopped. I could still hear the rustling around me, but it started moving away slowly. The forest went quiet again, except for the distant sound of owls and the soft lapping of water at the shore. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept my flashlight nearby and stayed in my sleeping bag, listening for any other sounds. When morning finally came, pale and cool through the tent, I didn't rush outside. I waited until the sun was well up and the woods were alive with birds before I unzipped the tent and stepped out. The campsite looked normal in the daylight. The fire pit was cold, the ashes dark and still, the trees standing tall and silent. But I noticed claw marks on the bark of a small tree near the water, deep and fresh. I saw paw prints in the mud along the lake shore, large, wider than any dog's, some with nails visible. They circled the site, then disappeared into the woods. That day I packed up most of my gear and moved further away from that lake. I didn't want to take any chances. I stayed in a clearing near the ridge, where I could see for miles in every direction. That night I slept better, although I still kept my knife close and the flashlight ready. The next morning, I left the campsite entirely. I didn't feel like staying after what had happened. I packed up slow and steady, scanning the forest edges as I went. Nothing followed me that day, just the usual birds and the wind in the trees. It stayed with me for a while, that howl, the way the raccoons scattered like they'd seen death itself. I've thought about it often since, and I'm sure I was close to a pack of wolves. Not the kind you see in movies, wild, wary, dangerous animals, moving quietly, knowing the forest like the back of their paws. I don't regret leaving my leftovers in the lake. I know some people would say it was stupid or careless, but out here, sometimes you have to live with the risks of being in the wild. It's not perfect, and you're never completely safe. But that night taught me one thing. No matter how comfortable you get camping alone, no matter how many times you think you know the forest, it can surprise you, and sometimes those surprises aren't small or friendly. I've gone camping since, but never that close to a body of water where I left food scraps. And I never stayed in the tent after hearing that howl again. The forest is alive in ways you can't always see, and it's best to respect that. The wilderness isn't just trees and quiet. It's alive and it's watching. When I think back to those days, living with my grandma out in that rural part of Florida, it feels like a lifetime away from the city where I live now. The air back then was thick and heavy, like it had secrets tucked away in every tree and every inch of dirt beneath my feet. The place was known, even to the grown-ups, as a dumping ground for bodies, murders, people who just disappeared, and sometimes the cops found what they were looking for out there in the woods. But to me, it was just a place to play, to explore, to feel like I had a whole world to myself. I was 12 years old, tough enough to ignore the rumors, but old enough to sense the unease the adults never said out loud. The woods behind Grandma's house stretched out like a wild maze, full of thick underbrush, tangled vines, and trees that grew so close they blocked the sunlight most of the day. There were creeks running through it, dark and slow-moving, and patches of swamp that made the ground soft and squishy under your boots. That afternoon, the sun was starting to sink low in the sky, casting long shadows that made the woods look even more crowded with shapes and shadows. I was out there by myself, wandering farther than usual, past the usual places where I played or chased frogs and crawled over fallen logs. The air was warm but sticky, the kind of Florida heat that presses down on you and makes your skin feel slick. Somewhere nearby, a cicada hummed like a far-off machine, and the smell of damp earth mixed with pine needles filled my nose. I heard it first, a soft sound like crying. It wasn't loud, but it was real enough to freeze me for a second. It came from down near one of the creeks, the one that curved through a small clearing in the trees. I don't know why I decided to follow it. Maybe curiosity, or maybe that mix of loneliness and boredom that kids feel when they have nothing better to do. Either way, I found myself moving toward the creek's edge, the dirt underfoot soft and uneven, roots twisting up like old snakes. There she was, a woman, standing with her back to me, leaning over the water. Her dress was white, but it wasn't clean or pretty, more like something stained and worn, with mud on the hems and patches of dark discoloration. The kind of dress someone would wear if they didn't care anymore, or maybe hadn't had a chance to wash in a long time. The sun hit her just right, making her hair look almost golden, but her shoulders were hunched and her whole figure seemed small against the wide, dark creek. I could hear her sobbing, low and broken, and it made my chest tighten. I wanted to ask her if she was okay, or if she needed help. But as soon as I climbed over the embankment and stepped closer, she screamed. It wasn't a quiet cry or a whimper. It was a sudden, raw, terrifying scream, like she'd been holding it inside for a long time and it just exploded out. Her eyes were locked on the water, staring down like something awful was waiting there. Her voice cracked and shook, but she didn't even seem to notice me standing there. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The scream echoed through the woods, loud enough to scare birds into the trees and make the branches sway. I wasn't one to run away easily. I liked to think of myself as brave, even tough, but in that moment, I felt something twist in my stomach. It wasn't fear of the woman herself. It was fear of whatever had broken her, whatever she'd seen or done to get to that place. It felt like stepping into something I wasn't meant to see. So yeah, I ran. I didn't stop until the woods opened back up to the edge of Grandma's property, where the houses and the roads started again. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst, and my legs felt like they were moving too fast and not fast enough at the same time. I didn't look back. The woman was gone when I finally caught my breath and dared to glance behind me. That place always had a weird vibe. Sometimes I'd see strange people wandering through the woods, older guys with tired eyes, wearing clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in days. Some looked skittish, like they were hiding or running from something. My grandma told me once, in a quiet voice, that the woods were full of hidden meth labs. People cooking up drugs in makeshift shacks deep in the trees, away from the cops and the roads. It made sense, with the smell of chemicals sometimes drifting on the wind, and the trash and broken glass scattered in spots no one wanted to go. The woman at the creek was probably just another lost soul caught up in all that mess. Maybe she'd run from something, or been left behind by the people who lived in those woods. I never found out who she was or what happened to her. Sometimes, I think about that scream and how it still sounds in my ears when I'm quiet enough. It wasn't a ghost or a fairy tale. It was real. It was pain. And it was a reminder that the woods held stories darker than I could ever understand as a kid. Over time, I stopped exploring those woods alone. I stuck to the safe parts near Grandma's house, where I could see the roads and hear the distant hum of cars. But every now and then, when I'm walking in the city and it gets quiet, I can still hear that scream in my mind. The sound of a woman broken and lost beside a dirty creek, somewhere deep in the Florida woods.